Alright, hello, hi, it's me, Damage, again, we're back again, once again, for another reaction to some old shit that I made, and, stuff. I don't know. I did say that I wasn't really gonna do a YouTube intro, but then I guess I sort of, like, did it. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna be... Yeah, I see that, Cal has continued onward to review my my old tier list, so here I am reacting to it again. So I'd like to say that at this point, Cal has kind of caught up to my videos reacting to all of my shit, which is pretty cool. And yeah, pardon me.
Twitch bar, why are you red?
And and I suppose he kind of has like a better idea of like my thought processes and all that. And
maybe if I refresh the page, I can see.
And like we had some discussions about like what type combinations are like good or not, because I know that he noted on that I talked at length of how Dark Illusion and Water Illusion are really nice offensive types.
Or not.
But we have discussed a little bit of how good those types are, and I mean he raised the point that Water Illusion and Dark Illusion are poor defensively.
What it's supposed to be.
Which I agree on, and that does make them struggle of...
Weird. Alright, whatever.
That does make them struggle of switching into things in the first place, which I agree with. So
maybe I was loading up a page, or it was loading up a page or something.
So like with that in mind, you could argue that mons like Power Shinki and Power Mioi could drop from where I initially put them, and that's fine, honestly.
I don't know. In any case, alright. So, what should be the goal of today, since last time I didn't get as far as I was thinking I would, or hoping at the very least. Currently, we are at the bottom of our first box of C+. Oh no. So, we should probably just set the humble goal of making sure we get through that first, rather than going, yeah, I'm gonna do so much more of it, especially because it's starting slightly later than before. So, yeah,
I guess that's why it's only 3 hours.
That at the moment, it's like a bit over a box, almost 2 boxes worth of stuff to do. That is a long thing to go through. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna get into it, and just people can come in as they do. I do see the stuff is on at the very least, and it isn't dropping any frames or anything. That's mostly what we care about. So, yeah, let's just see what we can do. Alright, so we are still in the depths of the power tier for C+. What do we do with Kokoro? Kokoro's Void and Light, so very good initial typing, but this one doesn't really matter as much in terms of what its normal typing is, because it's a very strange version of Kecleon. I guess is the best way of putting this one. It certainly isn't Greninja. We will get to that one later.
Yeah, that's how I compare Power Kokoro. It is definitely Kecleon in nature.
I guess they had to name it something specific for the bunny. I guess, I don't know. It's theming. 110 in both offenses, 80 in the defenses, 45 speed is misery, but I mean, so is Kecleon that way. The thing is, Kecleon survived more on the fact that it had a lot of special bulk, as well as a decent attack stat. So this one doesn't survive quite as well, although its HP stat is
I think this
better.
thing is a little bit more well-rounded in general.
Not that much HP.
Yeah, it's a lot more well-rounded in general. Like,
this
is good HP,
so
these are
I don't know how good otherwise
and,
it is at surviving,
yeah,
but
like,
that is
this is more well-rounded, honestly.
Poker Face is an interesting ability, but you're
Shield
probably
Dust.
never going to use it just because you have access to Protean, and getting stab on any attack that you use is rather important. This includes the priority attack that you would normally not want to use, but you've got priorities on both sides depending on what you want to do here. Strike Shot for fighting coverage is not too bad. Spring First is just a nice option as well. I don't think we get any down the bottom here, but that is fine. You do have stuff like Eruption, but this is Trick Room only, and that's not really going to work. This isn't exactly a puppet that you could do that with. Grace of Mana would normally be nice to know. That does have that priority. It really doesn't have a lot else, though, is the bit. Like here, at the very least, the skill card section, we do have some cool things like Burn Strike, though we don't have Shooting Press. That's a bit of a shame. Yeah, just Detonation Burst is pretty good, so I guess you could go like Assault or something with that. You don't really have a ton of special moves, like Thunder Force, Gigantic is quite nice, I guess. Poison Bomb. One of the things that really normally sets these kind of puppets apart is the fact that they do have like really good coverage. This one just kind of doesn't. It
sort of does.
It's fine. Like
kind of.
You can make unresisted.
And I think that's kind of the case with Kecleon too.
Sure,
like it kind of has coverage, although that notable coverage is only in its priority.
Just the sheer fact of it's not that fast as well. Obviously, it's not fast in the slightest. And also, you kind of want to stick to a side for it, I suppose. Greninja sometimes did do mixed things, but Greninja was also over 120 base speed, so it could kind of get away with it. I don't really know how you work with this one. It just seems like getting stab on everything is really powerful, and that's why I don't know if I would necessarily drop it. But
yeah,
like, I
Protean
don't know
is
if
still
I would
really
be able
good
to make use of it. So
Protean is still,
you know, if I'm
pretty
ranking
nice.
on how well I could play the thing, it would probably be about a 2. So it's just so slow and it's so inconsistent to me. So yeah.
So yeah, to me, Power Kokodo is honestly Kecleon in every sense of its nature, because the way that you usually play Kecleon is kind of like, it's mostly AV, and it's mostly reliant on like Stab, Sucker Punch, and Stab, Shadow Sneak, and with a strong physical move, although I forget what Kecleon could usually run as like a big stab. But more or less, it's more or less what you're doing here with Kokodo. Just you can definitely switch into stuff because Void and Light has a pretty decent defensive profile. Granted, it is quad weak to Dark, but it's still okay. You switch into those, and then you just hit with priority or like stab big moves. I have seen in the past, I have seen like Spadef Kecleon with like Recover and Rocks before, because Kecleon learns Stealth Rocks. One thing that you can maybe do is maybe run a Spinner Kokodo, because I saw that Kokodo has Spin. Maybe you could do like a Spadef Kokodo that's a Spinner and has Protean. Maybe you could do something with that. But yeah, the the cons that he listed with Fire Kokodo, it's the same with Kecleon. It's like Kecleon in that you can't really do much with it, but you can do something.
I don't even remember. This is Steel and Light, which is
But then again, it has Protean, so it's still pretty
Steel
nice.
is a good offensive type, but Light definitely isn't. Light is a good defensive type, but Steel generally isn't, surprisingly enough, because it lost like all of its resistances from Pokemon. What have we got here? Like, low base speed as well. This is 90. Must have something to boost speed because I've given it the emblem here.
Okay,
125 spread is pretty nice. And yeah, special bulk is fine. Physical is terrible. HP is not very good either. Well, we're looking at that like 80. I mean, it's okay. Like if you're looking at it from a sweeper's point of view, it's a bit slow, but like that's not the worst bulk I have ever seen. The abilities are Overwhelm and Byaku's. So like if you use Byaku, that's probably fine here, but I don't think Special Steel, and especially not Special Light, they don't really benefit from like the no miss part, right? So that seems kind of strange. Overwhelm,
in regards to Light, there's Arc Light.
Overwhelm affects all Hold 1 items like Economist does. I have to think it kind of would, actually.
I think it is
that
either.
Makes sense.
I think it is both.
Maybe
so
this
it could bite
ability
you in
is
the
very
ass.
Slightly better than you would give it credit for.
It could bite you in the ass.
But the sheer fact of it's supposedly two-sided as well means you wouldn't be able to type gen this, right? If it does affect all the things, so that seems
I think that's how it works.
annoying. As you would expect, it does have the Bianca terrain. Solar Eclipses and like Stealth Trap are kind of cool, but I don't think this one's really good at using either. I don't think I would want to use this as like an offensive trap setter because it's just too slow, and I don't know if Steel Light really pressures enough to do that. Has Moon's Protection and good stab attacks.
I'm actually curious where I rated another
but
Steel Light.
Steel and Light are both resisted by water, if nothing
Did
else,
I put?
so you really need to make sure you can cover that.
Okay, yeah, I put this here.
And well, her learn set certainly doesn't do that. Divine Thunder, I guess, is your whole thing about using Byakuo, is that you've got the Dynamic Punch and Zap Cannon type stuff over here. Yay, I don't think I would want to do that in the slightest. Do we have any help on the skill card side? We have a few. These don't hit water though. Yeah, dies to water dot puppet, I guess. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because even using like influences and stuff, you don't really get anywhere from that. So, yeah, I don't think you can use this one offensively too well. Defensively, little bit on the weak side, because its stats don't really get to lean that sort of way. It has some tools that a lot of puppets we would have seen so far would kill for, but that doesn't really coalesce into something that I think I would personally use. But, I mean, you've got a lot of firepower, you just don't have any way of dealing with water types.
So here's my thoughts on Power Kane. For the most part, Power Kane is outclassed. She's outclassed by Power Alice in terms of raw firepower and the fact that Power Alice can actually can touch waters more reliably. And defensively, she's outclassed by Defense Chamata because Defense Chamata has better stats and better defensive abilities. Although, well, one thing I will note, prior to the update that added Toe 18 characters, I actually did use Power Kane as a SpedF rocker, mostly because of I remember I was trying to test something out with Fog, and okay, wait a second, let me try to remember. I believe what Baruto did in in one version was he removed okay, yes, I think I remember back then. Okay, this was like way back. Back then, Assist Aka had Cloak of Darkness, and now and I used that version of Assist Aka a lot in my fog teams because it was a nice defensive pivot in my fog teams that could set rocks. And then once Bardo removed that, I had to pivot into another option, and Power Kane was what I turned to because Power Kane had like decent amount of resistances that I wanted, being like the wind resistance was nice, the poison immunity was nice. Most notably, the light resistance was something that I wanted. Like there was a lot of stuff because I think back then I had like Assist Kotaka and then Assist Aka. It's like a good defensive core, but then Assist Aka got cut, so I then had to turn to like um other solutions, and I do remember Power Kane was what I turned to, and for the most part, Power Kane as like a bulky pivot was okay. Like like Cal said, there are some traits that are unique to her that are really nice. Well, most notably, Solar Eclipse is like again pretty rare to find, and that's something that's really nice, in my opinion. And aside from that, yeah, like I mean, but now I have now I have defense Jamata, which uh again outclasses Power Kane just in raw stats and has a better defensive ability, or like rather has a defensive ability. Anyway,
which is sad, but that's just the way it goes. Kaguya, Light and Void. We've said this typing is pretty respectable. The major weakness for it is the 4x2 U-turn, and that is a problem, but it is the only weakness you have, so at least you've got some sort of utility there. Kaguya changed a decent bit going into Shard of Dreams because Pride was introduced as an ability, and naturally one like this would just get hold of it here. Her base speed is 65 in... oh no, it's 65? No, it's 55. It's like, right? It's kind of slow, so... yeah, because it's just looking at the way these go around, yeah, it's like you lose 15 from the emblem. It's been a long day, I'm sorry. Yeah, so 55 base speed, that kind of annoying bit where it's just about Trickroom viable, so that's why I've got the emblem for it here.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the focus attack actually doesn't matter whether you make it like S or E in this
because
one.
It's immune to foul play,
you're
yeah.
immune to foul play, so that's kind of cool. Massive HP total, not as big as the other Kaguya, but, you know, it's a power form, that's what you'd expect.
120
and
is pretty
the
good.
defenses are only average. You might even be investing in defenses over HP on this one. I forget how the calcs work out. And the spread attack is at rather solid 130.
I personally would, because
which if you increase it with Pride, that is
unless
the
the
spread
HP
form
is like absurd,
like a flame orb,
like
or
160 or some shit, then I would start
one, and you get
like if it was like defense Yoshika really levels of insane, then I would consider investing into defenses.
So this is the first
also,
one
yeah,
with Regenerator, I think, as well, and that is definitely noteworthy. You can use this as like an assault tank or something, I guess. The 4 times
nice
sweetness to U-turn makes it awkward, but dart types at the very least can't really switch in too easily just because they are weak to light, so you know, that's kind of cool. She can Trick Room on her own accord, which is quite nice. You've got Carmine, which you can pair with Power Spot, so she can do some self-healing. It's a bit delayed in terms of the self-healing, but she can do it. And then, yeah, the other stuff here is like Hyper Beam level things, which are cool, but...
it's funny.
The whole thing of not being able to move next turn is weird. So why do they cost different amounts to learn? Just a random aside here, I'm just like, why?
I don't remember the exact calculations, but a Japanese guy was talking about it with some people in the TPDP server a little bit. There's some sort of formula in play that determines the PowerPoint cost. I don't remember exactly, but the discussion was around the PowerPoint cost around Thunderclap, and there was some reason why. Yeah, like I don't remember the formula exactly, but never never mind. I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. I just remember that a guy said that it was because there was a formula set in place. I don't actually remember it though.
That seems really silly. Arclight is really cool if you want to use like a choice spec thing though, so you can do that. Damaku Dance, like outrage moves are not amazing, but it is on stab, so I guess that can be a thing. You've really got to get around Illusion, but at the very least you've got Mysterious Wave that can do that. It's the Psyshock for the game. And then do we get any help on this side? Kind of. Unknown Flare and Gravity Blast can... I mean, Gravity Blast is, like, awful, so we don't ever want to use that. But if you don't like the whole hitting the opposite defense thing for whatever reason, maybe the illusion types that you're seeing are more physically bulky than special, Unknown Flare is there. It's fine. Do we get Catastrophe? No, we do not. That would be asking far too much. You can get Ferment, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to be offensively slanted, so you're probably not doing that. And yeah, you really just don't get a lot of coverage here. Rainbow Flowers is cool, but you need to be in Aurora to do that. This would be a really nasty Aurora puppet as far as the damage it could output, but good luck with that. And yeah, it's the worst of the regens, probably because the move pool is just not there, so...
Pretty much.
Yeah, bit of a shame on this one.
Like, it's still nice.
First Junko that we see here
yeah. Oh my god, yeah, like, I mean, I know Cal is gonna touch on Extra Junko eventually, but the fact that like, the fact that Extra Junko is higher than this, I do not know why. Granted, like, Power Junko isn't that much better, but yeah.
I know this one is light and warped, so the same as that Mugetsu, which ended up getting moved down because it sucks. Junko is like a 580 base stat total puppet in general for its styled forms, and you can definitely see it here. There's all just a bundle of stats everywhere. The speed is that like worst annoying thing
It's
for me. Like it's
65,
still
right?
65 is the big pet peeve.
Yes.
If you've missed the previous bits, it's because base 70
If it
when
was
you
like
go
70, then
+1
Dragon Dance would be
outspeeds
okay for
everything
it. Like,
up
it'd be
to
good.
base
But
130s without
65 is
investment.
just so awkward for
So if you max your stat out, you can outspeed all the stuff that normally you will see. There's only a small handful of puppets that go above 130, so yeah, we can't do that because we're base 65. And that actually matters, I think, for this one too, because I'm pretty sure imposing error is on this.
Yes.
So it's annoying to not be
it
able
has
to outspeed
Dragon
everything
Dance,
just
but
+1.
speed stats
Defense
so
is really
awkward
solid
for
here,
it.
and I think that's mainly what you're going to end up seeing, despite the power tag. You've got 100 base in HP and defense, and then 110 for spread defense is really good. Spread attack is a little bit high, but I mean, you've got to make some sort of oddity on it for balancing reasons. It is what it is. It might actually be even higher than that. I don't remember what the mark is on this one. Hate Incarnate is terrible, we've mentioned this before, but we do have pressure, so pressure stalling is actually viable in this game, mostly because the PP up stuff doesn't exist, so you don't have to try and go through like 16 of your standard move, or even 24, it's like 5
and
if
10
you're using,
and
if you're going
15.
against like Thunders and whatnot, or 10, 15 at absolute most, so yeah, even regular maxed out Ice Beam in Pokemon has more SP than like any move you're gonna see in this game. So yeah,
16,
pressure stalling
so
is
yeah.
really nice. Skill wise, we do get Racing Earth. I don't think Light and Warped is a good enough offensive typing to really take, like do the whole agility
It's
metagross
okay.
thing. But
what's notable about Light and Warp is that there's no single type that resists the combination of Light and Warped. But yeah, in my experience, Light and Warped, it's not bad. It's just not great. The main thing that's holding it back is that Light isn't really that great of an offensive typing. Warp is decent. It's a good offensive type, but yeah.
I mean, it's got the bulk for it, so at the very least, I guess that's an option. Imposing Air is on here, that is the real shame.
Yeah.
Like, base 65, if you max it out, you can still outspeed a ton of things, but that 130 mark is just annoyingly out of range, so things like Aya, which Aya messes you up with fighting. Rin is also another one that I know that gives 130, which is pretty strong, at least in my opinion.
Speedrun's pretty good.
And the fact if I can immediately name 2 things that will probably destroy you for not having outspeeding them at +1 isn't a good sign here. And you don't get priority on this one whatsoever.
Oh,
so
that is true.
Don't even look at focus movement, it doesn't do anything that way. The big problem
focus
with trying to pressure stall with this puppet is that she doesn't get recovery, so that's kind of off the table, which makes her ability not exactly a non-bow, but it really hurts compared to what you would like to see. So you could do a bulky choice thing, you could do like an assault or something, you could try, if you have like bind trap or something, I guess you could try imposing air. Agility might be the sort of best bet here. As far as the skill card, shooting press is really good coverage, so
yeah, it's just nice.
I don't exactly remember
it's just
what
nice additional coverage.
You need to hit. Let's see. Because like shooting press is usually good against fire, electric, stuff like that, but you don't really care as much about those. But even so, it's just like ground is, in general, is just a good type to have access to, right? Poison is quite nice.
You can hit these.
Just, it's not the strongest thing out there, but other warp types can be kind of annoying, so there is that. Got a decent enough set of special attacks that you're never going to use, because go figure. Miasma, I guess if you want to do like the choice band sort of thing, and you know the opponent's got something to beat you, then at least
just
Miasma,
because
similar sort of idea to what Heracross would do with Toxic or something. And yeah,
Toxic's nice just because the skills that switch
it's
into
fine,
poison or toxic
its lack of recovery is
could fear the warp
term, so
warp step.
Yeah, it depends what you need. If you need this typing though, you could probably do worse. I mean, we saw Getsu, so of course you can.
So, one way that that I've ran Power Junko, aside from the stuff that Cal already said, is I remember in the past I used Power Junko similar to Snorlax, and I would basically do like a curse set with like curse, rest, and dual stab, and she definitely has good bulk for it. Like this is pretty good, and in my experience, it was fine. Like, um, did it? What was it the MVP in some games that I had? No. Was it a liability? No. Like it's fine.
Ichirin! Power Ichirin this time. This one is pure fighting, but this is the first instance we're seeing of the dual ability here, so no god in Pokemon, neither of you will miss. This one's surprisingly quick for this kind of thing too. It's not like
75
Machamp.
speed.
I mean, it's supposed to be like Machamp.
It's like
But
Machamp, but
it's
it's notably
75 speed, so
it's
kind of
notably
quick.
really
But
fast,
it's
or like
also
faster
lacking
than
some of the bulk
Machamp. Like
in at
75
least
is
the
really nice
physical
for this.
side. Special side is quite nice at base 100, but unlike Machamp, this one does not have the physical tanking, nor the HP. Machamp's HP was really solid.
Yeah.
This thing is definitely nowhere near that, but its attack stat is still that 130, which
Yeah,
is
130,
really high.
right? Yeah.
And sometimes that extra speed can matter. 75 is fast enough that you can choice scarf this. And
Yeah,
even
like
base
that's yeah. I was gonna say
135
that's the
is
reason
pretty
why it
fast
matters a lot
so,
because you actually can choice this
yeah,
in
the very rare
compared to
instance you see
Machamp.
that.
Like it's
Maresu
really
will be
nice.
safe, for example. The other ability, if you do want it, is Overwhelm. I don't really know why you would, because Machamp is kind of best when you go ahead and just click the exploding fist button, the dynamic punch, right? But I suppose if you really don't want to rely on that sort of thing, like you've got Swords Dance, there's priority here as well. So like you can do other things here. You've got two priorities, despite not being a steel type. Go figure. Knockoff is always nice as well. Machamp does have access to that too. That's a pretty solid one to go with. You have Drain Punch, which I'm pretty sure Machamp doesn't have, so that's actually kind of cool. Close Combat is here as well. Does Machamp get that in Gen 8? I don't know.
I think it does. Yeah.
Shows how often Machamp even got seen for me. So, whoops. Dark Sphere is also quite nice too if you don't want the knockoff aspect, because this is just more powerful even if the opponent has an item. So if you really need to hit through the Nevers like very badly, this could be the way to do it. You don't have to worry about the accuracy. Same with Stone Throw actually. You don't have to worry about the accuracy on these because of the no guard aspect. So that's quite nice. Coverage wise, the weak javelins, Waterfall Drop is good. I mean, fighting itself does tend to need some ways of dealing with, like wind is the main one. Sound doesn't get helped by this, so you might just want the Spot Javelin, I suppose, even though it's not that powerful. But unless you get Lightning Cut, which you do not, yeah, you might end up needing to just use the electric attack here, but that's fine. I mean, having more options for a choice set is never a bad thing, really. So that's cool. Yeah, hits really hard, and you can do some priority stuff with it as well. I think that's the main bit. No guard is really what we go for here, but honestly, there's a no guard. I guess it's on the spread side, so this hits differently. But there's another no guard fighting type in Oku, which probably does most of what you would like here outside of the priority aspect. Kind of does that better, and sometimes no guard just messes you up too, because everybody uses the 120 base power on inaccurate moves, right? So letting yourself get hit by them all the time rather than having a mischance might actually hurt more than it helps.
So, I guess you could say like the lack of a secondary stab does kind of matter in the case of Fire Ichinen is because fighting as an offensive type isn't bad, but you can definitely cover for that easily because when types and other types, solution types, if you have a switch into those that's pretty bulky, then you could basically stuff it out. That being said, Dynamic Punch still grants confusion. Granted, while it's not as good at this game, it still has that potential to like stun you for a turn or two, which is pretty nice. But yeah, like it's mostly the case of like the singular stab again. Like it's not bad. It just doesn't really do anything else. Like it's very straightforward, and that note and what it does is pretty nice, but it's not it's not like solid enough to like make it like to make me think it's better than what it could be because honestly it's a problem that I have with regular Machamp too. Like, well, granted, regular Machamp is slower. It's like Norgard Dynamic Punch is cool. It's the problem is there's not much else you can do with it. Like when it comes to a regular Machamp, I prefer Guts over Norgard because like like I guess in the case of Gen 8, like you have stab. Not only do you have like stab close combat, but you also have boosted facades, which are really nice to work with. And yeah, that's why I put like each of it in C plus. Like again, it's not bad. It's just like it's still nice. It's just there are other things that you know that are pretty nice. And
And then the last one on here is Flan. We mentioned this one last time, but oh boy, this one is a bit of a doozy. Dark and Fire is the same as the Rumia from last time round. And kind of like the Speed Bomb, this one's also a little bit misaligned. This is a lot slower, which is a shame. This is only base 80.
yeah, base 80.
145 on the spread attack though is really good. 115
Yeah.
on the focus attack is kind of why, because it's not going to get invested in anyway. But at least I suppose you could punch through some, like you could hit through Orange and Kaguya and stuff way easier with this one because it does have that really high attack and dark stab. So that's kind of cool. Surprisingly high focus defense too, actually at base 90. But just look at that HP stat. I think this is base 50. Uninvested at 125
Oh
is
yeah.
the lowest we've seen, I think, so far. Like, even Parsi, who was supposed to emulate Dust Noir, was higher than this. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so clearly it's never going to survive a hit, and it doesn't have crazy amount of speed. So, you know, as was stated in the last one, like mediocre choice scarf for number 7,000.
Also, I just want to
But,
say,
hey,
Overwhelm
Sudo's
or
Fire is
Unnerve,
interesting, and I
the
think
Unnerve
this is
equivalent
maybe,
in
like,
this
the one
game.
thing you could
It's kind of
play
niche.
around with in
Unnerve is pretty
the
niche.
extended,
Like,
because
it
there is that
can
Spirit
go,
Torch
but it usually
item. I
doesn't.
know there are two better users of that than this, but at the very least it's like there's some experimentation you can do, and having water skill damage is nice on something you're weak to, right? And the alternative is once again Overwhelm. Kind of funny we see this like 3 times in out of 6 here, but yeah, it's like, what's your alternative? It's not even that impressive, right? So I don't know. Abilities really kind of let you down a fair bit here. I'm pretty sure Flan has like no way of boosting her own speed either, so you're almost you're almost completely locked into doing Choice Scarf, unless you are playing in Bind Trap, which, to be fair, being a Dart type, you are immune to Bind Trap, so like it's not the worst one you could do that way, but you're slower than like every other offensive Dart type that's gonna get played, so even then, like if the opponent just has a single one of those, you're kind of screwed. Panic Call is nice, but it's on the weaker offense, right? Dark Sweets is fine, Volcano is really strong, so at least you've got some decent hits you can do, but like Dark coverage, this is quite nice too actually, because it hits the Earth types that otherwise do a number on you. Do we have anything here? I mean, Changeling,
Well,
obviously 115 base attack
could be nice
Changeling,
against Earth,
even
at least,
uninvested, is
because
not too bad,
neutral
right?
coverage that's stab.
But we have nothing as far as
Or-
coverage
yeah.
goes. You've got Fire and you've got Dark, and you can do nothing else, really. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of this one at all, to be honest. I've like seen it played against me in base game, and it was just didn't ever really do anything. So, like, you just know it's Choice Scarf, so you know how to easily play around it, and that makes it kind of not very good, to be honest with you. Okay, so
To me, I feel like
what else?
honest, honestly, it's like what. Uh, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but oh yeah, I think I basically want to say, even though this thing is kind of like I think the reason why I guess I could say it's not that much better. I think I remember saying in the last video that Power Rumia and Power Flan are kind of like meh, but for different reasons. But I still think they're both meh. Like they're I think it's fine like if they both sit around here because I don't really think Power Rumia is that much better than Power Flan or vice versa. Like I don't even know like how if I were to order these like I don't even order these like within a tier. I don't even know what I would put higher because they're both bleh but for different reasons.
What else can we even do with our lot here? Like, some of these, it's curious, right? They do have a lot of firepower, but we've seen things that have had a lot of firepower in previous tiers as well, so I don't... Oh dear. I don't think that alone is enough to really help them out here. But, it's all good. Just have to see what else we can find here. Oh, wow, I didn't think you would be down here. Alright. So... I know Damage has been kicking himself several times already over this one. I'm sorry, buddy. We'll try and keep this one as brief as we can. Power Ellie is the worst Mamizo. And I swear I am not going to bring that up every single time. But it's kind of true here. She has a couple of things that Mamizo doesn't in fairness. And Recoil Offset is a very strong ability.
Yeah, I definitely
this
do think
like
that this should be...
three, I think,
this should be around the same where Speed
like
Momiji is.
Game. I think it was...
I do think that should be lower.
Rightly, not that there was a ton of usage stuff, obviously, but I believe it was...
Yeah, this should definitely be here where
at the top, and then Power
Speed
Aya,
Momiji
and then
is.
this one. So, like, she was insane in the base game. Attack stat is really quite high at 120. Speed stat is very low, but that doesn't matter too much because it's fast enough at +2 to be able to do what she wants, and she has a way of getting to +2 very handily. Defenses are pretty solid actually, and that Wind Steel typing before Ward was introduced was very, very hard to beat. Like, Wind was basically overtuned in the base game. So
yeah, I'd say like Wind type in base is similar to Dragon in Gen 5, and that you really can't answer it.
Iron Resolve is funny. I guess you could use this at the end of a Ban Pass chain and that would be hilarious, but Ban Pass, nobody cares. Yeah, so you just recoil offset instead because your two stabs both rely on doing recoil damage. So that is clearly something you want to negate, and she does that extremely well. Mad Rush stance is the whole reason why this puppet is good. Again, shift gear, the same as the Wriggle that we saw last time round. And she does this extremely well. Her attack stat is already fine at a Howl boost with Life Orb, and the 120 base power stuff is going to do a ton. And, you know, +2 speed kind of outspeeds everything. So she's something like Rampardos? Not really. Rampardos has a lot more firepower initially, is a lot weaker in terms of the setup move because Mad Rush stance is just better than Rot Polish, right?
Yeah.
They could both sword stance, I guess, but more importantly, Rampardos doesn't negate its own recoil. If you head smash over Rampardos, then it's going to take all of its health in recoil damage, right? And Rampardos actually has a spread attack stat, like a special attack stat, which is not something this puppet has very well, and that is a huge problem because her coverage includes nothing that can deal with Warped as a type. And I think that was a very deliberate thing because the Focus Lens knew how good she was in the base game.
Yeah.
And was like, we can't do this again, right? So literally, the best move that you have against Warped as a type is Gigantic, because you have no coverage really to speak on. Your Rocky Barrage is not going to do that much, and you know, because it's neutral to Warped. And I guess you could, like, you know, use a return move or something. But once again, if you're looking at these,
it's not that great anymore, but it had to be done.
That's a sign that there's something very, very wrong here. So, yeah, that's the problem. And just to go back to it, this spread attack stat is 60. And you literally have to look at Focus Blast as a move in order to cover a type that your stabs don't hit.
Very cool.
So major yikes energy there. This is just ouch. You know, sucks to be Ellie, but she had her time, and now
she definitely did have her time.
And to move on we do, because oh god.
Sharpedo.
Cheno is crazy. Like, I don't even know if she's... I don't even think she's good. I've seen her used on me a bit before, and I have lost to this one once because she RNG'd me. She got a Cold Rain freeze on the stop, and that was enough to like win the game. So, yeah, this one that you can put some pressure on with this. Let's just get that out of the way now. She has 120 for an attack, 100 for spread attack, and 105 for speed with speed boost. So, offensively, like water nature. Sorry, not poison. Poison is something she's got coverage on, I think, though.
Yeah, she has poison arrow for
It's
natures,
resisted by
which
water
can switch into
as
her.
No, it's not for water. It's resisted by nature, which is why you need the poison. I'm too many thoughts in head. Yeah, it's resisted by nature, so you can wall this out a little bit. I imagine Dormy does a big number on this. And,
oh yeah, Dormy just stuffs this out completely.
I got ruined by this thing, so I didn't have access to Dormy. Sucks to be me. Yeah, that spread attack is usable enough. It's a sort of life orb bit for it, but you can see this bulk is non-existent. It's not the
much
only
like
time we're gonna
Sharpedo.
see this, and yeah, it really hurts because the defensive profile means absolutely nothing on this, which is a shame because Water Nature actually has a pretty good one.
It's pretty decent, yeah.
Weakness I think it has, at least off the top of my head. Pretty much everything else is like neutralized, so it's
poison is the only weakness for this thing.
You know, resisting hits. Does 4 times resist water though, so that's kind of cool. If you do want to use the other ability for some reason, it's Hustle. So, good luck. I have no idea why you would use this.
I mean, more damage, right?
Tempo, but hey, you do you, I suppose, if you need that immediate setup damage or whatever. She can Mind Trap, but she's no Greninja. She's definitely not doing offensive spikes. Not fast enough for that, really. You have Peach Thorn Arrows, so that's kind of cool. It's recoil, but again, she dies in one hit anyway, so who really cares about putting recoil on yourself? Is Ice Coffin?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I remember the big reason why she's this low. She doesn't have a... I'm pretty sure she doesn't have Waterfall Drop. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have Waterfall Drop. Like, the best physical water stab that you have is Ice Coffin, I think.
Coffin can't be her best move that way. Surely she gets
Waterfall Drop.
Yes! Oh god, she doesn't get Waterfall
Drop.
Oh, so
I remember that. I remember now.
Water stab on the physical side. Maybe that's
for a second I was like, why didn't I rate her higher? This is why.
You have to play Cold Rain on this if you want a good water attack.
This is why.
Yeah, that hurts a lot. Oh, she doesn't even get poison. I mean...
Oh, I thought she had Poison Arrow.
She had Poison Arrow for some reason.
What?
I guess I'm completely misremembering. Okay, so how do you hit opposing
There's no way both of us got Mandela affected.
You just kind of don't?
Oh my god. Did both of us get Mandela affected?
I'm starting to question this one a little bit. Because yeah, you've got good stab, but...
Actually, yeah, maybe I have to put this lower,
yeah,
honestly.
Being entirely walled by a type isn't always a death now, but on something this frail...
yeah, I could definitely put this lower.
Surely you can't afford to have just, like, every single nature type
I honestly thought she did have Poison Arrow, what the fuck?
That's such a momentum loss, surely. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you bait the Dormy and you could drought it.
Oh my lord.
Cool. But, like, that's some next level prediction you're trying to do on this one. I don't like that.
Yeah, this could...
Yeah, okay.
This could be lower, this could be lower. Like, I thought...
Not C+ then? I don't really know.
I really thought she had Poison Arrow. I really thought she had Poison Arrow.
Tempo and 120 base attack is really strong.
There's no shot.
So.
There's no shot.
Okay, on to another extended puppet with On over here. Light and Fighting, we did establish last time is a pretty good typing. What was it? It was Illusion that resisted both of them, so
yes.
That can be a little bit tricky, but still, definitely not the worst typing out there. Speed is only base 60. Okay, 110 attack is pretty solid here. Defenses are quite good. What is that, like 90? Oh no, 85 for the HP. Like 85 HP, 80 defense, 90, no, and 80 spread defense, because I've got a boosting part there. Economist, once again, is ridiculous though. I know this wasn't actually responded to last time, but Economist does let you recycle any hold 1 item except the floating stone, because
Yeah,
that
so that so
breaks.
that includes the type gems.
So it isn't just Harvest where you can recover like a citrus berry or something. You can use this to get back like type gems. You can
Mm-hmm.
use it to get back the weakness policy. You could use it to get back, more importantly, the eviction notice, the red card of the game. So you can do some extremely
That's kind
disruptive
of
stuff
funny.
if you've got a decent defensive
Hmm.
lineup for it. That's what made Defense Reimu so cool, actually. Other move is Indomitable, which is the shell armor and sturdy combination in the game. Like they've got two different abilities that stop one-hit KO stuff from happening, which is very silly. But yeah, this one shell armor, like whatever. If you could boost your defenses up properly, I guess that could be something. But I don't think you're going to be doing that. So I think this is a more offensively slanted economist thing, because we do have double stab priority, which is cool. You get Drain Seed for reasons. You actually can boost both of your defenses. So like Cosmic Power plus no crit is actually kind of funny, but I don't think it's really strong enough here. But I mean, hey, if you can do some massive setup thing for it, good for you, I guess. Will-O-Wisp is pretty cool. We do have Aura Drain. The one thing we don't have, unfortunately, is First Aid. That is what sets like Defense Reimu apart from a lot of the other things around that Economist thing. Is just like, if you have Recovery as well, then you can use a different item that isn't Life Charm as your main thing. And we just don't have it here. So it's cool. Do you get anything that even covers illusion down
I
here
don't I
though?
don't think she does.
No, not really. We don't have Saint Elmo. Oh, Distortion Bomb.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
never
okay,
mind. We
no, she
actually
does.
do
Okay, she
have
has that.
hold
She has that.
coverage. So yeah, like Sword Stance plus 3 attacks is probably fine. You could have like a strong fighting move plus Overray. Is it more likely to? Yeah, because you got close combat. So it's like close combat, Overray, Distortion Bomb, Swords Dance is a pretty solid set. You could Curse Priority if you want to. I don't think you're gonna like try and do Subsea with something this slow, but hey, it exists, I guess. Um, yeah, there's some respectable stuff that On can do. I'd have to see it in battle to see whether or not that stuff is good enough, but yeah, I kind of like it.
So so fun fact, the main design revolving around Power On is actually it's actually the design was mostly revolving around Trevenant, which was a mon from Gen 6, and it's a pretty lower tier mon, so I wouldn't be surprised if Cal doesn't really get this, but Trevenant is basically just like a, or maybe I could pull it up, or I could pull it up right here, or maybe wait a second, wait, how would it show in the recording? Maybe maybe if I uh this is pretty weird. Okay, but yeah, what kind of sucks that I can't even like see the sprite. But Trevenant by design is kind of like this slow, sorta-ish bulky attacker that has harvest and can hit kind of hard. And most of Power On's moves are notable moves that Trevenant has, which are most likely Leech Seed and Will-O-Wisp. And Trevenant and Power On by extension are kind of like they're fine. Like Harvest is still really good to have, and you can be like kind of annoying with like if I believe the idea with Trevenant is like you're kind of like this pseudo bulky-ish thing that can deal sort of okay damage, and like you annoy with Leech Seed and Will-O-Wisp, and you become a little bit sustainable with Harvest, and you hit kind of hard. I think that was the idea with Power On. I know that in the past, I forget if this was a beta version or like. I don't forget if this was like a beta thing um or if this was in like a previous version. But I remember Power On used to have Unburden, and I really like that about Power On because there were a few cool things you could do with Power On. I think what I liked most was um sword stance close combat with the white herb because close combat, or rather white herb, restores the drops you have with close combat. So then you could fire up a +2 close. You could fire up a close combat, and then your unburden would be online, which would be really cool. But yeah, like I don't really use this too much anymore ever since Baruto removed unburden from this thing. And as a Trevenant, it's like it's okay. Arguably, I could drop this, honestly, but it's fine.
Just fighting light is not the worst typing that I've seen so far,
Yeah,
so
like, it's not
it's neat.
bad.
Alright, Yoshika. Oh boy. So, the the Yoshikas that we've seen so far have been kind of crazy one way or another. This one is not really as out there. This one's actually a little bit more optimized in terms of its stat spread, I think, because it doesn't have like a 20 for one of its defenses this time. 80 speed, on the fine side for a
It's nice for
defensive-ish thing. I don't even know if you can call this defensive, but it's only got 100 focus attack,
it's nice
so
for Choice
it's probably
Scarf,
not going to be
which is
that
what I
aggressive.
typically run on this.
Defenses are terrible, but its HP is unbelievably huge, so it kind of already gives me Drifblim vibes. Just because it's also Never as well. It's like Never and Earth, which is not a terrible type to have, to be honest.
It's pretty nice.
That does cover quite a lot of the top defensive stuff. Like, those stabs do kill all three of Doremi, Lyrica, and Suwako, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, can you do anything else with it is always the question here. Common Senseless is actually insane as well. I think this must have been a defensive one that I'd set up for this, because otherwise, there's no
Free
way
Will will make sense on a defensive set.
Ignore type immunities when attacking,
because this thing has like Wish. This thing has Wish, notably, right?
Type. Like, yeah, imagine being able to Earthquake a Zapdos in Pokemon, right? That's what this does, basically.
Yeah.
It just means, your Wind type does nothing in the face of my Earth. What it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't let you get through, say, Self-Exorcism, because that ability that nullifies Never. But honestly, like, with this typing, you don't generally have to worry about that, because like Self-Exorcism barely exists in the first place.
No,
and
like there's only Power Rainbow.
Air Cushion is on Hina, which is annoying.
Yeah.
But, like extra Hina. But other than that, it's like not really a lot that you have to worry about. What can you do with this is the question. This will be why I've put the white emblem on this, because it has Dart Power. Okay, so it's like some sort of bulk up thing.
Too.
Do you get the recovery? You get Power Spot, which is actually insane on something this high, right? Imagine Drifblim having Wish. Like, imagine the size of the HP total that you'd be passing to your fellow puppets over here. That's kind of insane. You also have Poison Trap.
Yeah, C-Spikes, that's
cool.
So
you can do the sort of supporting-based role here as well. Look, like puppet number 8000 that has backup plan that we don't really care about here. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't think Magic Coat is... Oh, Magic Coat against the Hazard Zetas and stuff is kind of cool, right? Decent stab move stuff here as well. 90, I mean, you've got the 90 power one, or you've got the one that does recoil. You have substantially more HP than average, so that recoil thing probably isn't even that bad. Counter is not the worst thing you could try and do, actually, because you do have so much HP, you could absorb a big hit. Coverage-wise, do we have much? Unfettered Soul is really good for offense stuff, actually. Just Stab Unburden is really nice. Is never, I mean, I would say is never an Earth even resisted by anything.
The only things that are resisted by Nether, I believe, are Light and Sound, and that's it. Everything else is neutral to it. Like, Nether is honestly a pretty okay offensive type. I mean, some people could argue otherwise because Nether is only weak to itself, but the fact that it does neutral to a lot of targets and even in TPDP, nothing is immune to it. Like that is huge. Like that, like part of the reason why Ghost is considered to be a really offensive type, even in Gen 8 where Pursuit is out of the game, like the fact that Pursuit was cut from Gen 8 meant that Ghost types like Dragapult, Gengar, even in the lower tiers like Poltegeist, like those mons were a menace. Like they were really hard to deal with. And yeah, like I'd say like Nether is like it's a pretty good type offensively. Although I remember looking into this. I think maybe one of the reasons why Nether isn't considered as scary in TPDP as it was back then is because there's not many notable offensive Nethers if memory serves. Well, like actually Yoshika is pretty decent, although she is kind of slow or is kind of like relying on its scarf. But if memory serves, like some notable offensive nethers are like Extra Mima, Power Dormy, and I think if I recall correctly, I might be wrong when I say this, but I'd like to say that Starving Spirit and Midnight Spectre are kind of rare. Like one thing that's very notable in like when it comes to stuff like Extra Futo, because Extra Futo is a really good offensive nether by virtue of its stat line because it's base 130 speed, and nether fighting is really hard to switch into. What sucks about Extra Futo though is that her best stab is base 90, which to be fair, like compared to Ghost in Pokemon, that's a like Ghost would wish that they had a base 90 stab because the best that they could work with is Shadow Claw of all things. But yeah, I think like one of the reasons why Ghost might not be considered as great offensively in TPDP is because the distribution of moves maybe or the distribution of like the powerful nether type stabs maybe might not be as well distributed, and it could be that there are not many there might not be that many great offensive nethers to begin with. I'll have to check again on that, but yeah.
That common senseless doesn't solve. Um, yeah, it's like sound and nature, I suppose, would probably be the worst one. And we're looking at it here, you do have Poisoned Arrow, so I think the only base 100 attack might hurt that sort of thing a little bit, but you can go all out. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I quite like this one actually. That's a lot of stats in the right places, and that typing is really good. The more I think about it, so
Yeah. One con I will place on Extra Yoshika is that her base attack is okay. Like it's not bad, it's just fine. It's pretty average.
yeah, Yoshika, you get one. I like this one. Alright, Yatsu, hang on, what do you do type wise? Oh, Yatsu Sound and Wind. Okay, so the immediate thing with that is that it's 4 times weak to electric, but that isn't always a death sentence. Nuki! God, that startled me for a second. Yo, Nuki, how are you doing? Thank you for the 44 month support there. Jeez. Wow, yeah, I was deep in the middle of thought with that one. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so Sound and Wind that is immune to Warped. So yeah, Sound is really good against Warped, but it doesn't resist it. So you are weak to that type normally. So that's a good pivot, and this gets you in on a fair few good things, to be honest.
Sound and Wind,
Anything that's like
Sound and Wind with
warped
Instinct is pretty good.
typing will just not do crap to you with their stab, so that's cool. This attack stat is pretty solid too.
125, I believe.
125,
Yeah.
so that's cool. Defenses are pretty solid. There's a lot of HP there as well for sort of tank puppet here. Only 50 base speed is unfortunate, but hey, that's I guess not necessarily the worst. You can take a hit from quite a lot of things, so that's fine. Composed is the other thing you've got, but that is terrible in comparison. Just
In comparison, yeah. Although there are some places where you can use compose, most notably in an OTR set or like an offensive trick room set, just because one of the things you can do to stop Trick Room is taunt, and this has taunt immunity, which is pretty good. Again, not as great as compared to Instinct, but Composed has its places.
Take the immunity basically. Immune to taunt is no, not really worth it here, I don't think. Yeah, you've got Trick Room, so this immediately says OTR is a possibility here. OTR being offensive Trick Room, where the Trick Room setter is also the thing that does a ton of damage. I think Reuniclus in Gen 5 is the main example. Bronzong actually did it first, but Bronzong's not as powerful, so yeah. You could Tailwind as well. Technically, you can get to good enough speed to make that work, but it's temporary, so blech. Reliable recovery is nice. Sound as a coverage is, I mean, obviously it's sound type, so like a really strong sound move is good for stuff here. Strong wind, fighting as well, probably good. I mean, fighting does tend to hit a lot of things super effective, so there is that. Drain Seed is very funny to still have access to. I think one of her main types is nature.
That's probably a base puppet thing.
That's cool here. A bunch of javelins doesn't really help too much.
Maybe I could
I
rise
think
her
the
up.
main thing I would have liked to see is like High Tongue Crush. You got a slow changeling too, so this is screaming like
that has to be a
Choice
TN,
Belt?
right? Because
not Choice
that
Belt.
has to be a TN, right?
Choice Band
Honestly,
is. I'm thinking TCG with Choice Belt.
Right?
I know it's in this game too, but it's like your base 50 speed. You're not going to be outspeeding shit. So.
Because right now I don't have any problems
Fermin
with her.
is cool
and when I
too.
used her, she was
Yeah,
fine.
there it is. High Tone Crush. So if you don't want to use Superpower because it's a bit volatile, right? You do have access to this as well, which is pretty solid. Yeah, like a Choice Band or Assault type thing is a straightforward way of doing the stuff here, but the fact if you have recovery means you could just do that, or you can do Trick Room plus free attacks as well. Yeah, decent amount of versatility. Typing is very solid with that.
I would definitely raise her
at the very least.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could see it covering quite a lot of threats with that. So quite like that as well. And then yeah, I'm only slightly surprised to see this one so low down because it is a pretty good harasser. Extra Utsuho is not what you would expect an Utsuho to be. Fire and Wind is kind of good, actually. I remember this being a very annoying type to deal with as far as, you know, how do I check this? Like, Water and Electric are the main things to worry about here. Warped, I guess, is also potentially a problem, but, like, you do cover quite a few things offensively as well. And, yeah, it's just, like, it's that one type that you sort of look at it and you go,
I think my main gripe with this is that it doesn't do as much, but what it has is still cool.
Also, it's a wind type that's not weak to stealth trap.
Like, I think she can only do this, which is fine.
It's a weird defensive, offensive.
I think maybe my main problem with
this
is that she doesn't have as much as I would
obviously
like.
helps the offensive side a bit, but you only have 100 base attack.
This is still
very
fine,
low for an
and not many puppets have this.
Spread defense is like 110, and your HP is really high too. I think it's also 110. So you can do some decent special defensive stuff with this, and its moveset kind of aligns with that as well. Other ability is the Suzaku thing. I guess you could Spirit Torch with this as well then, but I'm actually not sure. If you have Sute's Fire, you probably still take damage for trying to heal in Suzaku, right? So
I believe so. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're really the one that can do the defensive side that way.
I
so
think
you probably
if you have this ability, then you can heal in the Suzaku. I believe.
The rather rare Eye of Calamity as well as healing. So yeah, it's a harasser on the spread side. Your access to healing is obviously really good with your defensive stats. Your Burn and Scare is quite good. That's not a common thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's not common.
So it does help. And also the fire types that would tend to switch in to immunize the burn here.
I think my main problem with this is that she didn't have like Smash Spin or anything else aside from this.
Itself.
Like, so, at least Assist Costin has Spin in addition to Solar Eclipse.
They're not going to want to come in.
That being said, this could definitely rise up.
Stab attacks here. I think you do get.
Yeah, I think, like I said, my main problem with this is that she didn't have
non-damaging
anything else aside from only Eye of Calamity.
I guess if we're looking at modern Pokemon,
this
is kind of like a Corviknight without Mirror Armor. I guess it doesn't have like the hazard stuff too, but it's just like
and it
just
Smash
has
Spin,
that
then
overall good defensive type and bulk to go with. And yeah, the status is really nice too. So it's all right. Yeah. Once again, I've used this one a little bit and it's been pretty interesting. So not the strongest thing out there, but it's a glue type thing, and that's just interesting for Anoku to do. She doesn't normally go down that route. Alright. More extras.
Okay, to be honest, I could probably raise extra Tay higher because I have used extra Tay a lot more.
What else we have here?
I do remember using extra Tay a lot more prior to me making this list. And this thing is incredible, honestly.
I'm not immediately sure on this one, because I remember this one having very little in terms of offenses. Yeah. Okay, so extra Tay is poison fighting, 4 times weak to wind, so at least you don't have to worry quite so much about the whole wind is resisting.
Although maybe I shouldn't say it's incredible. I'd still definitely raise her up to like E or something.
Because, yeah, Never is immune to fighting and resistant to poison, so that's something you've got to immediately take into account. Stats are kind of decent on the defensive side and very fast as well, so it's a bit of a curious one. 100 base HP, 110 defense, only 80 spread defense, but 100 base speed, so that's cool. Counter stance is decent, like, again, Rocky Helmet sort of thing. Glamorous is also pretty cool.
It's filter, which is pretty nice.
I'm trying to think how many weaknesses you actually have, though, because yeah, I don't think it's going to matter against wind. It's like, oh no, now it's like a 3 times weakness. You still die.
Yeah, I think I definitely lean towards counter stance for that reason.
And no, fighting's not weak to illusion, right? It's just illusion resisted. So yeah, I don't know, because Earth is neutral. I don't know if there's that many attacks that you actually get affected by here, so this one does have strenuous stance, so that's offensively slanted here for me is the reason. You do have some pretty good attacks as well, like Venom Nova is nice, Poison Stream is there. We don't have close combat, which is annoying. Like Life Burst is not that good, to be honest, and if that's your strongest fighting move, because the fighting skill cards are not very good, that's a bit annoying. You can do support with Poison Trap and First Aid. There may well be some status skills and stuff that we could do as well for that. Aikido Arts is Seismic Toss, so if you don't do the offensive side, and you probably shouldn't do the offensive side with this base thing. This is not the only Tay that I have, I think, for this style, so yeah, wanted to try and do something different. Burn Strike is cool for coverage, Shooting Press is cool for coverage, so like her moveset is good, it's just her stats are not amazing. Although, yeah, you really could do with a better fighting attack, is probably the bit for me here. Knockoff is, again, pretty decent, good harassment tool. Lightning Speed is fine. Yeah, Drought could be done, you've got the toxic stuff there. We don't even have like acid tears or anything, that's a bit of a shame. Oh, excuse me. So I think this one maybe is up here because of the typing as much as anything.
Yeah, the typing is good.
Because otherwise it's like she doesn't really put a lot of pressure on. And
that is a good con, though. She is pretty passive for what she does.
I've seen this a fair few times now, and a few of them I missed. Like most of the prankster ones I missed, like the Sable Eye comparison to. This one doesn't have prankster, so it's certainly not a comparison there. But it just seems like a harassment tool that doesn't necessarily advance your game plan that much. But
I'd say it does, because Toxic Spikes is something that is... Toxic Spikes is really good for this.
Roughly where I'm seeing it right now.
So yeah, the reason why I did say before that, like, when I made this, I didn't really, like, look in... I didn't, like, use Extra Tay that much. I used her, like, a little bit, but not as much. I have used Extra Tay a fair bit. I do remember using Extra Tay a fair bit, like, like, sometime after I made this list. And I do like or Extra Tay a little bit more, because it's one. I feel like it's like maybe one of the better toxic spikers just because by virtue of its typing and um, defensively its stat line is actually pretty nice, and the speed can maybe come up. Well, well it well the speed in walls rarely come up. It only comes up in instances where I think the only reason why speed on walls with recovery is standardized is because having that uh there are instances in which you could stall out like recoil moves, and having that fast recover can matter. I mean, it doesn't matter as much, but um, it's like having a fast recover on attackers that don't invest in speed can matter a bit. And what's also nice in that instance is that it has iron barbs, so like you can wear down your opponent with a fast recover. Granted, I wouldn't necessarily like invest in speed. I would more so invest in the defenses. Although you do have the option to invest in speed. But yeah, the main reason why I liked Extra Tay is I liked her typing, I liked her stats, and I liked uh I mostly just liked her because for this like I thought I just really liked her as a a toxic spiker that can recover. Clear Smog was nice, and oh yeah, I also really liked Knock in particular because, and this is certainly more leaning towards extended. Like I like that Extra Tay was a toxic spiker that could knock, and I thought that was really relevant because of heavy duty boots. Because um I could knock something that has heavy duty boots, and if they come in on toxic spikes later, then they'll receive the toxic spikes then, and I thought that was pretty nice. But yeah, I guess
On to Rin.
maybe what I said is more leaning towards I liked Tay because I used her and she was pretty successful for me. But again, like this is kind of like retroactively and retrospective, and I did say that I did use Extra Tay a little bit. I did use Extra Tay more like after making this. I do remember that much. So yeah.
And, well, I kind of like this one. Fire Poison is neat as typing, because Poison does cover the water types that tend to switch into Fire pretty well. Both types are resisted by Earth, which is annoying, and Fire
Yeah.
Poison, although this does different things, it is still in competition in terms of the team slot for with extra Hina, because honestly, when you're competing against one of the like top used things and your typing is the same, like even if you do a different role, sometimes that can be tough to match. So I have to really see what she
Sometimes.
does to make sure that she can distinguish herself a bit here. Earth is a huge problem for this typing though, because it is 4 times weak to it and your stabs are resisted by it. 50 base defense is the major bad point here. The rest of this is pretty solid. There's 105 for the speed and special attack. The special defense is 110, so that works quite well. Okay HP total too, 85, so it can, I wouldn't say it could tank per se, but it's definitely, you could switch this in on special hits and not be too worried about it. Benefit of Fire is just a nice thing to have, the Fire Absorb in the game. It's just another immunity. You do resist fire anyway though, so you could easily go ahead and use Infiltration here if you would rather just ignore the opponent's light screen and reflect.
They're both kind of
So that's
because
kind
you
of neat.
resist fire anyways. You resist fire anyway, so like what's the point? And Infiltrator can sometimes come up, but usually doesn't. At least for me, like it can come up, like against sub notably. I usually don't see screens too often, but yeah.
Skill-wise, the main thing that she gets is Fairy Dance. And honestly, this is enough to like propel a ton of things that would get it into a higher tier for it.
Yeah,
But she has the
pretty much.
stats to really benefit from it as well, because you have a pretty solid speed that will just get amazing when you +1 it. You've got a pretty good special attack stat that just gets better again when you +1 it. You've got you know, a relatively good typing. Your move power is a bit weak in here though, but I think the skill cards can fix that.
I'm pretty
Like,
sure she
Sweet
has
Desperado is
Backdraft
not the
and
sort of
Poison
thing you would
Bomb.
use on
She
the
should,
setup
though.
one,
She
but you
should.
can use it on other things. Eye of Calamity is in here as well, but honestly, I don't think I don't think special attackers are really gonna stay in on this one or like switch into it in the first place. So I'm not quite
Yeah, she has
as
Fire
keen
Blast
on
and
this
Sludge
bit as
Bomb.
I am with Oku, because Oku's typing is just much better for taking hits. Yeah, the crippling earth weakness really hurts that a lot. So you could Sun Shower if you really wanted to be funny about it though, because Sun Shower then flips the script, right, and makes it so that your physical defense is really good. So I mean, hey, sometimes that might work if your opponent wants to switch in a specially defensive puppet to take on your Fairy Dance set. Sun Shower could flip the script on them and be very amusing. So yeah, not necessarily the worst. Yeah, Poison Bomb is in here, so there's the better reliable stab to hit. Inferno definitely helps out as well. We should have Backdraft down here too. Spinning Air is kind of nice. Doesn't necessarily hit like Earth for super effective or anything, but at least it's decent coverage as a third move. Acid Tears is interesting, but I think for the same reason the Eye of Calamity is not amazing, I wouldn't necessarily rely on this either. At the very least, like, steel types are not going to want to switch in on you, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, unfortunately, Earth is a huge problem.
Yeah.
You don't get anything on the special side that you can use. I wish she had, like, Pollen Mist instead of Voice of Famine, but, you know, wish lists can't necessarily be fulfilled here, so too bad, too bad. Right.
Not really much to say, honestly.
EKanako. First time we're seeing Shingyoku on the list here, and I gotta be honest, I never remember what any of these ones do. I know one, like, in terms of the normal styles
this
that you
could
get,
drop.
one of them is a big physical
I don't
defense
know why I
thing,
put
and
this
the
at
other's
C+.
big special defense. One of them's immune to burn, one's immune to poison, but I never remember what is what, I'll be honest with you. Extra one, even less so. It's supposed to be the aggressive take with Shin, and I guess it kind of does it okay. Base 70 speed is the bare minimum of a decent tier. Decent enough defense here as well. Like, the focus defense isn't too good, but the HP is really high. 232 is 125, so that's pretty good. And the spread attack is solid as well. It's what,
125?
looking at that.
Oh, 115!
So that's
oh,
cool.
come
It's
on!
also got an 8 ability as
oh,
well.
come
with that form.
on!
Lets you go to Dark skills.
I mean, it's not bad,
which
but
is
come on.
A curious one. Dark is a really good offensive typing, so effectively having like a pseudo stab on Dark without being a Dark type is cool. The one problem is that being warped and having your secondary stab being Dark, as I have been reminded at this point, fighting is
yeah, you're walled by
resistant to
fighting.
both of those, which is annoying.
Oh yeah, you
You're
have
not
analytic,
really
which is
slow enough
cool.
to use aftermove, I don't think, so most of the time I wouldn't bother with this. If it works the same as analytic and you can use it as the opponent switches out, then that's kind of neat.
I'm pretty sure it works that way. I'm fairly confident to say analytic works that way.
But I think you'd just rather have the extra power here, like of the extra type coverage. Mind Trap, maybe not on this one, but at least it's there. It's always cool to have around, I guess. Fermit's kind of cool. Power Spot on this large HP stat is nice. You've got decent enough stab. Power Swap, whatever. Moon's Protection is cute. I guess you could do this sort of thing, but once again, fighting is pretty annoying to deal with. And Danmaku Dance is funny. Overrun is probably just more stable overall, but since this is a boosted attack, it's like 30% stronger than normal. Maybe you could go with that if you see that the opponent's team is relatively Dark weak. I don't think that's going to happen just because of U-turns, though. Like, most people will already be like, I don't want to have too many Dark weak puppets, because U-turn is very annoying. So, yeah. Coverage is good, though. Fire, water, steel, fighting, sound is especially good.
Your best.
So even just...
Oh wait, no, yeah, okay, yeah, ultra high tone for fighting, that's good.
Your spread attack, so even just a straightforward choice user or assault user.
What's his
because
base
your bulk
speed
is
again?
fine.
70?
Seems good. Yeah,
Okay,
a couple of
it's
different ways you can
nice.
go with this one then.
Okay, maybe I
Overrun is a
wouldn't
nice
drop
attack to have
this.
here too.
Okay, yeah, I forgot I had ultra high tone. Maybe this one.
It's
Maybe I
alright.
wouldn't drop this.
Yeah,
It looks
I can
fine.
see.
This looks
Just
fine,
if you
actually.
need warped and you've got like a bunch of different things you could cover
Although
with this, even Smash
I
Spin
played
is
other things at
still
C plus
noteworthy
with
on like
higher
the sub
praise,
stuff, right?
so I
Because you do
could drop
resist stealth
this
trap,
just because
so
it seems like
nice to know.
I don't know.
Extra mailing. This is
This
the
thing.
closest thing I think you can get to Breloom without actually having Spore in this game.
It's also the closest thing to Braylon because I'm pretty sure there is nothing else in this game I'm pretty sure there is nothing else in this game that's grass fighting, so it's like Braylon in that sense.
So extra mailing is like almost a special version of Breloom. 70 base speed, once again, it is the bare minimum of usefulness here. The spread attack is the gigantic 130 here, but being on the special side, you can't have priority that's good, so that's a bit unfortunate. Defenses are even, which is nice. The HP is a bit low, but you can make do, I suppose. It's base 80, so yeah, for this game, that's a little bit on the low side, but it's still not too bad overall. Your two abilities are, this again, one of the reasons I say Breloom is because it has Technician.
Oh yeah,
so,
I forgot. Yeah, it has that too.
That
But I
out.
mostly pay
And
attention
Imposing
to Magic
Stance
Guard.
is like more than decent, to be honest. This is Magic Guard, which, being a nature type, you are weak to Stealth Trap. So
Correct.
this is probably the better ability, to be honest with you. But it's just hard to give up the Technician stuff when it just enables cool movesets. Right.
Technician is really good, especially with
it's 'cause
Twin
you've got
Thrust, yeah.
Twin Thrust is why I'm like, oh, it's so cool though, because you get 150 base power.
It is pretty cool.
That's sick. But I think it's better to probably to have just Imposing Stance and be like,
I think it depends on the set. Like if you're running life all out attacker,
Twin Thrust is really cool.
Technician is great on
You
this.
have Carmine and Nasty Plot, so you've got the same sort of parallel to what Breloom can do in terms of its own setup. Energy Absorb is too strong, just like Drain Punch, too strong to work with there. Rush Attack is very funny, another parallel towards Breloom, but it's far more reliable to just use Twin Thrust. Like, Twin Thrust is effectively 4 hits of this every single time,
basically,
so long as
yeah.
it doesn't miss in the first place.
Yeah.
You've even got Low Sweep, but this move actually works under Technician, so yeah, you could take advantage of that low speed of yours too. So it's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. In terms of your coverage stuff, ironically, you don't get Smash Spin. I'm still mad about that, to be honest, because that would have been so convenient to have gone, oh yeah, now I can do Technician Smash Spin. And
I mean, I guess that's what Speed Futo's for.
Good coverage, right? Because fighting nature is resisted by wind. It's like, do you even have anything that can deal with that? Probably not.
Steel Sign.
No.
Slash Thunder Sign.
So kind of like Breloom, it gets dumpstered a fair
Which
bit
is
by
fine,
flying
actually,
types.
but yeah.
At least Breloom could use like Stone Edge or something, or Rock Tomb. This doesn't even get to do that because of the way Earth and, Earth is like rock and ground in the same thing. And they took that bit of ground, so meh.
Another thing that you have to look out for is poison as well. Both of her if you want to use her offensively, both of her stabs are walled by wind and poison. So that's something you have to take care. That's something you have to take note of. Yeah, she's walled by poison as well.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but I mean, wind is also weak to Stealth Trap, so
that is true.
Build the team well, and I think you could do a lot with this one. Just don't try and rely on the fact of, it's Breloom with Spore, because it doesn't have the Spore part.
So Special Breloom is a pretty decent comparison when it comes to extra mailing. Sometimes I like to compare her as like a poor man's Clefable, and the sole reason for this is because mailing, I'm pretty sure, is the only Magic Guard puppet that has access to recover, and her stat line, like out of the Magic Guard that have recover in Pokemon, it was almost like Clefable in a sense. So that's why I sometimes dub her as like a poor man's Clefable. And I will say, if you want to use her defensively, well, given the fact that Mailing is like the only grass fighting type, she has some few unique defensive traits. The most notable one is that she quad resists ground, which is pretty neat. I think there are some other things too. I think resisting the combination of water and dark, I believe, was pretty notable because that's a little bit tough to switch into. Yeah, also switching into electric and warped, like it, she has some pretty notable resistances. But the problem with her defensively is that she actually has nothing. Like not even Smash Spin. Funnily enough, what Cal pointed out. If this thing had Smash Spin, it'd actually be really nice, both offensively and defensively. Because offensively, it covers the poisons which wall you, but defensively, it gives her another piece of utility if you want to use it defensively.
Okay, extra orange. Fighting and sound, again, really solid. It is very vulnerable to wind, though. So, second one in a row, I guess, with that. But this one's 4 times weak to wind as well, so that's another problem for it. But its claim to fame is the fact of it has adaptability. It's just fast enough. I actually used this in the Human Village tournament as just a simple Scarfer, because it's just, again, that 70 speed is just fast enough to get through the 130s.
Yeah, base 70 speed is good for it.
It has a really good 120 spread attack. Its bulk is kind of poor, but that's fine because it's mostly there as a revenge killer anyway. And you have pretty strong
Where did I put Power Kyoko out of curiosity?
It was just nice. Intimidate is the other ability. I think you just go adaptability on this thing, though, if I'm being totally honest with you. And yeah, you've got like a weak priority if you want. You have Sharp Wind, so you don't have to Choice Scarf this, but I just figured it was the easiest thing to do. And yeah, 120 base power on its 2 stab attacks. No,
okay,
it's only one
I think maybe base. I might have rated this thing a little bit low.
Still really good.
This could go up to B tier.
So yeah, it's just 2 very powerful hits, and that's as much as you could hope for. Coverage wise, again, it's like, what do you hit wind with? Inferno's neutral, poison's neutral. That's great and all. You don't have electric or steel or any of that fun stuff to use against them. You've got fire, and yeah, that's a thing. But again, at least in the 6v3 sort of format where you didn't have to worry so much about that, it was pretty nice. Like, you just didn't bring it if the opponent had wind types and whatnot. Don't think you can get away with that so much in actual competitive, if you will.
Nah.
But it hits so hard with that.
You sometimes can get away with that.
It can.
You can sometimes get away with or I mean, like, or maybe I shouldn't say sometimes, maybe pretty rarely. It depends if the Pokemon hits hard enough to where the resist doesn't matter. Like, I think a common example, I mean, well, this is more so a Gen 8 example, but Urshifu, single strike Urshifu is like that rare example to where even if both of its stabs are walled by Fairy, Wicked Blow is just an absurd move. I believe, like at 80 or even better, always crit move with a base 125 attack stat that could just demolish, or like that could almost 2-hit KO every fairy in sight if you're running a band is just ridiculous. Yeah.
Can offset that, I think. Just again, gotta make sure. I mean, even if a wind type switches in and it's like double base power one on its gigantic or something, it's still gonna hurt like hell. So they don't get in for free, is what I'm trying to say. Lunasa in the extra form is sound in nature, so we've had this one a little bit already. It's weak to Stealth Trap, is annoying, but otherwise it's like not the worst, to be honest with you. This is a very average looking puppet, like 80s all across the board here. The spread attack is much higher though, that's 105, and its HP is pretty good as well, that is also 105, so some solid stat totals here. Projection is like, I don't know about that. I've always been, like, it's been interesting going through some of the stuff here, being like,
Like it can come up.
Intimidate and everything is a really good thing to be able to like
Trace
copy,
is at least better than
but
Shield
I'm
Dust, in my opinion.
I've always found this a little inconsistent, I guess. Just going, well, you know, the opponent's ability could really help you out, or it could just do absolutely nothing. So I don't know. Poker Face is cool though. Like, ignore secondary skill effects is just nice, because the amount of times you just get RNG'd out, especially if somebody's fishing for it, with like Wind Wave or Ghost Wave or Lazy Mist or something like that, and you just get to avoid that, is a thing. So like, Glalie but fatter. What, the Lunasa here? I guess I could see it, because
Kinda.
there are quite a few base 80s there. But
Kind
yeah,
of in
it's
the
like, it's
sense that
bigger
she's more
and stronger
well-rounded,
than
but her
Glalie,
stat line for
so...
being so well-rounded is really
Also,
good.
it's not ice type, so it's automatically
She also
better.
has a better type,
Hey,
yes.
look, backup plan user number 8 million right now. Okay, what do you actually do? Creeping Darkness is pretty cool. Oh, I'm starting to see the thing here. It is a little bit more support oriented here, right? Creeping Darkness is cool, Drain Seed is cool, Decrescendo is amazing, Forest Therapy is potentially really good, but if you want to go offense, Star Market Orchestra is nice, and Off-Season Bloom is very powerful as well, so you don't necessarily need setup in order to do damage here. With your stab attacks, that's pretty good. You do have reliable recovery, so this is a, yeah, much more defensive take on the typing, but with enough firepower. It's almost like, it's almost like, it's not the same stats obviously, but it's very close to sort of Vaporeon type stuff, right? Where Vaporeon is
Kind
not
of.
only a defensive thing, but it does have enough attack power where you can't just sit on it.
If I recall correctly, Vaporeon's base special attack stat is base 110. Or it could be base 130, but I want to say it's base 110. Yeah, base 110, which is for a defensive pivot, like for something that you're
You
aiming to
know,
be a
in
defensive pivot, it's a
comparison
little bit
to, again,
respectable.
something like Umbreon, or potentially if we look at that Tay again, that only had 60 base in its offense, it's like, you can't sit on this and just go, you can't ever damage me, because this thing actually can bite back. 130, 120 base power on its stab attacks, with 105 base spread attack, isn't something that you can take too lightly. Yeah. It's like if you, competitive Milotic type thing. It's like, as I guess that could be similar to skill cards. Do we get any good coverage? I mean, Changeling is there, but we don't want a Changeling when we can Decrescendo. Cold Rain is pretty nice. One of the things that could switch in is Fire, because it's good against the nature, so Cold Rain is pretty solid if you go in for that sort of thing. You can spin here as well. Given that you have First Aid, I could actually see this being a Boots spinner, to be honest. So that's kind of cool. Poison Bomb, so you could hit other natures, is nice. Anything down the bottom? Poltergeist? No, not really. That's not gonna help here too much. You could Trick as well, I guess. Toxic is worth noting. Yeah. Good amount of defensive traits, but it can also bite back a little bit too. So you can't just like switch in your setup sweepers willy-nilly here and expect to get away without taking a hit. I like it.
Not gonna lie, looking at this now, this could arguably rise up. Arguably, it depends on where I put defense Yatsuhashi and defense Benben, because like I always discuss this with other folks a lot, like comparing the defense Sukimos with extra Lunasa. It's kind of like extra Lunasa has more well-rounded stats and does a lot, whereas defense Yatsuhashi and defense Benben have more optimized stats of like a singular attacking type, but have less stuff to go with. It's kind of like um because extra Lunasa is more well-rounded, it might not switch into more potent attacks of a singular type as well, or depending on how you invest in them. But defense Benben and defense Yasuhashi could handle stuff better, but they don't do as much in comparison. I actually am curious. Where did I put defense Yatsuhashi and defense Benben? Um. Oh my. Oh my. Why did I put this here? Um. And why did I put this here? Holy shit. Oh my. Um. Okay. Honestly, for the moment, maybe I could just put like. Maybe I put like both. Both defense Ben Ben and defense Yatsu, and then extra Lunasa, and then right now just meet him in the middle here at B. Why did I put them like? I really don't know why I did it like that.
Alright, so that's this slot. Yeah, that's surprising actually how... I guess we're starting to get to the point where these things are actually not just like, oh, you could use it if you want. It's, some of these are actually genuinely nice at this point. To be fair, I've liked a fair few of the ones in the lower tiers too, but now it's really looking at it going, oh yeah, I can see why this would be good, you know. Alright, if I remember rightly, this one was similar to Swampert in a way, but it's a Swampert
Basically.
if you gave it Yanmega's ability, is what I can kind of
Basically.
remember. Extra Leti is Water and Earth, which is a reasonable defensive typing.
It's like it's also Swampert in the sense that it has
nature.
recovery
Again,
and
it's
has
just
spikes instead
nature's
of
4
rocks,
times
which
and
is pretty
fighting
nice.
is 2 times.
Honestly, this could this could rise.
But it's still pretty, at least good in the physical bulk side. Its HP is really low, that's the problem here. It's like, it's not Swampert because of that, but it's Swampert on the offensive side, right? It's got 110 attack just like Swampert does. Its typing is the same, but it has Yanmega's ability where you get to completely ignore resistances. It doesn't matter if the opponent switches in a 4 times resist to your move, they are still taking neutral damage. So it's even better than Filter. It's not Filter. Oh god, what was it? Tinted Lens. There we go. It's even better than that, to be honest. And yeah, that's really nice for stuff like Water. It basically means this is really hard to switch into. 60
Yeah.
base speed, again, very much like Swampert, not too great, to be honest. I really don't like that speed tier in this game. But I think you can probably make it work in this situation, because that defense stat is so good. It's like, you could take a hit, and unless they bring in like a wind type on your ground move, you're totally fine. Your other ability is Wariness, which if you had more speed and were worried about priority moves would be pretty good. Otherwise, I mean, it's very funny against Ire, I suppose.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a good niche that Wariness puppets have is that they can completely blank out prankster puppets, which is actually wait no wait did I say prankster puppets? Wait no, why did I say prankster? Wait, there was something else. Actually no wait no never mind. What am I saying? Yeah, you can't blank out Power Aya because um multi-hit moves has low base power. I don't know what I was thinking there.
So, if, like,
Oh wait, no,
what used to be the case for
I was
me,
thinking of something
your
else entirely. Never
opponents
mind.
all use Ire, like Power Ire all the time, then this is good against that, but, you know. As far as our actual skills go here, kind of like Swampert, I guess. She does have a hazard. This time it spikes instead of Stealth Rock, but yeah, it's cool. Grace and Mana, so unlike Swampert, she has reliable recovery. That's neat. There will be a bunch of... We'll get Shooting Press and like Waterfall Drop and stuff in the other bits, in the skill cards, but Root Frog is an interesting coverage move as well. Like, nature does get resisted by a lot of things, but you don't care about that, so it's neat. Using this against opposing water types was fun, so, you know, that's pretty solid. You do have a little bit of poison coverage against the natures, but, I mean, the fact that nature doesn't effectively resist you anymore means you don't have to rely on such a weak move, right? Yawn is an option, I guess. And then in here, yeah, there's Waterfall Drop. Here is Shooting Press, so those are really good. I don't think you're quite slow enough for Impact, unfortunately. You do have better poison here if you want. Metagross Swampert Latios. That would have been a good one as well, yeah. Detonation Burst is nice as well. yeah, sound is always good coverage. So yeah, straightforward choice user is not too bad here. Smash spin is available too. You don't have to worry about spin blocking in this game ever though, so it's not the most appropriate user of the move, but it is there. Yeah, this one just hits really hard. And if you need the typing, then, or if you want the typing, because it is immune to lightning speed as well, so
It's immune to Volt.
yeah, being Volt Switch immune is definitely nice, so I wouldn't count this one out too much. Okay, on to Nue. I remember not liking this one too much. I think it was because, again, Wind and Never just felt horrible to me. This is one of those that I could easily say I might be underestimating a little bit. But Wind and Never doesn't leave a good impression to begin with, because it is weak to both sides of Volt Turn. And
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it was just me, but it's like...
I could definitely see that, because one of my issues with using Nue was getting your in to begin with. And Cal and I had this sort of discussion to begin with, because Wind and Nether is a good offensive typing. However, one argument that you can make is because its typing is pretty awkward in the sense that it's ladled with weaknesses, and therefore it's hard for it to switch into anything. That being said, if you can get a Dragon Dance on this, you could do something.
Everybody, a lot of the times who I played against, Volt Turn was like absolutely everywhere. Like every single puppet had to have Changeling or Lightning Speed or close to that in order to be used in the first place, and they just always went for it, so I'm always a bit leery about ones that are weak to both sides of it. Intuition is a really, really good ability though. It's just a shame that her speed is so low.
It's base
Blocking
70,
priority
right?
moves is ridiculously good. This will also completely stuff any prankster users from
Like, it's base
doing
70,
their
which is good for
harassment
Dragon
stuff to
Dance.
you, and like that's just so good. This might be a little bit better with extra Chimada in the game at this point, the Talonflame equivalent, because
that is true.
completely stuffs her Light Stab as well.
That
so
is
maybe there's a
definitely
bit to be
true.
said there. Offensively, 115 attack is pretty good. Bulk-wise
Yeah,
is
that's nice.
not bad at all here,
It's
actually.
fine.
95 spread
Would've
defense,
been nice if it
100
was 120
focus,
though.
and 95, no, base 90 for the HP. So yeah, those are good defensive stats here. And I'm pretty sure this one is a plus speed mark for like Shot Wind or something. Or not Shot Wind, Imposing Air. The other ability that you get is Charge, so that's always cool too.
It's
also
nice.
yes.
More damage.
Okay. I do not care about the secondary, like the secondary attack stat if I don't need it for other stuff. So yeah, Charge is cool, but I don't think her stabs really use it here.
Flying Frenzy
Yeah,
at the
maybe it
least
is, maybe it
does,
is.
but yeah.
Alright, she can Stealth Trap, but she's a bit.
Oh yeah, Midnight
awful
Spectre
at
is
that.
boosted,
Again, the
right?
typing
Yeah,
does
yeah.
no-
It's Midnight Spectre is also
no
boosted,
favors
which is
here.
really nice.
Yeah, she has Dragon Dance. Okay, so her claim to fame, more or less, is that she is Dragon Dance that can ignore and actually takes no damage at all from priority skills. So
Dragon Dance with
killing
Queenly
this one,
Majesty,
if it gets
pretty
set
nice.
Up, set up is like really hard to do. And with that 70 speed, once again, you +1 that, and it just outspeeds 130s. So it will outspeed most of the unboosted game, and has Flying Frenzy is pretty cool. Midnight Spectre is nice for the extra firepower. You could Swords Dance too, but we really don't want to do that here, I don't think. So what is Wind and Never bad against? Because it's like his illusion, the thing with it here.
The first thing that comes to mind is Steel Light.
No, because
let
like
me
Sound
see here.
Resist Never's just really good neutral coverage in general.
Yeah.
It's like Sound resists it, but Wind is good against that. Light resists Never, and is the only other type to do so, and Wind is fine against that too. So it's hard to resist your normal stuff, but I mean, I guess
Yeah.
Ephemeral is good against Light. So
Warp Lights.
that's your
Steel
free
Lights,
moves right there.
Light
you know?
Thunders, but not many Light Thunders
Not
are bulky.
really much of an issue at
Yeah.
all. Is there anything else you could do from skill cards? I guess you could do some weak coverage if you want.
Yeah.
Changeling
C
is always
plus
funny
would be
if you wanted to,
fair
like, choice
for the
cards
reason that I
some
stated in the
reason.
beginning,
I don't think
and
it's
that
really that worth
it could be hard to get her in.
Detonation Burst would fit on that choice slot too, so there is that. yeah, that's about it. But I guess that's all you really need. Yeah, actually, I wasn't gonna mention this, and it actually does come up in this situation. Since you've mentioned it here, technically this should actually be an E- at this point, because there is a skill in the game called Takeover, which
Special
uses
foul
the
play,
opponent's special attack
puggers.
as its attack stat for doing damage, and it is a never move, which is super effective against Nue here. So to minimize the damage that you take from that attack, this technically should be an E- if I care that much about it. But because I've done all of these without save editing, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm not rolling for an E- on all of the stuff that way. But strictly speaking, it should actually be quote-unquote worse than this in order to be optimal. And that would be the I have standards moment for it. You just kind of got me thinking about that for a sec, going, wait, but it could be so much better. Okay, we've spoken a little bit about extra Nemino, Damage and I, away from this.
Wait, we did?
She used to be amazing, and she probably still is good enough, but she got gutted in this last patch. And I think we would probably be safe moving her down at this point. Steel and Wind, we've established before,
Oh,
is 4 times.
right. I literally forgot about this. Yeah, she lost Brave Burst. Oh, that fucking sucks. Because that removes one of her means to break warps, but I think that also means she can't touch steals as well, which isn't that relevant, but also something to take note of. Right, I forgot about this.
To warped, but this puppet can actually do something about it, even if it's not the greatest thing that she can do. She can actually hit warped for super effective, so it's not the be all and end all. This one is a pretty fast, pretty aggressive puppet. 125 spread and 115 for the speed here, with imposing stance, so she doesn't take damage from anything except straight attacks, like Magic Guard, so no hazard damage as well, which is fine.
Disability with this kind of stat line is really
That's
notable with
already
Life
going
Orb.
pretty good here.
But yeah.
Defenses are not really too strong, but she's a hyper offense sweeper. That's not to be expected. She can also just set up Sandstorm, which is different. It's not an Earth type that does it, so that's kind of neat. I don't know enough about Dust Storm. I imagine Dust Storm is like the second best weather that you could play.
Yeah, I'd say it's
I don't
second
know
best in
enough
my
about
opinion.
the composition of those teams to know whether this would be required or not. But it's cool, and I like it, so...
Personally, I don't really like this as my sand setter. Like, you can argue. I mean, this can arguably be like nice on a sand team because it's an offensive one, and the sand setters in defense Sarah and defense Mailing are too defensive or like too passive. So like an offensive, like it depends on how much you value like both like offensively frail sand setters, which I mean, granted, we haven't had anything that's like fast inside Sandstorm in Pokemon, I believe, because the sand setters that we have right now are like Tyranitar, Hippowdon, and Gigalith. But even so, like this can be okay as like an offensive, as like a fast sand setter that has U-turn, which is okay. It could be kind of cool. The fact that I will say what is about this is that um this is a sand setter that's not weak to fighting, which is actually kind of relevant because in my experience of making sand teams, trying to fit in like, sand setter and some abusers, wait a second, pardon me. When you're trying to fit in sand setters and sand abusers on a team, more often than not, you're gonna be weak to fighting. At least that's a problem that I personally ran into when making sand teams. So having a sand setter that's not weak to fighting can be pretty relevant. But personally, I don't really like extra Nemino in sand compositions because she doesn't have that much longevity to her name compared to Defense Sarah, and personally, I mean, this is personal experience. I know like one or two other people that like to build these weather teams differently. I like my weather setters to have longevity, mostly because of the reason that weather is not permanent in this game. So I like to have weather setters that can come in consistently and set weather, and that's why I personally like weather setters that have uh longevity. But I know like a few other people that like to have like to have offensive I know some other people that like to have offensive presence or that value offensive presence with their weather setters, which is fine. It's personal preference. It's kind of like a similar argument to like assist Kurumi or assist Sekibanki, because it's like assist Sekibanki has longevity, but lacks offensive pressure. But assist Kurumi doesn't have the longevity, but she has the speed. So it honestly depends. Again, personally, I like to have longevity, and this does not have that longevity.
So, I'm gonna just put that out there. Okay, so the other thing that she does really well is Sharp Wind. This is why I say she's like an offensive sweeper, pretty much, because we raise her speed and spread attack. We've got two very strong stab attacks down here. 120 base and 100 base is really good. And the coverage is only Venom Fang. I'm pretty sure she doesn't get any other thing for it, but Venom Fang from 125 spread at +1 is still going to do pretty good against most warped types. It is going to suffer against Suwako though, which is unfortunate, but you can't have everything basically. If you want to use her as like that Dust Storm, you could use her as like a suicide lead, I suppose, with Stealth Trap. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, like that is something you can do.
She used to get a ton
Personally,
of
I
coverage,
don't like. I'm not a fan of that.
now she
Mostly
doesn't.
because
She
weather
gets
doesn't last
actually
forever.
nothing here. She used to get like I believe at least I know fire, but I think there was like 4 different types, including gigantic. I'm pretty sure.
Oh wait, she did. Did she? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't remember if that's true or not. Oh my god. I mean, at least one thing I do remember for sure is Braveburst. If she actually had gigantic, then oh my god. Yeah, I think Inferno was also another. Yeah, Inferno and Braveburst I remember for sure. I don't remember gigantic. If she did, then yeah, that would have been really huge. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't really remember that much anymore.
There was like 4 different types of moves that she used to get before version 4 that she no longer gets, and as a result, you have exactly 3 attacks that you are likely to use. Impulse is also here if you wanted to like choice specs this or something, but Impulse doesn't solve your weakness to warp, so that's a thing. Yeah, she is much worse than she used to be. But does that take her out of C+? Probably down
I think
to
so,
C,
yeah.
but like this one would need testing. It's like I don't know what the movesets looked like before, whether or not she even used most of those moves.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, from what I've seen, it's just usually along the lines of sharp wind, dual stab coverage. So I don't think it will
Like
change
even
that
one of
much.
them to
But
like I don't really
although
know
granted,
any of
if she
that,
did have
so
gigantic, which I
for
still
those
struggle
who
to
may
remember if she
play,
actually
may
did.
have like played before, I'd love to know actually. So probably find out that in the feedback stuff. Alrighty, on to the final Mioi over here.
Man, I actually, I did go on a tirade, or like I did go on a rant on what I remember Seraphim put for his designs. I honestly don't remember what extra Mioi, or I forgot what the concept was behind extra Mioi. I'll be completely honest. I actually forgot what she was supposed to do.
I am disappointed because this is not Waylord. I just want to put that out here now. Humongous missed opportunity not making one of these a Waylord. Yeah, Like, come on, it's so obvious to do, right? Anyway, let's go over what we actually have here. So, pure nature type with strict dosage. Nature is weak to poison, so that's definitely good to have around. It lets you... Is it like you ignore poison trap instead of absorbing it? That's a real shame, to be honest.
Yeah.
Spread attack is fine. It's base 100. That's, like, I guess passable enough here. Relatively low speed, lots of HP on this one, and pretty good defenses. It's like a less extreme Waylord. Because Waylord has got like far more HP than this, but worse defenses. So it's kind of, it's gone towards the center a little bit, but still, it's a cool enough defensive setup here. Worry Wart isn't really gonna matter here, but I imagine maybe in 6v3 you could do something with this that would be kind of neat. Gluttony just isn't that strong.
I honestly did forget. I honestly forgot what this thing was designed to do.
But what do we have that is strong? Yeah, the biggest power spot that you could want off of this type of thing. So I think she's supposed to play like the support
I wonder
role
if the logs are
We've
still
got White Lily.
there.
Shinigami's Waltz is funny. Don't think you would have the time to use it, but it is funny. Yawn is here. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if I could
Geyser
find
is
it
weird.
by the
I don't think you
time.
would want to use that, but I guess you could.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna look for it
is
right
a little
now.
bit annoying,
I forgot what
and
this
no
thing was
instant
supposed
recovery.
to be.
But if you need a wish tank, wish protect, so support stuff, this is probably up there as like one of the options that you would.
One thing
want
that
to
is notable
consider.
is that she switches into the combination of poison
Changeling
and earth,
is also
which is pretty
available,
nice.
so you can wish plus U-turn. That's nice. Cold Rain, sure. Chrome Ray is good because it deals with other nature types that would otherwise switch into these two, so that's fine. Poison Bomb can do the same thing, so depends what you need otherwise. You'd have to see what works best for neutral coverage here. Gigantic is good too. So she does have enough tools that you could do like a choice band set if you really wanted, or choice specs in this set, if you really wanted to, or an assault set or something. But I think you're probably better at least leaning a little bit into the support move pool here. Wow, look at the stuff down here too as well. Brave Burst, Catastrophe, like, yeah, her coverage is kind of wild actually compared to what you'd expect. No setup move for it though. This seems like a kind of the ideal one to have Moon's protection, but she doesn't get that, so shame, but still cool nonetheless. Unpredictable is not a thing that you can say about a ton of puppets in this game, so I like it. Okay, now we've dunked on Kotohime a lot here because she's only ever done stuff like Moody Pass or be,
this one's
mildly
actually
harassing.
pretty decent.
This one takes it in the complete opposite direction. Void and Poison I think is a unique typing actually. I'm pretty sure nothing else, at least maybe Extended has something, but I don't think it does. Yeah, it's a very, very odd typing. But it's also got some really high power special moves, and this is Void Poison with Niche. The one thing she does is hit things really, really hard with her 2 stab attacks. Bulk is actually pretty solid here as well. We are looking at
the type offensively is
HP,
also
like
pretty
90
decent
for both
too,
defenses.
because
Spread attack is
Steel
kind
doesn't
of weak,
resist
it only
Void,
weighs
which is the
100,
normal in
but
this game.
It's double stab.
So
That's
she
not
actually
really
hits a
that big
fair
of a
bit,
problem.
kind of hard.
As far as like single types resisting them, there isn't anything immediately that resists Void and Poison. There are dual types that are bad against, that can work against that.
Steel Light.
Illusion in particular.
I always keep saying
both of
Steel
them,
Light, holy
which
shit.
is irritating, but Steel Illusions also don't tend to be very good, so at least not from what I remember seeing. So maybe Speed Sakia, but like, you could just do this instead if you really needed to. You wouldn't, because the whole point of this one is to double base power stab. But if you really wanted to, say, catch them on the switch and be like, ha, your Sakia does nothing now, you could go ahead and use common
it's
senses
okay,
and ignore
because,
the
well,
immunity.
granted, her special
that's funny.
attack stat is like, her special attack
set
stat
up with
leaves
this one as
much
well,
to be
but
desired.
with base 60 speed, that's unlikely to actually work. Poison Trap, Amnesia, I mean, maybe
But
you
common
could
sense
do
is still
something
cool.
with like a specs, like the 4th move slot here. Sweet Desperado is going to hit like everything super hard that doesn't immunize it, so that's really good. Venom Strike is actually solid too, but you do have to use like You have to not have an item on you to use this, and it doesn't work if you poison gem it. You've got to do something else first. So I'm not a fan of it per se, at least not on this one, but I mean, it's 120 base power every time, and that's
Actually, one of
obviously
there's
really
a
good.
moving Pokemon
So
that's been
yay.
like that.
You do have reliable recovery still
Like,
because it is a
really high base
Protohime.
power, but you have to be
You
itemless.
crossbow assault is actually
Like,
kind of interesting,
acrobatics
being like body slam.
has the
You're
thing
probably never
where
gonna
it's
want to
boosted
use
if you don't
that
have an item, but
because you'll
there's nothing
just
like
use
Venom
overrun
Strike. I don't
instead.
think so.
To be honest with you,
I don't think at least.
you have Inferno is kind of good. This covers the Steel Illusion properly, so like you do have coverage against the things that immunize both sides. Ultra High Tone is the same. It also works against Steel Illusion, so that's nice too. So yeah, you've got enough coverage to
Yeah, like,
back up
this
your
thing
one
is pretty
trick.
nice.
You can even do some
It's
funky
just
stuff with
slow.
like Spinning Air, Dark Sweets, that sort of thing as well. There is fighting
Which
that you
honestly,
can do as well. I did see Gigantic, so
if that's my only
yeah,
criticism
like
right
you've got
now,
enough
then maybe I can raise
weird
this.
coverage
If that's my only
options that actually
criticism,
work
I
with
don't know
your
yet.
main attacks, but most of the time it is just going to be like a Spec Sweet Desperado and then switch the hell out of there. Something dies and then you bring this back to safety. But yeah, it's up as high as it is because it just hits so damn hard for what it does. So yeah. And then Komachi. Oh, I don't like this one. It's so strange. Water and Warped is a cool typing. It's the same thing that we saw on the Yuki, except this one does it in a much weirder way. I mean, okay, it's not actually that bad. I was thinking the Assist Komachi, but this
Where
one,
did I put Assist
this one
Komachi, by the
actually
way?
is kind of cool.
I'm curious.
110
Okay, yeah.
base spread attack here, 95 speed. It's got Sharp Wind, I remember that much, so we're using Special Dragon Dance to buff the stuff here. Flat speed is really solid when you do that because it makes sure that you don't get revenge killed by priority. Water and Warped is, I don't think, resisted by a single type, so
No.
that's kind of cool. I'm sure I'll get reminded if I'm wrong, but that's fine. Lots of HP, decent focus defense, passable enough spread defense, so yeah, we're already looking okay there. If you want the other ability though, it's a big meme. Because this one is emulating Durant. And I guess it makes sense for a Komachi to do that. Drunkard is obviously really bad because you can't attack in consecutive turns, but the entire reason that you have it is because you have Mind Control, which is entrainment in this game. That lets you make the opponent have Drunkard as well as you. So you can't skill swap Drunkard ever, but you can make the opponent have the same thing as you. And that means that if they stay in, they are only going to move every second turn. So clearly they wouldn't want that. But I think then you both have to switch out in the same turn, so that's really, in order to not like miss the turn. So that's very silly.
Well, the thing about that is, well, it depends on what item you run, and it depends on what the opponent does, but typically you'd give Entrainment Duran, and by extension this, either an eject button or a scarf, depending on what your opponent does. Eject button is nice in that if the opponent hits you, then you can get out immediately into, well, assuming we were playing without Smoke on Claws, you can go out into an Assist Gen or an Extra Medicine, or in Pokemon Duck Trio, in order to basically cheese out fights. And what you would do, well, in the case of Pokemon, what Duck Trio does is the combination of Hone Claws plus Protect, because you protect on the turns that they attack, and you Hone Claws on the turns that they get truanted. And similarly with Assist Gen, and similar with Extra Medicine, you could just take over the game from there.
You don't generally want to do it, but it's something that I need to know anyway. Yeah, so your main thing is you have Sharp Wind. Geyser is also kind of cool because
yeah, I forgot to mention. The reason why you would sometimes run Scarf on this is in case there are things that are naturally faster than you that can outright kill you before you get the entrainment off. So like in the case of like Durant, say you're up against a Talonflame, for example, and okay, wait, actually, okay, this is a really bad example, but let's say Durant you out uh actually no. Let me think of a better example. Okay, let's say Darmanitan, a Scarf Darmanitan, because those things usually run Scarf. Um, you would get the entrainment off before the Darmanitan kills you, and the thing about Scarf entrainment specifically is you need to rely on the thing that's faster than you to kill you as well, so that you can get your extra Komachi in immediately, or else they will switch out on the following turn. So yeah, like it depends on what you're running, and it depends on what your opponent does on lead. But yeah,
If your opponent has like buffed their defenses, or if your offense has been lowered, then you do get to kind of just ignore that, which is pretty sweet. Impulse is decent as your attack stab. Is the best thing that you can do on Warped. Last Slash is pretty respectable as far as like having another move goes. Unfortunately, it doesn't deal with water at all, which if they resist Warped and that's not too hard to do, is a bit of a pain. So yeah, that could be a thing. Creeping Darkness is kind of cool, but we don't really have the support package here to actually take advantage of that kind of thing, so we're not going to do that for sure. Same with stuff like Field Shift, it's like you could, but you don't have the profile to really do that. And as far as coverage goes, it's not looking great. We don't have anything there. And we don't have anything really down here either. So you have exactly 3 moves. You have Warped, you have Water, you have Steel. If that doesn't get you through, like, you know, Water Fighting resists that, I'm pretty sure. So
it does.
Yeah. It's a tough life for Komachi. There's not a lot you can do about that.
It's still fine.
Hey, everybody's got to have their flaws, right? But as far as like sweeping offensive teams go, if you get that +1 boost at any point, the opponent's going to have a really hard time actually catching up to that. So yeah, it's neat. Anyway, what else have we got here? The last Kanako, I believe. Oh, yeah, we got you as well. Some of these I really do not care for in the slightest. Let's just move on. Extra Kanako, Wind and Fighting. So I know different roles, etc., but it's immediately competing with Aya in that role, which is usually an unfavorable thing to compete against. That said, this one is much more defensive than Aya, although I don't remember her having recovery, but we'll get to that as we go. Metallurgy is a really good ability. Shame it doesn't make her resistant to, or like immune to Stealth Trap, but it does make her immune to Steel, which she is weak to, so that's cool. Also raises attack, which is the offense that she's using, at base 100, so not the strongest, but it will do. And yeah, 130 spread defense and 100 base HP, so special tank is already on the table there. Decent speed too, so definitely the best distributed of the Kanakos, like only 75 spread attack as well, so it's not even that bad for such a high base stat total puppet. Her 2 abilities are, yeah, the Metallurgy here, and I think the unique Western Expanse. I don't.
Yeah, that's only unique to her.
This one.
Yeah.
This is a terrain move. During Byakko, 100% accurate skills are 20% stronger.
And it
no
doesn't really help her that
50%
much.
50% stronger.
It can only help with a few moves, but they're not really that impactful to the point where you want to set Byakko for this.
Byakko is like not a good terrain. It's just no guard for everyone. So all of the opponent's inaccurate moves are going to hit you as well, which is really bad because most of the status skills that you would want to avoid are that. And the fact if you give up an immunity for it on the type that you're weak to, I don't think so. As far as your actual coverage goes, this is the reason you would use Byakko, is because you get Life Burst. You don't get like a stronger.
Yeah, I think isn't it just Life Burst?
Otherwise, and this is like conflicting, right? Because you're 95 base speed, but your whole thing in terms of setup is like I'm gonna lower that speed, and I'm going to not take advantage of what actually makes me like half decent in the first place. Wind and Fighting is good coverage, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a nature move that you could use as well, I suppose, is kind of cool. Cross counter is fine if you want to do, because your defense is a bit weaker anyway, right? So if you want to do counter coat, well, you don't have the coat part, but you can do the counter. That's fine. Yeah, you don't get recovery, and your offense is only middling until you set up, and then yeah, if you get Byakuo stuff going, that's fine, because you've got plenty of cool things you could do with that. Your coverage is, well, there's not really anything there for it that we don't already have. But, like, wind flying nature... Oh, sorry. Wind fighting nature is already... It's already kind of good, so I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about that bit. A tank smash spin, I guess, could also be a thing. But, I mean, you would have to boots it for that. And if
it doesn't have reliable recovery, which is the main thing.
Aura Drain. Like, that would be the other bit that I would like. If it had Aura Drain, I'd
Drain
probably
Punch
be
would
a
be
bit
better
more,
on this.
receptive to going with the whole...
Especially with this kind of design, Aura Drain would be nice on this.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never liked any of the Kanako styles, I'll just be blunt about it. But at least this one, like, it's the best of the worst, I think. Like, I really just don't think Kanako is a good puppet in the slightest. But this one definitely is the best of them, so make of that as you will.
So, one comparison one puppet that I like to compare with Extra Kanako, actually, is Extra Hina, funnily enough. The reason why I make this comparison is, what's nice about Extra Kanako is that she switches into the combination of Steel and Earth and Steel and Fighting, which Extra Hina actually does. The problem I have with Extra Kanako is that offensively, base 100 attack is fine. Like, it's not bad. And defensively, she doesn't, or I should say defensively and also in matters of utility, she just doesn't have that much. Like when you look at Extra Kanako's moveset, what is it that she could really do? She could spin, which is okay, but she doesn't have a means to sustain herself, nor does she have the means to pivot out of unfavorable situations. Extra Hina, on the other hand, does have Leech Seed at the very least, which is okay. And what's more notable is that Extra Hina has U-turn. This, on the other hand, doesn't really have anything. Now, you may be wondering, um, actually, I suppose one could argue that even though Extra Kanako has these nice traits that are similar to Extra Hina, why is she this low? And to be honest, if you really like the traits that I stated, you can argue that she should be higher. But I mean, I'd say to that, this is just out of my personal experience that out of my experience of using Extra Kanako, I just don't feel like she does much. Like, she doesn't even hit that hard. She doesn't even work well as a defensive pivot. Like, she has these cool things, but she doesn't do it, but they're not really great at them. Like, it's still fine. Like, I honestly still say that she's better than Extra Marasa because it's a little bit similar in that she has a really great defensive profile that's similar to Extra Marasa, but she can at least do like a little bit more. Like, when fighting is kind of scary to switch into, so that's something. Yeah.
Another Kaguya in C+ here. Extra Kaguya is Fire and Sound. This is a pretty solid typing, actually. It is weak to Electric is the one thing I would
Fire Sound is good.
It.
Offensively, I mean.
You know, just as far as like Volt Turn stuff goes, it's always annoying.
And actually,
to one side of it. But you're neutral to water.
It's not as volatile as Defense Illusion in the fact that you can maybe switch into stuff.
And you have a really high attack stat plus Defiant, which is cool. One problem, that speed stat. Again, worst
Base
in the game for it,
65, I
because
believe.
this is another one that's like Junko, 65 base speed, and I know it has
Yeah.
imposing air because I looked at that before, and it just sucks. Defenses are pretty okay though, like just above Azumarill in terms of your actual defensive stats, but the HP is slightly higher, so that's kind of cool, right? It's 217 max, so 110 in the HP stat. A little bit bulkier than average. That spread attack is not even too high either, so yay, it's pretty cool. Other ability here is Strange Rainbow, so if you're using a Sun Shower team, then you can just have straight 30% extra attack, kind of like that Yukari did. Once again, if you're using Strange Rainbow, you're probably competing with extra Reimu, who is a difficult one to compete with because their coverage and speed are immense. So yeah, you have a completely different typing, of course, so, you know,
That is true.
you may need that typing instead of Reimu's, but it's just on conceptually, it is difficult to compete with something like that in that axis, especially when you can just do Defiant, and that is likely better. I think this one could be extremely punishing to go against on like Bind Trap teams. It's like if she gets a hit in at that point, she is insane. So yeah. You have Belly Drum, but you don't have Priority, so that's annoying. You have
Racing
Agility.
Earth can be cool for it.
I guess you maybe have enough attack power, and the
Yeah,
stat
it's the
coverage is
the
maybe
problem
good
is
enough that
whether
you
she has
can
enough to break through
justify
shit.
trying to do the Metagross thing. There's been a lot of puppets that can boast that, but maybe this one could actually do it. I'm not sure. Power Spot is still pretty good. Your HP stat's not the highest, but it's definitely higher than a lot of things you'd be switching in with it. And yeah, Imposing Air. That's the other main bit here.
Lol.
As far as coverage goes, like there was a little bit of Earth in there. There's not an immediate amount, like it's not an immediately high amount that's like striking my fancy, to be honest. As Earth, I guess, is kind of cool. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is nice. Like, maybe free attack, like, wish that.
There's not
to
really much
attacks
for
or
me to
something,
say
or
here.
whatever, you know.
She's kind of
Maybe it's a bit
she's
too
strong,
defensive for
type's
one
kind
like
of scary,
this,
but
still,
she's slow as hell.
Like, this isn't on every puppet.
You could
again,
argue
so
that
it's well
she could
worth
be higher
noting.
because by virtue of just how scary her type is and how strong she could be, but I think C+ is fine.
Maybe a little bit too restricted, I don't know. I know this is a physical one, not a special one, but typing wise it does compete with Miko. That's kind of annoying because Miko is very fast. This is not. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things in theory that you could do with this one. It's just I think they all fall very slightly short of what I would actually want. Like, as a wisher, it's not got the highest HP that you could wish in the game, and its defenses are maybe not the best for it. As a Dragon Dancer, it's 5 speed short of being the best that you would want. As a straight choice or assault user, it doesn't quite have enough move variety. You've got exactly 3 types that you do reasonably well, and reasonably is, you know, stretching it a little bit, because Earth is only 80 power. And as a belly drummer, you have no priority, so get wrecked. Yeah. Not sure. Jack of all trades, master of none might be the best sort of summary I could have for that one. Kagero! She did get used. Not this one, though. Wind Poison. This time I think we're actually seeing this typing. It is annoying in just exactly like one aspect. It's annoying because as a wind type, you ignore Poison Trap, which means that your Poison type doesn't absorb Toxic Spikes on the way in.
I think... No, I think actually... wind types aren't immune to Toxic Spikes, I believe. Crazy, I know, but I'm pretty sure wind types aren't immune to T-Spikes. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but if I'm right in that wind types aren't immune to Toxic Spikes, don't ask me why. The game was coded that way. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this would be immune to T-Spikes.
This is not a puppet exclusive problem. This happens in Pokemon as well. but it is still very irritating nonetheless.
In Pokemon,
especially 'cause
it's a
that
little
is
bit
typically a role you
irritating.
would like to have filled here. This one is relatively good on both defenses, but the HP stat is very low, does kind of let that down a fair bit here. I made this one blue mark because of the calm mindset that we'll get into. Extremely slow, and that can sometimes work in its favor. I believe it has
This could maybe
changeling skills,
drop?
so
Maybe?
that can help. Very
Cloak of
high
Darkness
spread
is
defense
still
on
nice.
this one, and Cloak of Darkness is a pretty cool skill to have around.
And it does
This
have
is the
spikes,
same
and it does have
ability
spin,
that
but it
Dorami
has,
has, where it makes you immune to dark. You do take a
This
little
could
bit
drop,
more
maybe.
damage from light, and it's dry skin, right? It's like you take more damage from light, and you are damaged in aurora weather, but you heal in the heavy fog. Heavy fog being probably the best weather in the game, just because of the amount of pressure the dark type can inflict. It's nice to just have immunity towards that, so I like it in principle. Maybe a little bit passive at 95 base, but whatever. Vigorous is also kind of cool if you
Early
know
bird.
that Stop is going to be very powerful against you. It's Early Bird. You could technically use this with Rest or Continue in the game in order to only be asleep for like 1 turn instead of the 2 that you normally would be. But that's still asking quite a lot to be out for a turn, so don't know if that's really very good, to be honest. So yeah, this one's got Moon's Protection, and it's also got Priority. This was the main bit that I looked at is going, well, you've got Calm Mind and you've got Stab Priority. On the special side, that is very hard to come by, so not too bad there. Wind and Poison are both resisted by Steel.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you get anything to deal with that. Dark Sweets definitely isn't like the best that way. Mind Trap is actually kind of cool, but you don't have recovery on this one. So unfortunately, I don't think you can really play that kind of long game as much as you would like. My idea more or less was going like Chester Rest plus Calm Mind when I was building this exact one. You do have a very slow changeling, so as a tank you could kind of do that. Yeah, your coverage against Steel is restricted more or less to being under
fog. And
I
you
don't
do have
think
dry
you can
skin for
justify
fog.
using one this slow in fog weather. Because
yeah,
Dense Fog Bloom would be really, really good if you were under fog to cover the Steel type. But outside of that, it isn't going to work.
Like that sort of thing isn't even gonna matter anyways because you're slow as hell. So even if it's
basically
so like that sort of thing would only work if you were running this under fog and if you were trying to catch the switch.
You don't have that many support skills to use as well. It's tough, right? I think the defensive profile alongside Cloak of Darkness is definitely solid. And
yeah, it is
I do
nice.
like Poison Wind as a type in general.
Nice.
I just there's a few things missing here that I would really like. Sorry, Toad. On to
like this could arguably drop, and I wouldn't be opposed to it.
I used this one in my original Shard of Dreams playthrough, I think. I was a little bit underwhelmed by it in the end, I think. I forget exactly why. Maybe it was nature that was like too much of a problem here. Because Earth Electric are both resisted by nature, so that was kind of annoying. But it's a pretty fast... It was also probably just it couldn't take a hit. It was pretty fast.
I'm pretty sure this runs into the mixed attacker problem, although I think Byakuren has some stuff to where it might be okay.
Attacking. Usually I don't like that too much, so hopefully we can find something good about this
cool
one.
Stuff.
The defenses are really bad though. Yeah, like 65. Is it 65s all around? 145 goes up to 177. No, that's base 70.
Where did I put Power
so
Keiki out of curiosity?
Defenses. Its 2 abilities. First hit is actually really cool, but it's disingenuous. Attack power is boosted by 20% when moving first. On the first turn that you come in, it does not work every single turn.
Sucks.
Otherwise,
that
it would
sucks.
be significantly cooler on everything that gets it. As a result, even though they're on the slightly weaker offense, you are most likely going to want to use recoil offset, if I remember rightly, because you do get, Full Metal Crash as your coverage against nature.
B+.
So you technically have
put her,
light
like,
coverage
here.
too, but you've got stab electric
Either
that
this might be
has
a
the
little too
recoil
high,
thing. You've
or
got full
this
metal
might be a little bit
crash.
too low.
Waves of Earth can potentially be used if you want to go mixed attacking instead of full physical, just because that spread attack is really strong. So like Life Orb with these could be quite nice, and yeah, that's the main sort of bit. It's because her special coverage.
Actually, does she have lightning speed? Okay, she has
like
bolt at
passable.
least.
Inferno is actually
So like a
quite nice
choice.
too. So if
yeah, you
don't
can do
wanna
this with
go
choice
for,
first
if you
hit.
do want to go first hit instead, you could easily choice specs this thing
But yeah,
and go Waves of Earth plus lightning speed probably, Inferno, and then whatever, maybe Thunderlord, or Brave Burst is also passable. If you don't want to recoil moves or whatever, like again, maybe first hit or something,
I feel
Lightning
like
Cut could
out
also
of
be used on the physical
these,
side.
actually,
Yeah,
I
you've
feel
got
like
enough.
maybe
like,
I rated power
options
kicking a little bit too high, or
run with.
maybe I rated this a little bit too
Full
low.
Metal,
Hard
full
to
metal crash on
say.
this one though, just because like 150 power is like very very strong for something that doesn't take the recoil hit. So that's why I went with it this way. But again, this one was pretty much an in-game one. So that's kind of where the stat spread went. You could honestly do a lot with this. It's very frail. You do have to pack coverage against one type in particular, and that does hurt viability a little bit, but not enough to drop it down too much, I don't think. Wait, did it get set up as well? It doesn't get set up, right? So this is like pure,
that does suck.
This is just pure mixed
yeah,
attacking,
that does suck.
As it was intended, I suppose. Yeah, it's just unlike stuff like Remelia, this one isn't 4 times weak to Stealth Trap, and it has an actual moveset that kind of works with it. So
yeah, that is also true.
Extra Cheery! I have been told that Water Illusion is, at least Damage considers it a good attacking type. I can see it, honestly. That's not going to make me like this typing though. I have said this already, it's like I do not like Water Illusion as a typing. Like defensively it is horrendous. You do have 6 resistances, but you also have 6 weaknesses. Thankfully, Glamorous does kind of solve a tiny bit of that. You do take less damage from your weaknesses, and none of them are ×4. So at the very least there is that going for you. Otherwise though...
What's our base special attack stat again? I think it wasn't really that impressive.
This one had was Shell Smash, if I remember rightly.
And yeah, Shell
the
Smash.
base HP stat is not the worst. It's like 80 base, that's fine. Base speed stat is really bad. The only reason I would have this as a green mark is because it gets a +2 on it. Spread defense is really solid. 130 is cool, and the spread attack is fine.
But the base speed is 50.
If you're doubling it, it's
that
decent.
is
But
yeah,
that's kind of, I guess that's kind of a one trick for it. Can't be one hit KO'd is fine, but I mean Glamorous is just so much better on something with this many weaknesses. Let's just look straight down and go, yeah, offensive trance straight away. Okay, so that plus your 2 stabs like Catastrophe, and I imagine Cold Rain has got to be on this, right? Yeah. There we go. So you've got a 120 base power stab, you've got a 95 power stab, you've got Chrome Ray as your extra coverage if you want, that's pretty cool. Pollen Mist, maybe, depends exactly what Water Illusion suffers against. Sound is probably the biggest
that being
thing
said, even though the base speed is crap, Water Illusion is still good in my opinion, so C+ might be fine. Although honestly, if someone would put it lower, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Fine against it, sure, but if you've got super effective coverage, that would be even better. So, yeah, there is that. Spinning Air could also be used for that. You've got a lot of different attacks that you can use, and that can make a good mix and match set to. There's got to be a way that you could go unresisted with your stuff here, surely. So that's cool. I'd have to run it through the team builder and see if that's the case, but I'd be surprised if you couldn't. If you do, for some reason, want a Mind Trap, I did notice it was there. I wouldn't really put too much stock in it. Aquasonic is also kind of nice. I don't think you've got the initial firepower to not do offensive trance though, and I wouldn't like to do Moon's Protection here just because you have so many weaknesses. I think you need to just like go +2 speed, +2 special attack, and just try and sweep with that. I don't think you can afford to tank with something with 6 weaknesses, even with Glamorous. So yeah, I still don't like the typing, but this is probably one of the better ones of said typing to use. And then we have another
Now let's check
Urami.
with Shell
I
Smash.
completely forgot this one as we were going through the game. It was like, I think this one came up a couple of times. I was just like, I could not for the life of me seem to work out what to hit it with, which was really silly because it's pure Dark. Dark has got like 3 or 4 weaknesses or something. It's like, you should have been able to hit it super effective, but I didn't. I thought it was like
there a
part
boss
water
that
or
had
something,
this?
probably because it's got water absorb. So yay. 60 base speed, not really impressive here. The attack stat is, again, not too impressive. None of these stats are really that great, except for the HP stat, which is colossal. 210 is, what, 247, so 140 base HP? That's wild,
yeah.
man. That's a lot of HP.
Yeah,
So,
C+ would be nice on this.
Yeah, probably the highest one that we have seen today, and if it doesn't get Wish, I'm going to be very, very upset with Burrito. Warning Shot is kind of good.
Power
Because
Spot is something that's on all of the
defense
Udemy
didn't seem that
styles, if I
just,
recall
again,
correctly.
It's hard to give up immunity abilities when you have access to them, but definitely Warning Shot is not awful. Like, 90 base spread defense is fine, so like you could use it as a spread tank. Just Dark as a defensive typing is horrendous.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's really the best play. Yeah, thank God it actually does. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like the gigantic. Is this even bigger wish passing than what Yoshika? It couldn't have been, right?
No. Yoshika's 165.
No
this
way
is
this
135.
But still, very respectable and different typing to Yoshika. You can.
I forget. Does this thing have U-turn? I
That's
forget.
cute.
Yeah, U-turn is nice. Okay, yeah. So C+ is
Coverage
fair
in high
because it has
tide,
stuff.
sure. Panic Call is nice. Aquasonic doesn't do much because it's on the wrong attack type, but it's also not stab anyway, so that's blah. Slow Changeling, once again, the whole Wish plus Changeling thing is pretty common in this game, it seems, down in this bit anyway. So that's kind of good, but you really don't get anything else, do you? Distortion Bomb. Okay. Not a lot else though, so...
So one thing that's actually notable about Grace of Water, aside from being a water immunity, is that it actually also gives you an immunity to drought. Because this ability it applies to status moves as well. So a Wish Passer that has drought immunity is actually kind of cool. That being said, it's still Dark type, so you know.
You do one thing, and that is pass absolutely gigantic wishes. Sure. Okay, I mean, Urami is not the most impressive character, I don't think, so, sucks to be her, but okay. Oh yeah, I love that old costume for Sarah, just seeing that there. It's, alrighty, what else we got? Tenchi! Earthlight. Not a ray, just Earthlight. Earthlight's pretty cool. This one is the same typing as Show, and I love Show, so, you know, I'm gonna like the typing as a result here. It is, like, weak to nature in terms of you can't hit it very well, so that can be a problem, but as a defense puppet, maybe you don't always need that. That's gonna be the thing here.
I believe when looking at this thing, there's only one thing that I liked about it, and that was
huge.
Toxic. I don't think this thing has anything else.
What does that even hit? It's like... Is that 175 it would normally be? This is the sort of numbers where it starts getting difficult to scale back.
155.
It's a lot anyway. I can't immediately tell exactly how much physical defense that is, but it's like, it's over 140, so... yeah, it's... Maybe it's... No, 150 seems like it's even too low with that. I don't know. I'm trying to think. That would be 175, right? And then add the 17 gets to that, so... Yeah, that's 155 defense, or somewhere in that region, alongside a HP stat that, like, makes a lot of walls just cry. 120 on that one. So it's just like, yeah, you have got physical defense for days over here. To the point where you just invest in that spread defense instead to make sure you don't die to that. It's almost like Hippowdon stats in a way, just exaggerated.
Kind of.
Like, greatly exaggerated. Because it's still got the similar attack stat to Hippowdon as well. But it's ungodly slow, and it's got like no spread defense to speak of. So yeah, kind of similar. The ability preventing one-hit KOs and no crits is actually really cool. Flawless is like maybe not as bad as I would initially consider.
It's kind of nice because it
sure
gives you out
stance
evasion,
move
which is
against you
nice.
50% accurate.
Also,
So, like,
toxic evasion
cool,
and
I guess.
fervent evasion is cool.
You could potentially dodge Will-O-Wisp and stuff that way. I like the fact of such a heavily, physically bulky thing can't get crit though. That really seems like it's worth it to me in terms of just
that is
survival.
nice, actually, yeah.
Because survival is what this one does very well. It does have reliable recovery as well. So the meme with this one in terms of non-Smogon rules is that you have like double one-hit KO stuff. So yeah, this one in 6v3 you could just be fishing for one-shots the whole time, and just if you get lucky you win, if you don't you lose, sort of thing. It's really annoying, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
This doesn't get Stealth Trap. That's actually a massive missed opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So
the main problem that I guess,
think
like I said,
the issue here is like, what do you actually do alongside just surviving?
exactly.
Fire Javelin is nice enough,
Exactly.
at least you
The
can
only
hit
thing that I can think to do with it is Toxic plus Earthquake, which is cool.
It's not great at it, but at least you can.
If that's the only thing you could do,
which,
then
I mean, there's like 7,000 different things that can do that. So is that really what you want to do with your time? I guess, but like, doesn't even get Smash Spin.
Yeah.
It's one of the few that doesn't rapid spin. She's on a rock. Surely you could spin that rock around. Come on. Yeah, no. She takes hits and doesn't afraid of anything, but is that
she doesn't
really good
do
enough?
anything?
I have
yeah.
no idea. If you need an Earth Light
at least she has reliable recovery, which is something.
I think there are better ones that you could do that with. There's not many, but I'm pretty sure there's at least
go to the bathroom real quick
one
because I
that
gotta go to
isn't
the bathroom.
I think it's like Narumi has this typing, that maybe that would end up doing better. Oh well. Cool idea nonetheless. Speaking of cool ideas, yeah, we don't actually get to see this unless we go in battle with this one, but Sukuna is very tiny when you actually use this Miracle Mallet ability in battle. She's like midget size. Like Suika is giant size for the drunkard one. It's really cute. But it's also kind of potent as well. Like, you wouldn't think these stats actually do anything, because let's be honest, they don't. But this is, I guess, pretty much the Azumarill in terms of your actual copying is what Azumarill does in terms of physical stats. But this one also buffs physical defense, which makes it significantly harder to break than an Azumarill. These stats, like, really betray how strong this thing actually can be. Because, yeah, you look at the base attack, it's only base 50.
Alright,
think
we're at the
doesn't
Inchling
do
now.
anything. Really, Miracle isn't maybe it is, but I think there are better ones that you could do that with. There's not many, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one that isn't show. I think it's like Narumi has this typing, that maybe that would end up doing better. Oh well. Cool idea nonetheless. Speaking of cool ideas, yeah, we don't actually get to see this unless we go in battle with this one, but Sukuna is very tiny when you actually use this Miracle Mallet ability in battle. She's like midget size. Like Suika is giant size for the drunkard one. It's really cute. But it's also kind of potent as well. Like, you wouldn't think these stats actually do anything, because let's be honest, they don't. But this is, I guess, pretty much the Azumarill in terms of your actual
honestly, this could rise.
What Azumarill
I don't
does
know
in
why,
terms
but
of
this is C+.
physical stats.
This could rise.
But this one also buffs physical defense, which makes it significantly harder to break than an Azumarill. these stats like really betray how strong this thing actually can be. Because yeah, you look at the base attack, it's only base 50, you think that doesn't do anything. But just like Azumarill, who shares that base 50, that doesn't matter. It actually comes out to be 200 and something when you fully invest, which is more like a 140 odd base puppet, so that's really solid. The focus defense ends up buffing up a lot as well, so you take hits way better than you would expect. And yeah, for some reason you can have a different ability, just it's comedy, if you will, just like with RQ. This one's actually really cool though, because like Earth Steel is 4 times weak to fighting, so if it wasn't for the fact of her base stats get neutered so heavily in order to accommodate for Miracle Mallet, Master's defense would be really, really good. But they do, so it's not. Earth Steel is hard to switch into though, very strong offensive typing, and this sort of puppet does not shy away from the offensive side. 120 base power stab attack. You do have access to Overtake as well. Shooting Press is in the skill card set. False Courage is like... No, not False Courage. I was going to say Focus Stance isn't really great. Like, I don't think you want to set up with this one. It's either like Choice or Assault most of the time is going to be best. In particular, Golden Hairpin stacks with the double defense that you get, so that can be even stronger
actually,
on this one.
In the time that
Coverage-wise, though, you don't really get much, so that's where it sort of falls apart a little bit. It's just like Earth Steel is so inherently good that it's great to use, but you really only get Break Shot as the other bit. You are most likely going to be using something Light Blow from Calamity here as your extra bit, so at least if you do like a choice set or something, you're going to have 2 steel attacks anyway, because you're going to have the priority and you're going to have Samurai Edge. So you're already 3 out of 4 moves with Shooting Press. You're already that far in. So you only need one coverage in here, and I mean, Break Shot I guess has some utility, but yeah, you're completely one trick. But that one trick rings very, very true here, because it's a very high power and very difficult to wall trick. So yeah, switch in that Dormy and into a Samurai Edge. Find out what happens.
So I'd say like, I mean, this is very specific, but a few puppets that could switch into her relatively well are most notably Extra Cherno and Extra Hina, which, well, it might not want to switch into it repeatedly, and it might not have anything for Sukuna, but that is something to take note of. But yeah, honestly, I'm trying to remember, like, because there were a few times I tried to make this work. I think I remember. Oh yeah, I think I remember the last time I used the Defense Sukuna. I tried to make the most quote unquote anti-meta Defense Sukuna out there, because I think what I made was like dual stab, Sandstorm, and Toxic, which sounds kind of wild, but the reason why I ran those 2 moves in particular is because Toxic is for the extra channel coming in. That one's obvious. Sandstorm is because in this game, Sandstorm has a pseudo-gravity effect in which it actually grounds mons that have levitate. So I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, to be honest, this thing might rise up. And I've had games where sometimes she did pretty well, sometimes she just missed out on kills, funnily enough. But this could rise. This could rise. Honestly, if this thing had... Actually, what would I give it? Maybe Wind Javelin, that would be cool, but that's really specific.
On to Seren or Tay, like 3.0 in this one, because I love this outfit. I don't know. It just works. I don't know. Maybe it's because we don't see Tay with a mallet most of the time. Fire Illusion. horrible defensive typing, and I've tried to put this one on the team before and it just didn't do enough because of that typing. But it is pretty cool otherwise.
In my experience, she's done okay when I tried to put her in a defensive team. Or like trying to put her as part of a defensive core.
Yeah, it's like it's good offensively, but we're not an offensive puppet here. You do have a respectable attack for a defensive one at base 85. It's not the best out there by far. But at the very least, it's like if you do something with it, you could probably punch back. And I think this one was built for dart power, probably, based on the way this is lining up at the moment. Its speed stat is only 45. So that's kind of awful, but its defensive stats are actually really solid. I just found that because of how many weaknesses this typing had, kind of like the water illusion in a way, with how many weaknesses this typing had, even though these defenses are really good and they look like they should be able to take like 2 hits as you go, it just never happened. So yeah, you were always getting hit for weakness by coverage and stuff, which was a shame. Intimidate and Chaos Induction are your 2 abilities here. Intimidate is good for getting setup opportunities, so that's quite nice. And Chaos Induction is just irritating, to be honest. And irritating is a good way to describe this one. We have Stealth Trap, we have Stab Sneak Attack, which is pretty cool. 2 decent power attacks on the fire side. We've got Amnesia, Reliable Recovery. Oh, do you not have First Aid? Oh, you've got Focus Movement. Okay, that's the same thing, really. Because your speed is so low and you have stat priority, this is effectively the same thing as Bulk Up. So, I know it's actually cursed, but let's face it, you were never outspeeding anything anyway. So you might as well go ahead and just rely on your priority to do so. Yeah, as a pure defensive thing, you have the tools to do it, but you don't have the typing to like stave off super effective hits. As an offensive thing, your stab is pretty good. Your coverage doesn't necessarily matter that much actually, because you're probably just using focus movement plus first aid plus dual stab. But if you do need some, Dark Arrow, Poison Arrow, they're fine. You've got a lot of special stuff, but you can't go with that. Superpower is cool. Just probably not on this one, because the power is just not there. Defensive utility in Smash Spin is worth noting. The status Infirmit and Miasma actually.
Oh yeah,
so
she has Toxic, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, Miasma is actually kind of good on a fire type, especially because most of the time Steels don't want to switch in on them, so that's pretty good. And Will-O-Wisp is also there. And Will-O-Wisp is... The thing is, you're a fire type as well. It's like fire does resist you, so they might want to come in and on the stuff anyway. So, yeah, it's a weird one. It's probably good. It's just you're more likely to get it blanked than you are on certain other puppets.
So I will say, even though for the most part Fire Illusion isn't that great defensively, it does have some uses. The two things to note in my mind at the top of my head is that this typing resists the combination of Steel and Fighting slash Steel and Dark, which are pretty good. But yeah. And at the very least, she has Intimidate, she has Rocks. Like, you can't really go wrong with that. Like, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I found the typing to be too much of a hindrance on this one, personally. Salgame, Poison and Electric. Instantly, that's an annoyance to compete with because Ellis is this typing, but it is a very good typing. I think it's only got one weakness, which is the 4 times to Earth. Electric and Poison just inherently don't have very many weaknesses, so yeah, that's cool. It's got Unaware, which is very different from what Ellis does, but it's ungodly slow. Not a lot of HP on this one either. Very, very good defensive stats though. It's kind of like a Dust Noir. Once again. In fact, this one might even be closer to Dust Noir than what Parsi was. It's just the typing, obviously, is very different. Yeah, because it's only 45 base speed. It's 135 in both defenses. And it's 100 base spread attack this time, not focus, but even so. That HP stat is, yeah, a bit low, but actually it's not even that low, is it? It's like 75. So, yeah. Okay, more HP than Marcy had then, I don't know. Point is, it's very Dustin-like in defensive
I think it's about the same.
stats and like attack and everything. What do you do?
Yeah, it's the same.
Ascertainment is not as strong as you would like, but it's still a very interesting ability nonetheless. Anything that relies on its ability to boost its damage output is going to get messed up by that. But you've got these really high defenses and unaware. I think you just play the unaware here. There's not really much of a reason not to. You can Trick Room, you can Phase Inversion, so you can stuff setup sweepers anyway, but you're also, like, you don't care about their stat boosts, so this would only be for ascertainment reasons, I think, which is just not good enough. Pain Split is... I mean, it's obviously never been good to rely on, but you do not have access to your other side of things. You do not have access to reliable recovery. So you may have to rely on it as much as you would rather not. What you do have is Charge Thief at the very least, which is I guess it's like your Giga Drain, but for electric in this game. I wanted to say Parabolic Charge, but that's only 50 base power or something, so definitely not that. Charge Beam is very funny, but you're never going to really do anything with that. Destiny Bond is funny, but you're so low speed that doesn't matter. Sneak Attack is on the weaker offense, but I think you could just use it as a surprise hit, to be honest. Understep is not strong enough to get around the Earth type, which you are
Sneak Attack wouldn't be that great.
Very vulnerable to. And it's just like, do you get anything for that? You get a really slow lightning speed is quite nice. But again, Earth is going to switch into you like all the time. It's, do you have any way of dealing with them? The answer is pretty much no. Miasma's kind of nice as like a fourth move summon here. You've got neutral coverage, just not like super effective coverage, which is ideally what you would want. So, yeah, it's fine, right? It's low speed, it's good typing.
This is one of those cases where I feel like if it got reliable recovery, then I'd probably even put her like B+. But at the moment, like, I feel like in this instance, I feel like reliable recovery is just too huge on this, because Sakame has a lot of stuff, and I mean a lot, and arguably because she has a lot of cool things, she could be here instead, and honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But in my experience of using her, I just feel like the lack of longevity matters so much for this in particular. Honestly, I just want to talk about this real quick, because this frustrates me so much. There is only one, like, I mean, I guess granted there's not many puppets with unaware to begin with, but only one. Like, out of every single one of the unaware puppets, there's only one that has reliable recovery. And for what it has, it's just okay. But at the very least, it has reliable recovery. Which is, yeah.
No recovery kind of hurts its unaware role, and that's about all she wrote, really. Yeah. Awkward puppet, to say the least. But I really like the character, so at least there's that going for her. Final Ichirin over here, the defense one. Like I said, this was a really good puppet in base game, actually. It wasn't necessarily like fully resistant to ire or anything.
If it had Mach Punch, then maybe I could rise this up.
Usually you could survive two of them as well and just like obliterate her back. It was pretty nice. This is the very slow no guard puppet here, but I think this one takes advantage of it at least a little bit better.
Though?
She did lose one of her moves going into Shada Dreams, actually. It was, I forget exactly which one, but it was one of the, maybe it was the Zac Cannon? We'll see as we go. 120 base attack, only 30 base speed, so you're never outspeeding anything, but this was a quintessential hairpin user.
If it did have
as
Zac
you went
Cannon,
through
that might be
stuff
an
here.
interesting one
80 spread attack isn't going to do a ton.
Although, granted, paralysis in this game is bad.
If you do,
but Zac Cannon would unironically be interesting because you would paralyze a lot of shit.
And yeah, 190 HP is a pretty solid stat to have before you invest in it.
Before let Cal speak, I want to like think about this a little bit. If this thing had Zap Cannon, actually wait, does it have Zap Cannon right now? Okay, no, it doesn't. Would you run Zap Cannon as a pseudo nuzzle? Is the question. That would be funny. It wouldn't be that good in Pokemon because again, paralysis is bad, but yeah.
That is 120 base, so it makes up for the defenses not being as high, because again, hairpin user is the main bit here. You actually do get, or at least you used to get priority as well, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully you still do. Overwhelm is not amazing either. It's the same abilities as Power Return actually, so we don't really care too much about that. Yeah, you used to get Divine, the Divine Thunder, whatever, the Zap Cannon one. I forget the exact one.
Use that
you used
like
to get that
Nuzzle?
in the base game, and that got taken away.
That's a very interesting question,
Strike
actually.
Shot is here. So you have priority. You obviously have No Guard, Dynamic Punch is the main thing that you are trying to do. Confusion might not damage people in this game, but it is 50% to activate, unlike modern Pokemon where it's only 33. So it is still pretty solid. You can Belly Drum as well, which is pretty funny. Like Belly Drum plus Strike
Mach
Shot.
Punch.
Not to be completely underestimated here. One of the big problems with puppets like this, at least this typing, as good as the typing in general is, it's got like one weakness to sound and that is it. But what it can't really deal with is Dorami. And unfortunately there's like no way that you could get a steel move in this bit to sort of help.
Nah.
You don't really get coverage that is that amazing. I think most Doramis are actually spread defense invested, at least according to the usage site stuff. So Inferno on 80 spread attack is not really going to do much, but it's your best option against her really, which is a shame. This
honestly, I don't know where I would put this.
Yeah,
to be honest,
clearing this doesn't do much because Dorami is also low cost. It's another one of the irritating.
I don't know if I would stay, but I don't know if I would leave this in or if I would raise
really
it up. I have no clue.
Can cover her, but if you can get around that, this is a really good, again, a glue puppet for teams, because it's just that solid typing, solid defensive thing. Doesn't have recovery, but it's supposed to be like switch in once or twice, get a decent amount of damage done, and go from there. But if the opponent's team has
which
that,
is, I mean, it's not great in 66 because
going to suffer.
I mean, that's better in 3v3, but in 66
yeah,
it could
bit of
be
an unfortunate one because
okay-ish.
of that. Still like her though. And then the final Hijiri here, defense Byakuran. Also fighting light. This one I think actually can potentially do the Metagross thing. Not as well as Metagross, but because it has Unbound, there's definitely potential to run through some stuff with this one that you.
Oh wait, was it this that I did the oopsie with assist costing on, or was it speed? I don't remember at this
it's
point.
120 in the
but yeah,
attack.
Unbound.
Defenses are really
pretty
solid.
scary.
Its HP is pretty good. Base 90 is not the highest, but it's still decent enough there. Focus attack isn't good, but it doesn't really matter here. Your other ability is Aurora Grace, so if for some reason you want to have a more defensively oriented Aurora Abuser, this one does the trick. Gives you more special defense and HP restoration. Cool, I guess. It can Trick Room. That's cool. It's got low speed, so that's not too bad for it. Brave Song is also something it can do. The reason I say Metagross is because of Scander. It can actually agility sweep power as well. And I think because of Mold Breaker, it can do a bit more than most things could do with that. So yeah, its typing is still not that easily other than Illusion. So hopefully we have something.
Maybe.
Yeah, this Divine Thunder is the thing. Seeing it here. Yeah, hopefully we'll have something that can cover that. That's about it. The Detonation.
If she had Ultra High Tone, then that might be kind of cool.
Ooh,
But yeah, my problem with
Yeah,
her is that she
okay,
doesn't
never
have that much
mind. We do
utility,
not
and
have
in terms
coverage
of
against, unless we
offensive
get distortion, we don't even get distortion bomb.
offenses, like she can't
Uh-oh.
really touch illusion.
Wait, we wouldn't
Technically,
want
so
distortion bomb, we want impulse. Yeah, we still don't have particularly good coverage against illusion, though. Oh, dear.
yeah, illusion would be a
Well, we
problem
have
for
neutral
this.
and inferno at the very least. You've got lightning speed as like a, I guess, as a relatively slow trick room speed thing. It's probably not going to be that good though, because you're going to underspeed most opponents. Yeah, that's a shame. Everything else was kind of looking great. It's like, you know, we're building up to a really cool thing, and then, oh no, illusion kind of beats it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Defensive typing is quite nice at the very least, so I think you can still do something with it here, but I'm a little disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping for slightly better from her. Alright, so that is this lot done. Oh, I did the thing again. Alright, whatever. Yeah, it's annoying just, like, trying to move everything properly in the body. Okay, yeah, I think we can get through this lot, and then that'll be it for today. And then we'll finally be into the supposedly middle tier. God, it's fine, it's fine. Let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with in the tail end of our like defense/assist D tier, C tier here. Defense Marasa! Oh, I want to like this one. I really do, because I remember the gimmick on this one, and it's really cool. But, oh god, this typing is bad. At least I think it's bad. Water Never, because of the way this game, like the typing shifts and stuff on this game, I really hate types that are weak to both sides of Vault Turn, and this for sure is up there. There are a lot of good resistances it has as well. I don't want to completely downplay it. Like, you are only... Yeah, you're weak to Dark, you're weak to Never, you're weak to Electric, and you're weak to Nature. So only 4, because Never covers the Poison, and Water covers the Light. You don't have a ton of resistances as a result, but like Water, Fire, Steel is a pretty important one. Like, unlike Pokemon, this typing is Stealth Trap resistant. So, like, I don't want to completely downplay the defensive typing, I really hate ones that are weak to both sides of Vault Turn. But, oh, this is so close to being one that I love, because I really like the ability, and
Poison Heal is really good.
Poison Heal.
It is really
this is no
good.
Gliscor, but we have a Gliscor later on, so...
I think my problem with her is just that she didn't have much to her,
because one of the issues I find with item cores is that because you can't put leftovers on multiple puppets,
yeah, she doesn't have that much to her.
Find it difficult to have that little bit of extra healing going more than like twice, because you've got food rations and you've got jar of poison if you play a defensive poison type, and then life charm, right? Nothing else can get recovery from items at that stage. But if you can use this one and make it like poison heal, then that
really
gives
good.
you an extra healing option for your item-based stuff that you just don't normally get. So yeah, I didn't really mention too much about the stats whilst I was on that tangent. 110 defense is pretty good, 85 spread defense is passable, HP stat is kind of low at base 80, but like it's like a slightly toned down Gliscor, only 65 base speed instead of 95, but the attack stat is slightly higher than Gliscor, so it's, you know, obviously a very different defensive typing, but at least it's got some similarities. If you want to be resistant to one side of the Vault Turn though, Negative Aura is your ability of choice. It's pretty good. Like, being immune to Dark is nice on something that is weak to it, right? So if you don't want to do the inverse toxin thing, you can just be straight up immune to Dark, and that does give you additional utility. Like, you are also physically oriented, so getting an attack boost is pretty nice as well. So yeah, like, I don't hate that. And your coverage is great. You've got water, nature, never, nature. That's great to begin with. If you do play the negative aura side, you've got unfettered soul that you could use. You've got priority on stab. You've got dart powers, so you can set up. Like, there's a lot to like about this one. Skill card wise, we have. Do we have anything too useful? I wish we had shoot and press, but that's whatever. Yeah, nothing too strong in here. It's hard to find good stuff in skill cards often, but that's fine. Miasma can be interesting as well, just as a, yeah, like third, fourth move sort of thing off of it. Yeah, there's enough to go on here. You could even trick with this. This is something Gliscor can't do, actually. It's like
That's
you can
true,
trick
actually.
the Wolfsbane route to the opponent once you've triggered your poison heal, and you can make them poisoned. So that's cool. Steal their item at the same time. So another neat little trick that you can do with that. And you obviously do still have the sub-protect bit as well. This isn't an absolute given. Like, not everything gets these, so it's worth noting when it's available. So yeah, kind of like it. It's just, I have a hard time getting over that typing defensively, but I think it's just a me problem. Maybe I face too many teams that just spam Volt Turn all the time, and that's why I've got a bit of an agenda against it, I suppose. But yeah,
It's fine.
there's a lot of cool stuff.
Personally, my problem with Defense Marasa is that she just doesn't really do much aside from bulk up stuff, and that's it. Which is okay, like bulk up, Aqua Jet, dual stab, it's fine. It's just, I don't really expect that sort of thing to do that much work. Partly because it's slow. I mean, yeah, you have Aqua Jet, but I don't really see this like doing that much. Like I could see like getting one and then I don't really see this cleaning or like doing much. Like it's sort of nice. It's just the fact that this thing is just really tailored to dark power shit. It's like it's fine, and you have like a little bit of utility in spin and toxic. Although I mean I might be asking for too much for recovery on this, but like I mean protect as a recovery move is okay. It's at least better than relying on leech seed and protect for recovery, but like it's yeah. Like personally, I just don't feel like she has much.
Stuff about this one, so nice C+1 to have.
But like I said,
Meters.
I don't think Water Ghost personally is that bad. Like it's okay. And I don't and Poison Heal at the end of the day, Poison Heal is still Poison Heal, which is really good. But yeah,
Defense Momiji, Steel and Earth. Yeah, again, really good offensive typing. Defensively, though, well, you are weak to Earth. You are 4 times to fighting. You're not weak to fire, which is good, but you are weak to water and nature. Yeah, you can cover nature with the steel side, but I don't know about that one. It's not super powerful, and it's actually surprisingly quick though. Base 75 on the speed side.
it's base 95
Spread defense is
attack, I
awful, and
think.
that's usually where water and nature tend to reside,
Okay, yeah.
so yuck on that end. But yeah, that physical defense is also really, really good though. We're looking at base 140 for that, so very good physical defense, very good physical HP as well. So it's kind of like a Fortress, actually, in terms of the stat distribution here.
Yeah.
So that's neat. Much faster than Fortress, obviously, but that, still Fortress. So its other ability is telescopic, which is quite cool. I think it was the no crit side of things is why I wanted to have Indomitable in this one when I was making it. But telescopic is nice because you do have creeping darkness, which is inaccurate, so you make that 100% accuracy, which is good. And your stab samurai edge also becomes 100% accurate. So I like it. I do think it's cool. You can then also use rock drills instead of shooting press. Have that at 100% accuracy. You lose the potential of a random crit from shooting press, but you also just guarantee the crit in the first place. So you bypass the opponent's defenses and you make sure that that doesn't bother you. So cool, I like it. Battle preparation can do the same thing that telescopic can do, but yeah, I don't know. It's nice just to have it there straight away. Killing Bite is also available at that point for the same reasons, but I think the fact that your Samurai Edge is 120 base power, you would just do that instead. You have Reliable Recovery, you have Stealth Trap, so this can consistently set things up as we go through the game, which is quite nice. You don't have to do it just once. You have, well, Counter is very funny, but not going to be that good. You do have some priority as well, but I think mostly you could get away with doing like First Aid, Creep in Darkness, Trap, and like Samurai Edge or something, but it's hard to give up the Earth Steel coverage. So you're slightly 4 move slot syndromed even without going into skills here. Is there anything that would...
She also has U-turn, which is another thing to consider.
Changeling,
and
yeah.
I think she also has Toxic.
Relatively modest U-turn speed. So you've got like 6 moves you would really like to use.
She doesn't have Toxic, but yeah.
Your offensive firepower
you do have a little bit of a forward move syndrome with Momiji, I feel.
120 base power stabs, so, and they're hard to switch into, so that automatically makes it like a little bit more threatening than you would think for a defense style. Yeah, it's really cool, but oh god, that spread defense though. I think that's the one thing. It's like it's very hard to really abuse ones like this when they have that sort of lower stat, but it's up there. Definitely can do some damage.
So honestly, yeah, I think Momoji's fine. I just think I think Momiji is like solid. She has some good stuff. The typing can bite you in the ass, although funnily enough, I feel that this is just something with me personally. Every time I tried to make a calm team, I always had to rely on Momiji as that defensive crutch. Like I forget like I forget the types that I weak to when I try to assemble some of the stuff that I want for a calm team. But almost every single time, I had to rely on a steel. I guess maybe I guess it might have been a steel earth specifically for what I needed to cover, and Momiji just has that. It's just reliable in like being a rocker, being a decent tank. Though granted, Spedef, Lamau, but like I always thought Momiji was like pretty okay, pretty solid in what she could do. Again, yeah, like the typing has its flaws, but I think it's like fine. The immunities to poison and electric are pretty notable, but and the wind resistance is also pretty notable. But yeah.
Alright, Bailing. I remember being the Sandstorm user right there. Finding an Earth is a curious typing. It does not do very well against wind as the main bit here. But I think for this one, that doesn't really matter too much. Just because it's not necessarily going to be doing that much damage outside of stab anyway, so who really cares? 100 base attack, that's not too bad. Very good defense stat as well, 125 on that. And the HP stat is not ungodly to go with that. Like it is, it's totally serviceable. This is what, once again, base 90, so that works. Special defense is much better than... I mean, you could almost equate this to... You always want to try and equate things to Pokemon, right? I don't think this really equates to any one in particular. It's definitely not like an offense thing like Tyranitar. It's definitely not quite the sort of...
Could this thing be like
Hippowdon stats here, but it's a bit closer there. It's
not really Gigalith, because it is pretty fast.
Way, except it has the automatic sound rather than
it could maybe be like Gigalith.
Thing. But, Sandaconda obviously is 3 generations ahead of this. So, yeah. But it seems kind of similar in a way. So that's kind of fun. The typing, like I said, very vulnerable to wind in terms of offense stuff, but whatever. If you don't want the dust storm, you should probably use a different puppet, but you do have counter stance available here to not actually kill yourself with sand, so that's neat, I suppose. You have recovery. You don't have stealth trap on this thing. You're more like high base power stab on stuff instead. There's a terrain option to make it so that items don't work. I don't think that's really that relevant, to be honest, but still, I guess you could do it. Sunbeam Dance is very funny, actually, but Light
It
is
is
just not a
pretty
good
comical, I
coverage
will
type
agree.
for me to actually want to use that. But still, your other thing you do have, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, you actually don't have Changeling.
Nope.
Okay, I thought you did, but
I wish
basically
it
just
did.
looking for the fourth move here, right? Because, you know, recover, dual stab.
There's
What's the
only
fourth
one
attack?
thing.
And I'm
There's
not
only
really
one thing that
seeing
would
it
put as a
immediately
fourth move.
toxic, probably.
That's it.
Which is, I guess, again, fine.
Like, it's nice because
it's
her
certainly not
stabs
the worst.
threaten
You
the
can
stuff
toxic
that
the wind types as they come in.
her
It's not
stabs threaten the things
worst
that
thing you could ever do.
are immune to
So,
toxic.
sure. I can at least see 4 attacks that it can do, and it's a Dust Storm setter. Dust Storm teams can be rather powerful because, well, they have a Marissa, and Marissa is very scary. So, yeah.
Yeah, defense mailing is very similar to defense Tenchi in the sense that you really don't do much with it. Like, the best you're gonna do is just toxic stuff and that's it. Which, to be fair, their stabs do threaten the stuff that are immune to toxic, but if that's all you're really gonna do, then, like, what do you... I mean, there's... The reason why, like, I view, like, other... why I would view, like, other defensive pivots more highly is because they could do more than just spread toxic.
Defense Medicine!
Although, at the very least, they have reliable recovery, so that's something. That's why I wouldn't put them down, per se.
Poison Nature! It's cool, actually. It was very heavily overplayed in the early days of Pokemon. It's like every single grass type in Gen 1 almost was, grass poison. But nowadays, everything's a lot more diverse, and you really don't see too many of these in puppets. So, I kind of like it. We have ourselves a very low HP total here, unfortunately. This only gets up to 172, so that is 65. Ugh, it's not very helpful, but, you know, it is what it is. Attack stat is also pretty low, but the defenses are quite high here. That spread defense in particular is 140, is quite good, so sort of makes up for it a little bit. The typing is also relatively solid for that. Luckily, steel is not a huge problem because nature doesn't get resisted by it, but you are stealth trap weak. That automatically hurts this a lot more as well. Ability wise, Karmic Retribution is I've never liked this ability. I guess I could see it, but like maybe with the giant bit available as well if everybody's using the ridiculously high power moves.
I would use this
But, like,
purely
I
because I don't
like
want to
it that
poison the
much.
things I
I
want to
know it's going to
spore.
work on most attacks that the opponent
That's
throws
the
your way,
pure reason
'cause
why
most
I
of
would
them are at
run
least 90
Karmic
base,
Retribution
just
over
because
Poison
that's
Body.
what you need for
Just
damage
because I don't
output
want
in
to
this
poison
game.
the things I want to put to sleep.
But I don't like just not doing... You don't do much back with it, is the thing. But it's probably still better than Poison Body. If I remember the moveset right here... yeah. It's probably still better than Poison Body because you've got Bout Drunkard. So, this thing's got Spore. It's got Spore, it's got Bulk Up, which works on its weaker defense stat. Power Drain, so you can recover what the opponent, like health from the opponent. And Poison Stream is just a generally powerful attack. So, that's 4 straight away. You've got reliable recovery if you want to just heal yourself without having to worry about the opponent's stuff, so that's kind of cool. And yeah, that's mostly it, but it's like, that's enough. Coverage-wise, anything? Unfettered Soul, I guess? Actually not the worst, considering Dorami is a pain, right? Because you're probably never breaking Dorami. So, you could... Dorami's setup fodder for you, though. So that's probably not even that bad. But still, like, its neutral coverage is quite nice. Any defensive utility stuff, like Smash Spin is fine. We've already seen Miasma, so... There is that. I don't believe Drain Seed was on here. I don't remember seeing it anyway, no, so...
That's unfortunate.
But you've got Spore, you've got a setup move. Yeah, that's probably all you really need.
So, this is very similar to, like, Defense Marasa in theory, or, like, Defense Melee, Defense Tenchi. It's like, you could spread Spore and everything else. Although, granted, Spore is a lot better than Toxic. Like, it's much better than Toxic in that sense, and you can argue that it could go up a tier just because of that. But this doesn't really do, again, this still doesn't really do much. Maybe if Sleep Clause was, maybe if there was no Sleep Clause, this could definitely go higher if there was no Sleep Clause, but yeah.
It's alright. That low HP stat really puts me off, though. Like...
Yeah, and what puts me off is that she doesn't have anything else aside from Spore. If she had U-turn, then...
First one of these that we're seeing. Earth Fighting. Once again, very annoyed by wind as far as the main bit here. But being Mayumi, she has a sword. She's probably going to have, like, Brandish or something, right? Hopefully.
Not Brandish, but at least she has something for winds.
Right? Okay, we have an attack stat of 110, that's pretty respectable, with Soul Loser as well. Defiant is quite nice. The defensive stats are pretty solid here as well, 90, 95.
Bardo, you should have gave this thing Brandish, SMFH.
Well. So you can take quite a few hits, it's a little bit better than what, like...
Not a man of flavor. Didn't give the Dancer's Instinct, didn't give this Brandish. SMH.
You know, 100
my
base
head.
HP and 80 in both defenses is just very strong in general, and it's a lot of puppets sort of get to that point. So yeah, but you kind of need that in order to guarantee you can take a hit from most things. So yeah. Its other ability is Indomitable. We've seen this a lot today, actually, where, yeah, just can't get one hit KO'd and not get crit. I don't think your defensive typing is that good to make it so that crits are relevant, so kind of whatever on that one. But you do have recovery, so maybe you can make it actually work to make it so you don't get crit if your typing is that good, right? Battle preparation is respectable. You are kind of slow though. I was really hoping for like imposing. Imposing would probably be too strong here, but still.
What's the stat line on this
fine.
again?
Reckless Dive is really good. So your stab attacks are pretty solid. Strike Shot for priority because you're low speed. That's quite good. Oh, you do get Racing Earth, but I don't think you're strong enough to really.
It's 75.
So sure. And any coverage against the wind type, please. This is not good enough, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure she at least has lightning cut.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. So she doesn't get Brandish.
Unfortunate.
That would be too strong, right? But no, lightning cut is good. So a fairly straightforward set that you can do. You know, setup plus the free attacks is fine. You do have free attacks plus recover is probably fine as well. Yeah. It's okay. Like, Earth and Fighting, like, in Pokemon, Ground and Fighting do tend to overlap on each other quite a bit, but I think in Puppets, there's not as much overlap between the two types, and yeah, you've got coverage against a thing that they really hate, so I honestly think this would be okay. Yeah, if I was building team stuff, I'd like to try this one out for sure. I think it's enticing, if nothing else.
Yeah, similar to Mailing, but in contrast to Mailing, Mayumi has more offensive potential. Which, yeah, it's still fine. And in all honesty, like, she can maybe do something. It's like, I mean, I guess maybe a scarf, maybe slapping a scarf on her wouldn't be that bad. If only she had Changeling though. Yeah, it's like it's fine.
Alright, on to Letty for the defense style. Water nature, again, 4 times to poison is the big one, but other than that, it's not a particularly troublesome type to deal with, so that's kind of cool. This used to be the Lapras of the game in the base game, because her focus attack was significantly higher than it is now, and her defense wasn't this high. But it got a big stat rework in the Shard of Dreams, and now, well, it's still like a Lapras, but it's with much more defense and much less attack. So that's kind of cool. Lapras doesn't have a ton of defense, but it has a lot of HP. This thing has 120 in HP, not quite as extreme as Lapras, and yeah, it's now 120 in its focus defense, so definitely much bulkier in that aspect than Lapras ever was. Special attack is about as middling as Lapras ever was, and its speed is the same, so yeah. At least this thing's got a much better defensive typing than Nessie ever did, though, so there is that. Its ability to put Sun Shower in play, and if you ever want that, then cool, you've got to use it for it. Otherwise, it's effectively got the same thing as Karmic Retribution, just under a different name. I still don't like the ability, but Sun Shower can mess you up a little bit because it inverts your defenses. So your big focus defense actually is special defense
Sometimes
instead.
it's nice
So
because
be
it acts
careful
more
what you
like
switch
rough
in on.
skin rather than
Sometimes you
aftermath,
can
so
be
that's
looking
nice.
to take a hit and just be like, you set up the weather that messes up the hit that you trying to take. So just be careful when you use it. You have Yawn over here. You've got reliable recovery, so you are able to set up that the sun shower quite a lot. You've got like Lazy Mist is pretty good for a harassment tool, which is something like this puppet would tend to do pretty well with. Drain Seed is always available here as well. That's quite nice. Water and Nature does get fully stopped by Nature as a defensive type though, and I don't think you really get anything that covers that, but you're also just not an attacker in the first place. Do we get Miasma? We don't get Miasma, that's a shame. But you probably will just want to inflict like weaken and stuff. This puppet can make a pretty good spinner actually, because it's not weak to Stealth Trap, so that can help out quite a bit. Yeah, you do have screens that you could use as well if you want. The unfortunate thing is you don't have lightning speed, and you don't really take advantage of Sun Shower yourself. So, I mean, Sun Shower's hard to take advantage of in your own thing, right? But the fact if you don't have a way of switching out is not great at all. So, yeah.
So, here's what's interesting about Defense Letty. So despite her being at C plus tier, and I put like another sun shower setter at a higher tier, but for different reasons. Despite her being at C plus tier, I do think that she's the best sun shower setter. That being the reason of her alongside the other one, Extra Ren, are the only two sun shower setters in the game, unfortunately, which really, really sucks. But, yeah. Honestly, my biggest gripe with her is that she does lack Volt, and I do think that actually matters like quite a bit, honestly. If she did have Volt, then I would definitely put her at like B at minimum. Arguably B plus, but at least B at minimum. But yeah. And also that it is also true that there out of like all the available weathers, I don't know if I'd say that sun shower is the worst, but it is the weather that has the least amount of support. So it's hard to justify building a sun shower team because, uh, or at least prior to extended, there was only one like swift swimmer with sun shower and power Moku, and that was all you got. I mean, I guess there was the strange rainbow stuff too, which was fine. But yeah, like I do think that out of all the weathers, Sun Shower has the least amount of support to it, which really sucks. Like there isn't really a or I mean, Letty's fine, but the lack of volt matters so much, and while Extra Rant does have a pivoting move, she unfortunately lacks longevity because she has no reliable recovery, which sucks. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I rated Extra Rant higher, not because of her setting Sun Shower, but because she has good offensive potential. But yeah, Sun Shower just has a really unfortunate spot just because it doesn't have much.
That's the problem point, but beyond that, it's solid. Like, I can definitely understand why you would want to use it. I think if you're going to use Sun Shower, though, I mean, it's not type stacking is the main reason, but if you're going to use Sun Shower, you probably want to use Extra Run, because I think she actually takes advantage of the ability much better, but we have...
Again, like extra Ron, like at least has U-turn. She at least has U-turn, but again, she lacks sustainability compared to Letty. And this kind of like sort of leads back to the whole what do you value for a setter? Do you value longevity or do you value offensive presence?
haven't gotten to her yet for good reason, so yeah, we'll save talking about her until we do. Okay, Defense Alice. God, I used to think this one was amazing in the base game, because Steel Illusion was actually a really good typing in the base game for defense stuff.
Actually, if I recall correctly, I mean, this is going back to something like. Okay, so I remember doing a little bit of research into base game because because well I mean I was curious about that sort of thing, and if I recall correctly, this was actually one of the few puppets that can actually switch in to power Aya, and also defense Ellie is or not defense Ellie, power Ellie as well. Like I'd imagine, I'm pretty sure like this was one of the things that switched into the 2 out of 3 of the monsters in this game, and this thing has kind of fallen off mostly because of warped. Actually, probably definitely because of warped.
And she just kind of had like everything cool. Really, really good HP stat, again 120 over here, and the physical defense was also like that 120 mark. So very, very good physical tank. And Steel Illusion was a pretty okay typing for that. You were weak to Earth was annoying, but like fighting was neutralized, so that was kind of cool. Spread defense is even pretty solid, so it's hard to punish on either side. And so
If I recall correctly, because steel wasn't as great as a type, and also like that was actually like I might be wrong, but I think like because power Ellie partly what made power Ellie so strong in base was that steel types or like good defensive steel types didn't really come that often, and like defense Alice was one of those really good bulky steel types.
suppression was very, very annoying. Curse Body was a pretty good trait to have around. Speed is basically non-existent, like 55 base, whatever. Special attack is very low as well, but it's an illusion type, and it has evolving illusions, so you've got stat foul play. And also Calm Mind, actually. I do remember making one for that. Composed is your other thing, immune to taunt. I think that's actually kind of good because
That's pretty nice, honestly.
does she have stealth trap? I mean, she's got reliable recovery, so
I mean, there are
no,
better
she doesn't get
options,
stealth trap,
obviously,
like,
but Compose
yeah,
isn't
if you want
bad.
to be immune to taunt in your
Or like
Calm
there are
Mind,
better abilities out there,
recover
but Taunt
setup,
isn't bad for
you
something
know,
like this.
that's a really good trait to have as well. So, what we do have is Trick Room if you want it, a good defensive Trick Room setter. We have First Aid, like I said, Revolving Illusions is quite good here as well. We have Silver Rain, which is not the most common attack to have on the Steel type, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, Moon's Protection as the other main bit here. One thing Steel and Illusion is not particularly good against is opposing steel types, and I don't think you can really do
Oh yeah.
too much there. Flashover is nice, at least you've got some coverage for it.
That is actually true. Like, I mean, well, assuming that she's facing against an opposing bulky steel, which, to be honest, I don't think there is much that's out there in regards to like good bulky steels aside from like Defense Chamata. There might be some others uh that I'm missing. I think Extra Momiji as well, because that's an okay one. Like, yeah, that is true. She doesn't have much in regards to
Like,
like,
it's not great, because it's only 80 base power, but have some coverage is better than none. As a defensive puppet though, Toxic is really good to see. Smash Spin this was one of the quintessential spinners that we tended to look at for our teams in the base game. Unfortunately, there is one thing I have not mentioned with this yet for good reason, and that's that this typing is significantly worse defensively than it used to be, because you are now 4 times weak to Warped.
yeah.
So, yeah, this one fell off hard for me. C+ is still fair. It still is a very tanky puppet.
She still has good stuff.
Quite a bit
She
of
still
work,
has good stuff to her name.
but ooh, it's tough to be 4 times weak to the new type now, especially because it is just very prevalent thanks to Wind being still very good. And you know, so many extra styles are warped that just by having extra style puppets that are generally very good, yeah, it's a tough life being 4 times weak to that. Yamame! First time I've seen this, I love this outfit, by the way. I don't know, it just looks awesome. The colors just are so great for it. Poison Nature. Yamame, outside of the extra style, both of them are unburdened sweepers. Let's just, you know, spoiler alert, I suppose, but that is basically what they do.
Yeah.
They both have fake out, they both do a lot of damage after unburdened triggers, and their typing, at least the power one's typing is better, but
it is
both
better
of them
offensively.
are still kind of difficult to switch into. And
not necessarily.
really
this can be walled by opposing poison.
Defenses are nothing too special here, kind of frail to be honest, but yeah, it's not really assisting here. It's just that you can't put power twice, and neither of them are really speed styles, so whatever. This one is significantly faster at 95 base though, so you can actually invest in your HP stat or your defenses if you want to here, and actually make it so that you don't die immediately to stuff. So yeah, I actually quite like the speed stat in this one. It's almost like Kingdra with swim stuff in that aspect, but at 95 it's significantly faster than even that. So that's pretty cool. Attack stat is 125, which is really good. So you hit very hard, and that's pretty much all you do. Infectious is the other ability here. This is on every Yamame style, and it is Mummy in Pokemon. Except for some reason, it only works on attacks that are less than 95 power.
You know, not gonna lie, I didn't know. This is actually the first time I learned about this. Though granted, I don't really see Mummy ever, but not gonna lie, I didn't know about this. That if an attack is stronger than 95 base power, then it doesn't work. Not gonna lie, I did not know about this.
Why?
But then again, like,
I don't get it.
I mean, then again, like,
okay, I know it triggers on either attack or getting hit by one, so you can just use Raid and, you know, fake out
that
will
is true.
give the opponent the ability, then, like, nullify theirs. That's pretty funny. But still, like, it's an unnecessary restriction, in my opinion, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, so you got Raid, and you technically, you can do some other stuff as well. Like, Poison Trap is there. Obviously, you're never going to Racing Earth because you're just going to use Unburden. But yeah, you've got your coverage, 100 base power, 120 base power. 120 base power if you want the accuracy drop on it there, that's fine. Sound coverage, not the strongest sound coverage, but Crushed Floor is still potentially okay. While Lily Dance is something you're unlikely to ever use, but that's fine. a couple of javelins. Unfettered Soul is a particularly nice coverage to have around, because not only does it beat up Dormy, who doesn't resist your 2 stabs, but is still very tanky, and you don't have the attack setup
I
that you would
want to
normally
check
have here.
What are the... Okay,
But
so it's
Unfettered
slightly more
Soul
frail than
also
this.
gets to 110 base power once you've done the fake out thing, so that's really good. And I mean, you can changeling, but as soon as you changeling, you lose your speed buff and you lose what makes you good. So probably not doing that. Same with detonation burst. Once you've done the stuff that way, you're never gonna make it work. So whatever. It's kind of cool. At least you could like white herb with this. And technically, Unfettered Soul, you could also, because you've got a decent initial speed stat, you could use like Never Gem and don't even do the fake out thing. So that's an interesting point, I suppose. Otherwise, Drought is funny. Shot Trade isn't really going to be good here. Miasma is technically 100% accurate, but you're an attacker through and through, so you don't do the stuff that way. You've got just about enough coverage to do what you want, and it's like dual stab plus Unfettered Soul basically, but that's still pretty respectable. So, yeah, that's what it does. It's one trick, but that trick is pretty strong.
So yeah, aside from what Cal said, like, or like what I alluded to, one of the problems that I have with this thing is that, poison types wall this, and you don't really have that much for poison types, so that kind of sucks. Um, Also, like, this is also kind of like more so like a personal gripe, but I kind of wish that Assist Yamame had access to Sword Sands just because Pyre had access to Nasty Plot. Though granted, I guess the people of Focus Lens wanted to keep the Assist moniker, and like they wanted to like make this thing not as strong because it's supposed to assist the team somehow, even though it doesn't really have that much support aside from like Healing Wish and that's it. Like, I don't know. But yeah.
that's all that we can say. Assist Wriggle. I remember not being like too keen on this one.
Okay, yeah, not gonna lie. Like I've already said this like in like the previous video, but looking at this now, I will agree this thing shouldn't be higher than Assist Parsi. Like shit like this should not be higher than Assist Parsi because this thing is kind of like it's worthless. Like it's bad. Like it sets webs, but like I will admit, it says Parsi, and I'd say like maybe Assassin as well. Does what this does, but better.
But I think it's just like it's hard to get excited about. There's a few like that actually. I think a lot of the low cost fairies and etc. like the stage 1 bosses and whatnot are hard to get excited about. But this one's okay. The HP stat is really low here.
Like I said before,
I
I
remember
think
what makes
shit
this one good
like
actually. This one's got Bind Trap, right? It's like 105 speed
this
and
shit like
a
Assist
non-dart type
Kwakama
with Bind Trap.
and
So yeah, 105
Assist
base
Parsi
speed.
should be at
The
C
spread
plus.
defense is also
This shit should be at
105.
C.
HP stat is really low though. I'm not a fan of base 70 for HP here. Like the defenses are good, but the low HP really sort of undersells it. And it doesn't really have any offenses to speak on. Jamming is kind of cool. Like most of the time you are going to be receiving quite a high base power attack move, and so lowering the opponent's speed you might be able to outpace them and go first against that. Its other ability is Vanishing Act anyway, which isn't strictly forbidden, but at least I don't think it is. I remember hearing a little bit of this on the reactions of us, like we wouldn't be mad. I mean, I would be because I hate these abilities, but like, wouldn't necessarily be like, you know, cancel culturing anyone over using this. But
What I mean by that is, what I mean by that in general is that if like a new player were to do stuff like Moody or Evasion to me, I wouldn't be the kind of guy to like cancel culture them just because. Well, I didn't want to. I don't. What I meant by that was, um, I wouldn't like be an asshole to to the person like if they were new and they would do stuff to me just because they don't because it's like they don't know Smogon, they don't know Evasion Clause, they don't know Sleep Clause. They're just doing what what they feel is cool. But yeah, like I mean, to be honest, like if I were to be running a tournament, I would ban shit like this 100%. What I meant by like I wouldn't be mad is like again, if there was like a new person playing the game and they did this to me, I'd be like, okay, yeah, cool, do what you want, man. I I ain't gonna be toxic all over you. Like that's what I meant.
But yeah, come on, standards, man. Uh, as far as your abilities go, your Drain Seed is fine. Yeah, Bind Trap without actually being a Dart type is pretty interesting. Mystic Widge is funny. Like, we've seen this a few times. It's
But
not
yeah,
really,
like
it's
I
funny.
wouldn't be toxic to people
Because
who
you don't
wouldn't
have a very
know
good
better.
attack stat on either side.
Because
you do
yeah, like they
have
wouldn't know.
Nightshade, so I guess you could do some damage with that. You have reliable recovery, so you could set up trap like multiple times in the game. Toxic Haze? No, that's not the right one. I was thinking it might, if it was the acid spray one, that would have been kind of cool. But yeah, you've got Seed that tries to force the opponent to switch. You've got Bind Trap that punishes them for switching in the first place. Forest Therapy was also there, I did notice. That's kind of cool. Changeling is available. Elmo's Fire is another harassment tool. Smash Spin, but you are weak to traps, so you
This
have to
thing has
deboost
reliable
this.
recovery
I
and
don't
some
think this is the best
utility.
user of
That is
Do
notable,
we have?
but if
Yeah,
I
we have
recall correctly,
Miasma,
this thing's
so
stat line is
status
just
stuff that we could do.
bad.
Was
Let me
kind of
see here.
hoping for acid tears, to be honest.
Yeah,
That would
like
have been a cool,
I mean, yes,
unique
this is
move here,
fine.
but no such luck. But that's okay. We've got enough harassment tools and whatnot here, and yeah,
I mean,
it's
maybe this
actually
could be
got
nice as like
recovery, so it's
like a defense,
automatically above quite a lot of
like a
other puppets
defensive
in that aspect.
lever question mark.
Speaking of ones that I really want to like, but this one's another hard one to use. Assist Udange is not Gliscor, but is honestly still not that far off. So
what was my problem
it does not
regarding
have
this
a
thing
lot
again?
of HP
It just doesn't have much.
whatsoever. Once again, base 70 is not a lot to work with, but I mean, Gliscor's only got about 75, so with Poison Heal, you can still make that work. Attack stat is the same as Gliscor, 95. Defense stat is pretty poor, but again, like Gliscor's only got about 70 special defense, so there is that. Its special attack stat is annoyingly
Although
high.
I think maybe
I wish this was a bit more focused.
I think maybe the reason why I put this here is because it's too passive.
But okay, 85.
Like she just has
attack,
knock
sure.
and like
hypnosis.
hypnosis.
So yeah, this is like the special defense version of Gliscor. Only
I think maybe that's why I
base
rated
speed,
her
though,
so low.
really lets
But
it down in
she's too
comparison.
passive.
So yeah,
because
it's definitely
all she
not
can really
that
do is
fast.
knock, which is
Illusion
still
a
fine,
like
but it's
monotyping.
eh.
It's not the best. It's not the worst. Chaos Induction is her other ability, which is annoying, but I think there's been several better users of that ability that we have seen so far, so I'm not too keen on it here. You do have Force Shield, though, that you could use, so yay, I suppose there is that. Pursuit is something that you can do, which Gliscor could not do, so that's kind of neat. I think the main issue... there's a couple of really good statuses with this stuff here. I think the main issue is a lack of offensive pressure. Like, Gliscor could Swords Dance and get around its low stat.
Yeah, like she has Pursuit, she has Eye Calamity, she has...
Like, this one's got some really good moves.
She did... I think
on
like
the offense side, there is...
I think like comparatively to like other passive puppets, I don't think she has that much going for her. Although Eye of Calamity is still fine, and to be honest, honestly, an argument can be made that she could be raised just because Poison Heal is still Poison Heal, and compared to Defense Marasa, she has more, but I don't think she has that much. Like Knock is still fine. Eye Calamity is still nice because I don't think there is that much that has Eye of Calamity. I thought maybe there's a fair bit. Actually, no, okay. There's not that much that has Eye of Calamity. Although...
Pursuit, there is knockoff. Changeling is still good, even if it isn't that powerful.
Yeah, I think my main problem is that she doesn't have much except from knock.
Which is nice. Eye of Calamity is
if she had like
a
Smash
very
Spin or
strong
Rocks, then
attack
maybe
to have
I'd rate
around
her
as well.
higher,
This
but she doesn't have
status
that much.
doesn't come up too easily. The problem is, as a spread defense tank, puppets are going to switch in as physical attackers, not special attackers, so you're unlikely to be able to scare the appropriate target, and just a regular burn is not necessarily good enough here. You might as well just run Miasma. I'm pretty sure she gets that. So,
I'm pretty sure she has Miasma,
yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but the sleep status is still really annoying as well. God, it's like Breloom with the Spore Poison Heal side of things that way. Unlike Breloom, though, you don't have 130 attack plus Focus Punch to...
Also,
to
that
like,
quote-unquote Spore is inaccurate,
to round out that set, so it's like a weird hybrid between the two OG Poison Healers, and it doesn't do it better than either of them. But it does have its own recovery as well, so you can like super heal up if you don't want to do the sub protect thing. But honestly, like, you know, sub stalling in this game really isn't that bad given how low SP totals are.
I'm not really sold on the sub stalling because she doesn't have the speed to do it.
As far as the actual stuff down here, you do get toxic, so that's probably the better option to go with there. I was really hoping for Shark Trade.
Like if the speed was like 85 at least, then something like sub protect toxic could be nice. But I feel like this is too slow to do it.
You still got the essentials for the sub for the poison heal stuff, and yeah, stab knockoff. Even if it's not the strongest move, it's like sub protect knockoff changeling is possible, or you can weave in some of the status stuff. She's got 3 good ones to do. Very annoying puppet. So, and I think this one's a bit of a step above most of the other harassment type ones that we've had so far.
Yeah, like I said,
it's just difficult to break. And
yeah, like I said, this could definitely
dissuades a lot of setup
this could arguably be higher, and I wouldn't be opposed to it just because, again, poison heal is still poison heal.
It's cool, but maybe a bit too weak overall. Like if you had Swords Dance, it'd just be so much more playable. Alright, Sanyo. I only know one Sanyo, to be honest, and it's not this one. Wind and Poison, like I said earlier, I do like this typing. You are vulnerable to Steel as, you know, they resist both of your stabs.
Just gonna say the main problem that I had with this one is lack of reliable recovery, and that's it. I'm pretty sure if she had reliable recovery, she'd be much better. Similar to Defense Sagame in that sense, but yeah.
But especially Poison being immune. But I do like the defensive typing here, and I think this one leans into it pretty well. A ton of HP here, and physical defense. The HP stat is 212, so that is 105, and the focus defense is a pretty solid thing as well. What do we have? But like 155 with that, so that is 135 defense. Yeah, 155 actual stat is what I mean with that. Special defense is pretty bad, but okay. I mean, maybe with the defense stat this high, you could probably spare some investment into that. Only 95 focus attack, and only 65 base speed. Once again, that 65 speed, really don't like that stat, but if you're a fully defensive oriented thing, it's maybe not quite as bad. Because
in this sense, it doesn't matter.
You'd like to have more, but...
By the way, the reason why I say that Assisted Donkey might need some speed, because I think in regards to like the sub protect strategies specifically, I do feel like you're gonna need speed to like outpace some other passive walls that have like randomly higher base speeds than you, because one of the things that makes Suicune so successful at like pressure stalling with like sub protect toxic is that it has the speed. It has a good enough speed stat to outpace some things with its subs and all that. But yeah, moving on.
Whatever. Deploy Smoke is also really funny if you just want to be like, no physical attack is going to touch me, then you can Intimidate on the way in as well. Does make sense. On to the support stuff. Poison Trap immediately, so you can trap setup, which is kind of nice. Soul Corruption is most likely the best thing that this one will do.
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
It's very rare to see. Blind and Confusion is not something you see very often, so yeah, that's a really good one to catch on, to latch on to. Forest Therapy is nice to have around as well, just curing status on your party. You've got 2 decent stabs here, 195 base power, that's fine. Phase Inversion is pretty nice, just to be able to come in and stun any setup sweeper. There is just one problem, and that is, once again, the lack of reliable recovery.
Yep.
And lack of, like, any recovery whatsoever, to be honest
Nope.
with you. Drain Seed is something that would have been nice to have seen here, because
It would have been
doesn't really want
something
to
at
switch
least.
in on
It would have been
this.
something.
Unfortunate, to say the least. We're a defensively leaning puppet that doesn't have the recovery to stay defensive. That's a shame. Imagination's actually kind of funny here, considering that your focus defense is so
That
high.
is kind of funny, yeah.
Swallow Cut is cool, but it's just not stab, and you're not that powerful, so I don't know.
That is actually really funny.
Anything that deals with steel? Doesn't look like it. You do have Changeling at least. So it seems like this one is more geared towards like a tank trap setting thing, which cool, I suppose. Yeah, nothing to handle steel, unfortunately.
It's in regards to like its utility, it's a little bit similar to Defense Tokiko, although Assist Sanyo has different tools compared to Defense Tokiko, but the role is still similar. But yeah, the problem is that she lacks reliable recovery, so which is kind of meh. If she had
But
reliable recovery,
okay,
I'd probably put her in like.
there are
It'd be hard to
worse
say.
things that you can
I'd
do,
say
and
this
again,
at
typing and
I put
stats
Assist
are
on
really
you
nice
here at minimum,
so
although
it's above
potentially
a lot of the
like
stuff that
here.
we've seen, but the lack of
Like,
recovery keeps it.
yeah, like this at
higher,
minimum, but
that's for sure.
they could potentially be here.
Alright, last one of here. I think, shockingly, this is the first Rukuto that we are seeing. Once again, this is like the baby base stat total puppet, so it's surprising to see none of these be so low. This is what good stat optimization can do for you, however. Rukuto is one that I used quite a bit in the base game. This is actually my original save file one as well. I've carried this over quite a lot of games. Base 20 for its speed is non-existent, but it is a Trick Room setter, I believe, as well. So
yeah, it is Genbu.
This is like if Lunasa was the technically best Trick Room setter for defense teams, in the sense that it's like, you know, it always goes second, so you guarantee that your setter is coming in scot-free. This is probably the best suicide Trick Room setter for that kind of team. Because it's got gigantic HP, the defense is really solid too, like it's not dying in one hit to anything, really. Its focus attack doesn't really matter too much here, but it is mostly going to explode, so it's nice to have like more than 50 base attack or something here. And yeah, it's really, really slow, so once you've set the Trick Room up, it's pretty much guaranteed to be going first in under Trick Room. And it can't get one hit KO'd, and it can't get crit either. That is humongous for a Trick Room setter. The fact that you can't receive critical hits means that you can never get randomly one-shot by like an Inferno or something. That,
not gonna lie, with the concept that Cal is throwing out, Custap Berry would have been amazing for this actually, because the thing with the thing with Pokemon is that there are like it judges things based on speeds, and then there are like and then priority kind of like does something, because it's like um you get hit from your sturdy, you set up Trick Room, and then if you had a Custap Berry, because that next move you use will be priority, it's offset by Trick Room, and therefore you can get priority explosion to get your next puppet in and potentially get a 1-for-1, which is really nice. So yeah, like this is another thing that Custap Berry would have been amazing for.
it just so happens to get that 6% luck rate or something, and you know, nicks you out of nowhere because you simply do not care. Recoil offset would have been nice if she actually got offensive traits to use, but she doesn't, so nobody really cares about that. Yeah, you've got Genbu, and you've technically got some other bits that you can do here as well. It's like you've got Genbu, you've got Stealth Trap, you could First Aid if you want to try and set up for more than just one turn, or more than just like one time, I should say, and you've got Explosion. It's not going to do very much damage, but it gets your next guy in scot-free, so that's really what you want. Your recoil offset is used for full metal crash, but again, 80 base attack. It's fine, but you've got to invest in it to actually make that matter, and investing in that means you don't invest in your defenses. You have Thunder Veil as well, which is a very annoying skill. Paralysis and Confusion is very strong, but I don't want to really do that with a puppet like this, I don't think. Because I think you really only use this one under Trick Room. Mono Steel is not a good enough defensive typing, and I don't know if the other defensive Rukuto has Thunder Veil. Don't think it does, but even so, not
Extra has Thunder Veil, if I recall correctly.
If you want to play like a fully defensive thing, Smash Spin is available as well. That's kind of cool. You do have both screens, so very often it can be just a case of Trick Room, screen, Stealth Trap, Explosion, like whichever one screen your team needs, so there is that. You can play defensive with Toxic as well, but again, I do honestly think the other Rukuto that is defensively slanted does this sort of thing better, so I wouldn't really bother with it personally. But hey, if Mono Steel is what you need for your team, and you need a defensive puppet for, you know, this is starting to sound very specific, but like, that is technically possible. Not much else to really say about this one, to be honest. It's a cool trick that it can do, but hard Trick Room is like the one thing it does.
You know, not gonna lie, I didn't really consider hard Trick Room when considering assist Rukuto, but as Cal said, defensive typing, Mono Steel, it's not bad. It's not great either, and at the very least, you have Recover, and Thunder Veil is something you can do, and you have Rocks. But yeah, I mean, and honestly, like this isn't something that would. This is actually part of the reason why I'm kind of upset that I put Defense Nazareth in the same tier as this, because yeah, Defense Nazareth should rise up because this is here.
So, yeah. Oops, that's not even what we want. There we go. Alright, let's get these last ones in here, and then we can... Annoyingly, it's like there is one more down in here than I can have in a full party, so we're going to have to do those separate, but that is okay. These are the community ones for that damage did not have a rating on, and these were like the 3 highest. Again, I don't think they're actually ordered, but these were the 3 that were at the like top spots, if you will, of the community average. So I was like, let's just throw them here. Do not ask me why, because honestly, I have some words on at least one of those.
Speed can get to probably.
This is the final Komachi. All of them are in C+, so that's kind of neat. Assist Komachi is the Jellicent of this game. I remember this one quite clearly from the base game. Water Never, once again, I'm very lukewarm on this typing. I really don't like I've mentioned it already, but I really don't like the dual Volt Turn weakness. And this one doesn't really do it that many favors either. It's a little bit more aggressively slanted than Jellicent. It's just like its typing and its ability stuff really leans towards making that comparison. Its HP is a little bit lower. I think Jellicent's got like base 100 or something, right?
I'm pretty sure Jellicent has a really big HP stat, I think.
90? No, it's 90. It's not that much lower, but still. 130 for the spread defense, that's a bit better than Jellicent. 70 for the focus defense.
Oh, so, you know, never mind, not that much higher, but yeah.
Special hits with this.
Okay, yeah, Jellicent's 100, this one's
100
90.
for its attack, and 75 speed. Like, that's fine enough. It's for a defensively oriented thing. Its abilities are Jellicent's, Water Absorb, and Curse Body, so it depends on what you want for the team. The fact that you already resist water leans, you know, for me towards using Suppression.
I would no. So normally I would agree with that, but as I said before, what is pretty notable about Grace of Water is that it does give you a weakness immunity, and that you are immune to drought and laziness. So that is definitely something to consider. But yeah,
But again, it's hard to pass up an immunity, so maybe that's something you want. I don't know. As far as skills go, unlike Jellicent, you get Swords Dance, so cool. You know, you've got a passable enough attack stat for that. And I think you do, yeah, you do get Aqua Cutter, so priority on that as well. That's respectable. Will-O-Wisp is decent. The whole Burn and Blind thing is pretty good. Jellicent also uses that, used to use that quite a lot. I don't know about Jellicent nowadays, I'll be honest with you. But I know it used to be really good for stuff like that. It has reliable recovery, so it can stay defensive for a lot of the game, which is good. And yeah,
well, Jellicent still uses Will-O-Wisp. I mean, like nowadays I see like Will-O-Wisp
sure. It doesn't get
recover
what
because
was it, Midnight Spectre? So it doesn't get the recoil
Jellicent's
one,
right
but
now I
yeah,
typically
Swords
see
Dance, that
used
can
as like
still be
stall
pretty solid.
breakers.
Armor Pierce is also quite nice, just as a general coverage. Steel.
I either see them as like a
most that
stall
you
breaker
have.
or like Choice Specs Water Spout.
Yeah, like
Which
Water
may sound
Never is not
surprising,
terrible
but
offensively
considering that the
either.
tier that
Sentinel
it's in
Aspire is a pretty
has
good harassment
doesn't
tool.
have like
Once
that
again, being
that,
Never,
that
you
many
do have
fast
Unfettered
mons,
Soul.
it will
I
make
think you
sense
would
that it's
like
like a
to
stall
still
breaker
have
slash like a
leftovers
choice
on this
spec
one,
thing.
though. But I guess if you're going aggressive, you could go with the type gem here. That's not too bad. And yeah, you've got like the toxic and stuff you would normally have. You got Trick as well. It's kind of cool. You can do the status healing thing. You can try and do sword stand stuff with this. Maybe the defensive profile is what you need on your team in order to make that work. Yeah, I think you're a little bit weak on that end, but at least you've got priority. That's something that not every sweeper can, like with this, or not every defensive puppet with this sort of bulk can say. So yeah, I can see it. I'm just like, I'm still leery about the typing, but that's just me
fair.
personally.
Yeah,
I can easily see why this.
that's fair.
Magan, I made reference to this one with the Koishi thing here because yeah, it's basically Koishi but better. The assist form, that is. So Magan is Poison and Dark, which is probably worse typing overall than Koishi's Void Illusion when it comes to defensive traits, but you generally don't care with this one.
You don't really
because
care.
This is almost always going to be your lead, and it's almost never going to survive more than
it's just a suicide
most
lead.
4 turns, which is the 4 turns it takes to use all of its skills. It is very fast, not as fast as Koishi, but 105 still is pretty solid. Its defenses are passable enough, but this is like 85 for the special defense and 80 for the focus. Sure, HP stat is solid. It's 90 or 85 base for that as well. So cool.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Defensively, it
considering
can
you're
take
gonna have
hits because you're
priority
going to just
screens,
invest fully in that, which is good.
you are more
Prime
likely
Store is
to
obviously
get
the
dual
main
screens up.
ability here. Quick Eye is technically a funny one, but it's not really going to be
Frisk is
good
cool
because you're pretty much designed to do Stealth Trap plus dual screens plus Memento. And yeah, this is like the ultimate suicide lead for puppet stuff that way. You would typically be able to use the screen with Prankster to avoid taking a lethal damage on turn 1 from anything. You can actually run the Mental Herb on this thing as well if you're worried about taunt stuff blocking you. Stealth Trap is just really good in every situation, so you definitely want that. And then Puppet Scrudge to lower the opponent's stats so that your setup sweeper can basically just do what it wants. This can be really good to enable stuff like even the Renosuke's, right? But like Extra Chen is just one example of something that would be really good to set up underneath these. This might actually give you the opportunity to do double Dragon Dance or something though on those slower puppets like Kaguya. So yeah, I think the only problem with this sort of strategy is that it is very difficult usually to get one puppet to sweep the opponent's team in general. Like most teams are not going to fall to just one threat.
It depends on like
you can only do this once, right? Like
In regards to the matter of hyper offense in general, um, it depends on like what is commonly run because or rather like hmm it's a bit interesting because like I suppose I mean one thing I could talk about like it one thing I could like rant on about is how the efficacy of hyper offense teams can arguably be a litmus test of the meta, but I don't want to get into that conversation because that could be that could take me like 30 minutes to an hour to talk about. But um it honestly just depends on like that on how that style of play would be successful or not because it definitely can be. And I have had games where I was able to just literally set screens, set up with like an extra Chan or something, or extra Yachier, or Speed Sane, or Power Yomu or something. Like there are games where I just completely I completely floored the opponent in like 6 turns. But like yeah, like it just depends.
Like you can't go offense with this either. Like 90 spread is not strong enough to really go aggressive with this one. Does it even get like Brave Song or something? I mean, obviously Grace of Mana, like you can make this one survive longer, but like yeah, it's very much just hyper offense enabled, and that's good, but again, hard to make just one thing win automatically. And I don't think you want to ever use this one in the mid to late game. Technically, Poison being able to remove Poison Trap on entry might matter,
Yeah.
but I doubt it, to be honest. I don't think this is ever surviving to mid game to allow that. So yeah. On to Cherno! Assist Cherno is the second one of these we'll see, and it's the last one we're going to see for a very, very long time. Assist Cherno has a couple of very funny memes that you can do with it. I've done one extremely stupid set with this in the past that I will happily go over because it's very funny. Assist Cherno is usually a defensive thing, but it could technically go offensive as well. It has one move that is very good at enabling its offensive setup here, and it's got a surprisingly diverse coverage set as well, including some moves you would never expect a Cherno to get. But it's got 100 base HP and 100 defense. 65 spread defense is really not very good. But yeah, 90 spread attack is a bit misguided, but with its own setup move, it actually makes some sense. 85 base speed, sure. Its other ability is active, which is immune to stop, which is not worth it, so just play the Prankster. I mean, if you've got Prankster, you 99.9% of the time want to use Prankster because it's too good not to. Backup plan number 7 quintillion at this point. Yeah, no, this is one that actually has it on Prankster, which is very funny, but also kind of counterintuitive.
It is a little counterintuitive.
Baton past, yeah, the mon you're switching into has to take the hit.
Correct.
So that's kind of lame, but
yeah.
Sure. You can Trick Room at -6 priority. Might technically matter if you're going against a Whirlwind.
Yeah.
So that would be hilarious, actually. Koryu isn't really too relevant, but I guess you've got it on Prankster, so at the very least it is that. No, what we want is down the bottom here. She doesn't get Fairy Dance, but she gets White Mist, which is the now defunct Tail Glow. Tail Glow was removed in Generation 8, but...
Rip Manaphy. Pour one out, boys.
This is Gen 5 that this was made in, because this is a base game puppet. Yeah, we have +3 special attack in a single turn, which is really, really silly. And yeah, you can see the coverage we have. Actually, none of this hits water, which is very annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know why Cherno gets Inferno. This has always been hilarious to me.
That is honestly kind of funny. If I would have If I would have expected a fairy to have random fire coverage, it'd be Daisei, because Daisei for some reason can throw out fireballs, but not Chirno because I don't know. Maybe the devs just thought ice fairy using fire was funny.
As damage you'll say, pure comedy. Last Slash is kind of interesting as well. Like, steel isn't too bad to hit, but again, we need something that hits. If we want to do offense, we need something that hits enemy waters, because these three moves don't do it. Mind Trap is also something that you can do, which is really good. Aquasonic Priority can be quite nice at +3, and that's mostly it. It's Memento is funny, but that is not the moveset that I use, but we'll get to that in a sec, because we need to see, okay, there we go. We have Pollen Mist, so we actually do have coverage against nature. This thing's coverage set is insane, to be honest, because we've looked at it. We've got fire, we've got water, we've got steel, we've got nature, we've got technically lightning speed, but I don't think you'd want to do that, but, you know, we have it. It's like, that's neutral coverage, I think, on basically everything if you can choose the right three. So really, really cool stuff there. No, so the really dumb set that I played, and it was inconsistent as hell, but it was very funny. So we saw that it has Mind Trap. So I played. I needed a hazard setter, and I wanted a phaser on the team as well.
Oh, you wanted to try
These two
Copycat?
things don't go very well together.
You wanted to try
but
Prankster Copycat?
this one was just funny enough for it. So there's an item in this game called the Dragon Amulet that prevents you from
so there's something
taking
else.
hits.
This is something else.
Because I'd already got food rations on something else, so I couldn't use that, and I had Life Charm on something else as well. So I used Mind Trap, I had Squall, and I had Rest Talk.
Oh.
So we have continued down here. So
okay, I
Rest
see
Talk,
the thing. I see the thing.
with,
That's funny.
under,
That's
like,
funny.
With Prankster and such, if you can do +1
I
priority Sleep Talk,
see.
and Sleep Talk can trigger Squall.
Yes.
So under Sleep Talk, if you, like, 33% of the time you would pick
33%
Rest,
chance,
and it would be
boys.
terrible.
I love
33%
Rest
of the time
Talk.
you would pick Mind Trap, and you
I
would get
love
another
Rest
hazard
Talk.
layer
It's
set
so
up.
cool.
33% of the time you would pick Squall and priority gust the opponent out of the priority phase them out of the
Very funny.
out of the game, and you would completely stop their turn by making sure that they just got shooed away before you actually took any damage or anything. It was not very consistent, and it was obviously not
inconsistent
the
but very
strongest thing
funny.
we could have done, but it was very funny. And yeah, just the sheer fact if you could set up hazards whilst you were sleep talking as well was like the funniest application of this move I've ever seen. So yeah, this puppet can do some very dumb things. Not good things, but dumb things. And isn't that just Cherno in a nutshell?
Yeah. So some other notable sets that me and another person has done. So what I mostly do is treat the Cherno as if it was Klefki, but if Klefki had Memento, so like basically just set spikes. Maybe annoy the opponent with lazy mist or screens, depending on what I wanted to do, and Memento out. Fun fact, this thing actually won a tournament, and that's because said tournament allowed Baton Pass. And what the winner of the team, or what the win, what the winner did to abuse this rule was Tail Glow Baton Pass assist Cherno into Scarf Power Lyrica. And the reason why it's that in particular, because it's the strongest special attacker that has sound absorb, so you can't even topsy-turvy it. Yeah, Baton Pass is cool.
I would like to think so. And then finally, for damages side of things here, we have Assist Chen, and well, this one would be S with like 6 pluses if it wasn't if the ability wasn't banned, because oh dear. Alright, so
I love Doug Trail that can also encore and has a second immunity. It's very cool.
Well, let's just get this one out of the way right now. This one is like Dugtrio on steroids. Keep in mind this was Gen 6. Remember that Dugtrio actually got a stat buff into its attack, like in Gen 7, I think it was.
Gen
Where
7,
it's now
yeah.
100 base, but it used to only be 80, so this was a lot more comparable. This base HP is 60, so it's obviously still a lot higher than the Dugtrio. Its defenses are a fair bit higher here. But you can see the ability. This ability is banned in, or like Gentleman's Doubt at the very least, in online battles. There's no like way we can actually ban it, but it's just like, yeah, if you wanna play and be like honorable, I guess, with this, you don't use this ability because only wind types can flee in the first place. Chen has got 2 immunities as well, one to earth and one to electric, because wind earth is an insanely good type. And if the opponent ever either used or like knocked out a puppet with one of those 2 attack types, and they were less than 120 base speed, which is what this puppet is.
Which is kind of rare to see because, I mean, 120 speed is still pretty fast. I mean, like, not as fast as, like, the lightning speed ones, like your base 130s or your base 135s and some such, but that's still fast.
They lose the game. That sounds like an exaggeration, but it genuinely isn't, because if we look at this moveset, she has Encore. And 120 base speed Encore, use a move that she's immune to. The opponent literally can't do anything whilst you set up Brave Song to +6.
Actual FTK or whatever.
And I don't care
like,
how
low
that base attack of like 8 or base special attack of 80 is. Once you're at +6 using Wind Earth as your attack typing, you have effectively won the game unless the opponent has like 2 things that are
2 priority moves, because you'd like to run Sash on this.
To that, because you're always going to have to focus Sash on as well. So the Black Choker. So you effectively have 2 lives, and you are killing the thing which you came and set up on. So you're guaranteeing at least like 2 knockouts on the opponent's side. And obviously that is incredibly unhealthy for the game. So this, alongside Medicine, who also had the trapping ability but for poison stuff, clearly was too strong.
Not gonna lie, looking at this, just because of adaptability alone, and the fact that Wind Earth is is a really good type combination, this could arguably go B, although it's still base 80 special attack, which might not be that strong, but adaptability is still adaptability. But I don't really know. I don't really know at this point. Like, again, this could rise, just because, again, adaptability, but yeah.
But you know what the dumbest part is that wasn't even the only thing that Chen could do. Because she also has Memento. So you could do dual screens plus Memento, and that would also be a perfectly viable thing to just go for, if like Wind Earth wasn't going to be the sort of thing you want to sweep with there, of going, well, I'm going to make sure you can't switch whilst I set up the favorable screens, and Memento to get in like the most dangerous sweepers imaginable. And yeah, it's just, that was also silly.
Yeah, she also has time if you want to go
also,
suicide lead on her.
80 base was 80 base spread attack was just enough with the trapping ability to go specs with this as well. She has really good coverage. Lightning speed is decent to swap out.
Yes,
and stuff.
yes,
Chrome
specs
Ray
is
was
definitely
good
nice.
For dealing with the
like, if you want to use
there was
Chen
something that it
specifically
dealt with
to
that
remove
was very
stuff,
good against Wind and Earth. Forget exactly what it was.
then
though.
yeah, specs is just overall solid in that.
Oh, that's gonna bug me for a while now. It wasn't like Wind and Steel. There was. It was Wind and something, I think. It's like, because Chrome Ray was good for dealing with the
Wind Electric.
Oh, there was something that it dealt with that was very good against Wind and Earth. Forget exactly what it was now. Oh, that's gonna bug me for a while now. It wasn't like Wind and Steel. There was. It was wind and something, I think. It's like, because wind types could also switch out, right? So Chrome Ray being able to deal with the one type that could switch out on you if it wanted to was pretty solid. And Pollen Mist was also quite nice to have as well for dealing with nature, not nature, water types. So yeah, nature's probably like the most annoying thing to have go against it. So yeah, sure. Yeah, so like that was also really good. But of course, all good things must come to an end off of it. Her other ability is still really good though. If you ever see any speedruns of at least the base game, I think Charlotte Dreams
this was the this was the base game
at this point, but like Chen is still in there as well. If you ever see a speedrun of the base game, you'll see it uses Assist Chen. Partly because of the level thing, because it's a low-cost puppet that levels up really fast, but mostly because it's Earth and Wind with Niche. It has adaptability, and that's why this puppet is still C+ and not like D tier or something, because even though it's really, really frail and it can't track things anymore, it still has double base power Wind and Earth stab, which is...
Actually, wait a second. I might take back on what I said on Assist Chen, that she could be higher. I think another reason why, I think another gripe, or I think another con of Assist Chen, other than like, oh no, I don't have this busted ability anymore, is I'm pretty sure her stab. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a stronger wind stab than Swift Air Raid, which kind of sucks for it. Like if she had stronger stabs in general, like if she had spinning air, or she had like macro burst and earthen feast, I think then I would put her to B. But yeah, I think another big con of her, and why adaptability might not be as strong, is because her stat, like, or at least her wind stab at least isn't as strong.
Not to be underestimated. I think its wind stab is a little bit weak because Swift Air Raid, I believe, is the strongest it can get, but you can also just use Wind Wave, because if you don't kill 30, and it's not a tweaker, 33%,
30%, that's skull chances.
The opponent anyway,
and if we know all,
you know,
skull percent is 100%.
Earth is your double base power regular stab, so this like makes up for only 80 base spread, and you could still try and set up if you want to. Like, it's totally fine. So Chen still has some good uses. As an offensive Wind and Earth, there is Speed Sanai that you've got to compare with, though. But Chen is inherently faster, and I think much more immediately powerful.
Yeah.
Maybe? Actually, no, because Sanai's got 120 base power stabs, so she might just be immediately stronger as well, despite niche. But also less reliable because those stabs aren't fully accurate like Chen's are. So, yeah. Do you actually get spinning air nowadays, or am I... No, you don't. Okay.
I wish.
Like, few, but I was just thinking, it's like, if you get that, that would have been very scary. So, yeah. Assist Chen is still kind of nuts, but is much, much harder to work with now. She's so frail that it's just like, you've got to work very hard to make that happen. Alright, and then we get the last three over here who, again, these were not rated in Damage's initial thing. If you see his reaction stuff to my things here, he has gone through some rating stuff on this, what he would potentially put them at nowadays. Honestly, we both forget exactly what he even put them in. Like, yeah, he's done a lot of stuff with this now, so I'm still not going to bother with trying to remember that. But the community put these in
I forgot as well.
Were the like highest up on the average list. So sure, let's just see what they do. Assist Lily. Most of the lilies, with like one exception, I'm not a super fan of, but
he's probably referring to Extra, and Extra is pretty nice.
Probably about it. I think this one was actually in this sort of C+ area from what Damage would have put him in. Yeah, it's decently fast. It's got 120 base special defense, which is kind of cool. HP stats pretty low though, as is the offense and physical defense stats. So already I'm a little bit lukewarm. Pure Void is also not a good typing. Like, sure, you're immune to illusion, but you're weak to dark. So already a little bit lukewarm on this one. Auto heal is kind of cool, but I think is there one that does it better? Yeah, there's nowadays there's a Kutaka that I think does this better.
She does have
Being
auto
able to
heal
recover
and
a little bit of HP. It's an extra leftovers if you're not inflicted
the
with
electric
status
nether one,
condition.
which I believe has the auto heal,
Honestly, the only
has
reason
an
I think you use Lily
arguably
is
better
for calm,
typing
though, so
and arguably more
meh.
stuff.
Otherwise,
Although the extra Kutaka
you
lacks
have Wish,
reliable
but
recovery,
your HP stat
whereas
is
this
very
does
low,
have
so that's
reliable
not
recovery.
super
At least I
good.
think this
You
should have raised
have
amount, right?
reliable
Yeah, it
recovery
does.
on your own side. You've got poison traps, so
Oh yeah, it has cheese
calm
spikes. Did I
center
ever
with trap,
talk
that's
about it?
fine.
Did I ever talk about
Like,
cheese spikes?
okay, I'd be very disappointed if you didn't get White Lily dance, right? So yeah, you do actually have Healing Wish as well. I think that can be kind of cool. So there's at least that going for it. Mystic Wind is funny, but again, you've got like no offenses to speak on, so like it's tough to do anything that is.
What do you mean? You have Boom Burst! Although, I don't know if you'd really want to do, like, recover Conning Guard Boom Burst. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Isn't just straight support here. And yeah, Poison Trap is fine, Recovery is fine. Changeling, I think, do you even get that? You don't even get that. You don't even get Lightning Speed. Okay, so there's like no way you can switch out outside of White Lily. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I mean, okay, so it's kind of like every Route 1 normal type, right? It's like your Rattata type stuff. It's got coverage for days, but the attack stat is so low that and it can't boost it. So basically none of it matters, with the exception of like Lazy Mist and Flashover you could potentially use, but you can't because your whole stick is that you are a setter of a weather that makes it that secondary effects don't work. So you can't spread status via secondary effects. Otherwise, like all of these 30% would actually be kind of interesting to look at. You could trick as well. I guess that's kind of cute. Toxic, but you've already got toxic spikes. That's probably just what you want to do instead. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not really seeing what this one is good for. I think we've already seen better calm weather setters.
So one thing that I did mention in the I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the first reaction video that I did, is that it does have Boom Burst, like, which is kind of cool. And I'm pretty sure it's one of the few mons that actually get stab on this. Actually, Shingyoku has this too, which is kind of neat. But I mean, I haven't really used this aspects that much. I've only had it used against me like once or twice, and it was fine. Like, it was kind of scary. Yeah. Anyway.
Than this one, so given that calm already feels like not the best weather to look at anyway, I don't know if I could even advocate for this one staying in C. Sorry guys, I know Lily is cute, but
Demo haru desu yo! Okay.
not a fan. Speaking of not a fan,
Demo
oh my
haru
god,
desu yo!
I hate this puppet so much. Okay, extra Genketsu is I don't want to say useless because she certainly isn't entirely useless, but you've heard my opinion in the past on like Speed Flan and Power Remelia and the likes. This one feels like Power Remelia, but just with a different typing. This HP stat is not helping that terrible defensive profile here. My god, just... what is it even? 140 goes to 172, which is 65? Is it? Yeah, 65?
120 on both.
I think, yeah, it is, because it's 35 points off of the 207 base 100 thing. Yeah, so like 65 HP, 45 in both defenses, you literally die to like anything. Even resisted hits are probably going to do like 80% to this. Yeah. So that's already a terrible start. Electric Illusion, admittedly, is quite solid offensively,
Yeah,
At least I think. You know, like
it's
I've
pretty good
seen
offensively.
like these two typings do quite well together, so that's cool, I suppose. 120 in both offenses is quite high. It's just annoying that it's got 120 in both because it's like, again, it's this mix sweeper thing that I'm still really like. It's too polarizing for it, right? It's giving up. Like, at least we've gone over stuff like Infernape and whatnot in the past. It's like, yeah, Infernape is good because it covered the defensive core side of
Yeah.
things, but like Infernape also didn't give up all of its defenses for it. Even Infernape is still like 30 points better, like 20 to 30 points better in its defenses than this, and it's got more HP as well. So like Infernape is not sturdy by any means,
Nah.
but this is taking it to the extreme in a
Yeah.
game that is more high power than Pokemon is as well. Like, most of the moves you're going to be taking are over 100, like at least 95 base power,
Yeah.
which is more than what Pokemon can say. But frequently 120 base power is what you're expected to take. And to be even more frail than something which already gets like one shot by anything it doesn't resist is taking it too far for sure. Base speed is pretty high here, it is 130, so that is the one saving grace here. You are likely to go first against most opponents, which is pretty good. Quick Eye does let you see the opponent's item and such as well, so you can play around a few things, which is quite nice. Also sees the ability, so if it's a questionable one that could actually run either, that can be kind of cool. Its other ability itself is, I guess, the one reason why people could potentially look at this one. During Seiryu, your same type moves are 33% stronger. Seiryu is the one that makes it so that your type interactions other than immunities do not happen. So your, say, electric attack will do neutral damage against nature, but it will also do neutral against water. So yeah, this gives you like a pseudo stab, second pseudo stab during Seiryu, but this only makes it as good as adaptability. So
I did mention this in the first video, but another reason why I wanted to try to make this work was because there was an item that was released in extended called the Yggdrasil seed, I believe, which made it so that under Seiryu, it would deal 50% more damage, but it would also take 50% more damage. And that was one of the reasons why I thought this thing would be kind of cool to work with. But as Cal is probably going to talk about, this thing's move pool is fucking atrocious.
you know, adaptability when you can't hit for super effective damage sounds amazing, right? But what really makes this bad is the skills. Just like Remelia, and this is where the comparison comes in full force. You have at least setup, which Remelia didn't have, but it's +1.
It's growth,
so that's,
which,
I mean,
yeah.
+1 on both stats. When you're going to have to use both stats is probably okay. As far as your coverage goes though, Force Hammer, I mean, you're not surviving anything anyway, so I guess that's probably fine. Though it does conflict with Black Choker, which you might want to use. Ephemeral is your strongest illusion stab. You don't get access to Hallucination. Hallucination would have actually been pretty solid, but you know, there's Macro Burst if you want wind coverage for some reason. And that's kind of about it. In, you know, the main skills, onto skill cards, I guess. Yeah, you don't get strong. You wouldn't get stronger illusion stab off of this anyway. You get Thunder from here, so you can go spread with your. Oh god, you can go spread with your electric attack as well. Inferno
It doesn't have
is kind of
catastrophe,
decent.
right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't have
What else we
catastrophe.
got? Like
Yeah,
Gravity
like, it has
Blast is
unknown
funny,
flare,
but again, it's like
which,
really bad because if your opponent is not at exactly full HP, this is 80 base power, so that's not good. Lightning Cut is a more stable physical attack, but you just need all the power you can get from this one.
okay, at least that's
Catastrophe on the
catastrophe,
spread
which is
side is
something.
fine, so at the very least you can do a full spread set here. Because you can go Catastrophe, Thunderlord Scorn. You don't even have Lightning Speed, by the way. Like, you're an electric type that doesn't have Volt Switch. Why? You know?
Funny.
So you could go like Thunderlord, Inferno, Catastrophe, Macro Burst, and that's like fine. It's just, why are you bothering to use this when it is so frail and like contributes literally nothing to your team's defensive profile? And like, you're wasting so many stats by not going physical. But I mean, that's kind of whatever. Physical wise, like, you just can't really do.
Yeah, it doesn't really have
physical
anything in
without
terms of
killing yourself.
physical.
And
Like, it
even
has
then,
no
you've got
hallucination.
no coverage to do physical.
It has no ephemeral, I believe.
So you've literally just got
Okay, it has
door
ephemeral
stab
at least.
and what?
But I'm pretty sure
Conflagration
coverage-wise, it
is
doesn't
like
have anything.
terrible in its own right, because I mean, low cost puppets are relatively good, but I don't think they're scaled particularly well, and if the opponent is a high cost or even a mid cost, the base power here is just not good enough. Spirit Rush doesn't have coverage, so
I've said before that I'm not
void,
really a
so
fan
it's
of
not
like
really
cost-dependent
good enough to
moves,
consider here.
unless
Also,
there is
you
a
kill
good
yourself if you
reason
do,
to
physical,
use them.
So there is that, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Light as your coverage option? That is literally the best option you have. So you basically have to go special. So sure, but it's unreliable. It's not that powerful, because you basically, I mean, choice specs or bust, right? And it's just so predictable on that aspect then. And yeah, it dies to a stiff breeze. I've been the same sort of boat. At least this one's a little bit more coherent than Remilia, because at least it has stabs on both ends. But I'm gonna just say it now. I really don't think this belongs in C at all. It just
This could definitely be
misses
D.
the mark on basically everything. The fact of it, like, can never switch in. Like, you can build around that. You can make.
Did he talk about defense duty, or is he gonna talk about it right now?
Fading out is also potentially a thing that you could do now. The teleport to get it in, but just like, if you're making that many concessions for basically playing 5-6, like, until you can get this in, I think something has gone wrong, right, in your team building. And yeah, it's not even as if it's a sweeper, because it doesn't have strong enough setup to do sweeping. So yeah, I don't like it in C at all. Oh, and then there's still this. I haven't even talked about this one because I got so bad at Kinketsu. Churi. This was a base game staple before Shard of Dreams came out. Water Electric was a really good typing in the base game. Still.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that would make sense to be like. It would make sense for it to be pretty good because it switches into Power Ellie really well. And now to imagine, I mean, I don't know how well. I mean, I suppose I would imagine in base game you would run small bit if this was like your the Vizdev pivot into like Aya and stuff. So I'd imagine it'd be good into Aya, and it'd definitely be good into Power Ellie. Now that I think about it. Anyway.
Still had a few issues with Aya because Aya was just disgusting, but it was just really solid in general. Very, very good HP stat of 95. The defense was 100.
Oh yeah, that's right. Aya had Godstone Frenzy, so it's not really that great of a check to it. Although I'd imagine at the very least it wouldn't OHKO it. But yeah.
20, so good stuff all around there. 80 base spread, that's spread defense is fine. Decent attack stat as well, so it wasn't entirely helpless on without setup. Metallurgy.
Oh yeah, and I guess you could mention that Defense Alice might not be. I mean, actually, I'd say even Defense Alice could still take a non-stat Godstone Frenzy just because Defense Alice had first aid in base. At least I think it did.
Yeah, you do resist steel, but it's just nice to have. It's actually stealth rock resistant, but also it's just immune to steel. It's good, and you are doing physical attacks. So if you did proc this ability, that was pretty solid. Its typing is really hurt by nature, but I think it does get a
I
couple
don't know
of
if
things you can
Disturber
do
was a
with
thing
that.
back in base. I have no clue.
Disturber is neat, but Water Electric I don't think has enough resistances to actually make that count, because Electric just doesn't have too many in general, and Water, I mean, yeah, it's got a few, like Water, Fire, Steel, but then, yeah, it's not the greatest when you can just have an immunity instead, I think. Yeah, so this one has Stealth Trap, it has Yawn as well, actually, it's kind of cool. The one thing it doesn't have is Recovery, which I know we've said a lot of the times, but it is still very true. Most things really would just want to be able to have that as an option. But it's got
Longevity is really nice, in 6v6 especially. Longevity isn't really that important in 3v3, but in 6v6 I do feel that longevity is important.
Water Shuriken, effectively, like, that's not amazing, to be honest, so you always see it on the AI one, but it's never that good. And as far as your coverage goes, you are very slow, so Impact Rebellion actually could matter here as your nature coverage, because yeah, you really are just slow enough that you can use this against him, and that's not the worst idea in the world. You do get a lot of special coverage that would have been nice, but can't do that. Lightning Speed is still worth noting despite the low spread attack though, because a slow Volt Switch is always handy to have around. It's like Fortress uses Volt Switch even though it is like nothing in terms of special attack. So yeah, definitely worth a note. And unfortunately no status bit down the bottom, but Drought is still kind of cool. That could give you some utility against the defensive teams as well. So yeah, it's solid, but I think solid isn't necessarily like good enough at this point. It's like, what are you switching into consistently with this? It's like, yeah, like, its physical defense is fine, and at least it's got Stealth Trap. That's something that, say, Dorami can't boast. But it needs to be on a more specific team, I think. It's not something you can just plug in every single team, because it doesn't recover itself, right? It's another one that kind of would like the Wish support around as well to get itself topped up again. And that is that. Finally, everything through the C tiers. So now we have a lot of stuff in B tier to go over as well. So we'll try and knock out probably a box and a half of this or something next time round. And
alright, I'm gonna hop out as well.
The stuff. B plus is a very, very large tier.
I still suck at outros, so
but
yeah.
yeah, we have a lot to